We are now on the record. This is the Kentucky Public Service Commission. My name is Michael Schmidt. I'm chairman of the commission. Seated to my right is Vice Chairman Robert Cicero, and to my left, Dr. Talina Matthews. We are here today in case number 2018-00370, the annual cost recovery filing for demand-side management by Duke Energy, Inc. In this case, we have incorporated the record in case number 2018-00261, which was Duke Kentucky's recently concluded gas rate case. After we get to the general introduction of the parties, I will try to place this hearing in context and let everybody know exactly why we're having it. And I guess the purpose of it, to some extent, has expanded or changed since Duke made its filing to amend its HEA program in May. But we probably need to, it will help everybody if we can talk about it a little bit maybe before we get started. The parties to this proceeding are Duke Energy Kentucky, Inc. and the Office of the Kentucky Attorney General. Witnesses who have been, I guess, subpoenaed or asked to attend today from Northern Kentucky Community Action Council, I think are here, and Mr. Dutton, Greg Dutton, has entered an appearance as counsel. Is that correct, Mr.
That's
Dutton?
correct, Your Honor.
And I know, Mr. Dutton, you have also asked in your notice that you be, I guess, listed on the service list for reasons that looking forward, that might present a problem. We're going to deny that request, but obviously you can see on the website everything that's to be received in the case, or everything that's filed. All right, at this time, would then counsel for Duke Energy please identify himself, co-counsel, his client, and the witnesses or people who are here today that may testify or provide comment.
Thank you, Your Honor. On behalf of Duke Energy Kentucky, my name is Rocco D'Ascenzo, Deputy General Counsel. Our business address is 139 East 4th Street, Cincinnati, Ohio. Appearing with me in this proceeding is David Sanford from the law firm of Goss Sanford, PLLC, 2365 Harrodsburg Road, Lexington, Kentucky. With us today, we've brought a host of witnesses that we understand there was an interest from commission staff and the commission to have testify. So we have Amy Spiller, president of Duke Energy Kentucky. We also have Cindy Gibbons, Lori Maggio, Bruce Sailors, Rick Mifflin, and we also have Trish Hammerly.
Thank you. And for the Office of the Attorney General, Mr. Chandler.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. Kent Chandler on behalf of the Kentucky Office of the Attorney General.
Okay. And for staff.
Andrew Bowker for Commission staff, along with Mary Beth Purvis and Richard Rath.
Okay. We've already introduced Mr. Dutton, who's here on behalf of Northern Kentucky Community Action Council. Correct, Mr. Dutton?
Yes, Your Honor. Greg Dutton appearing on behalf of Northern Kentucky Community Action Council, and I've brought the 3 witnesses that were subpoenaed in this action along with me.
Okay, thank you. Now, this hearing had its genesis, I suppose, in the Duke Energy gas rate case, where questions were asked about the low-income program, and obviously that program was not an issue in that case, other than as basically brought up by some questions that I had about the program. Beginning with the Kentucky Power rate case that began in 2017 and ended in 2018, the Commission has taken an interest in the low-income programs that especially the investor-owned utilities have. That interest has resulted over time in gradually, as time permitted, getting into reading the terms and provisions of many of the investor-owned utility programs, including Duke, Kentucky Power, LG&E, KU, Delta Gas, Columbia Gas, and others. And it started to become apparent that none of these programs were especially consistent in terms of either benefits provided to or available to eligible low-income families, and that the criteria, the eligibility criteria between the various utilities was not the same. So that a low-income person, for instance, just to pull something out of the hair, in Kentucky Power's territory and one in Kentucky Utilities territory were not subject to the same eligibility requirements. So although the customers in those utilities territories were essentially paying the same in contributions toward those programs, a person in one territory might be eligible for the benefits, while another person in KU's territory might not be eligible, and vice versa. In some, eligibility depended upon the customer actually going to 2 public meetings, and if you weren't registered at the public meeting, you were then disqualified from the program, while in others there was no such requirement. So it became apparent that to us that there ought to be some, to the extent possible, uniformity between the programs, at least the programs to which members of the public were required to contribute because of an order of this commission. And so we, a couple of months, 2-3 months ago, cooperating with Mr. Chandler from the Office of the Kentucky Attorney General, we've had several meetings to discuss how best to try to work with the utilities in an attempt to at least have the eligibility requirements more or less the same, recognizing that there are always going to be some differences, and it's not going to be possible probably for everything to be exactly alike. The discrepancies are really, some of them just don't appear to us, at least initially, to be justified unless somebody can show us to the contrary. Maybe that's true. In the Duke case, the thing that initially struck us as unusual was the fact that while apparently all of the other investor-owned utilities had a subsidy that was applicable to low-income ratepayers, Duke had a crisis program, but no subsidy program. And that's not meant as a criticism of Duke. I mean, utilities are in the business of providing gas, electric service, and not primarily focused on other things. But for the last, 15, 16, 17 years, this program has gone essentially without any real changes. And so we thought in the process of the Duke case, Duke gas rate case, and thereafter, to ask some questions to try to get some information. In many of the cases, in fact, in KU and LG&E and Kentucky Power, audits are required. And KU's LG&E audits are actually filed with the commission. Others, I saw Duke, for instance, there was a mention of an audit in its contract with Northern Kentucky Community Action Council, but no evidence that there was ever an audit ever performed, and maybe it wasn't necessary. But in any event, the whole purpose of our inquiry and what led to this hearing basically was to try to get some information from Duke about its old program, and now to some extent what it would like to do in the new program, and to let every utility know that what we're trying to do, if possible, is to standardize as much as we can the eligibility requirements and the benefits that would accrue to or would be eligible to be received by low-income families. So think there was something else about the, I don't know if it was about the Duke program or not, but there are others. Anyway, we had met with, and Mr. Chandler, I think, can confirm, with Roger McCann of Kentucky Community Action Council, and trying to put together some sort of a wish list that was not, you know, applicable to any utility on eligibility requirements and so forth, so that we can get something to work with. And as it turned out, we wanted to go ahead and hold this hearing to basically explore that with Duke, and that was before your amendment was ever filed. And then I know the Attorney General's office intervened in the case. And Mr. Chandler, I don't know, you may want to say something as to your all's position, or with respect to this hearing, or confirm or deny anything I might have said about our prior.
No, and I'm sure that council appreciated hearing that the Attorney General is having discussions. Of course, our involvement was the sum total of getting the Community Action Kentucky and the commission together to discuss bigger picture issues, particularly the variations between service territories and types of utilities, and that there are some utilities in Kentucky that offer little to no assistance to low-income customers, and some that offer significant amounts. And so as this case progressed and it became clear that it was a HEA focused, as the commission remembered, we withdrew from setting those up, and can trust the commission can have the conversations with Community Action Kentucky as often as they would like. I would say that the only substantive comments we provided in those discussions was that effectively it shouldn't be, low-income assistance shouldn't just be provided to those communities where there was a squeaky wheel, where somebody intervened and prodded and poked a utility to be able to provide it, that it should be more holistic and provided based on need across the state. Thanks.
Oh, I will say what I intended to mention before and neglected to do so, was that insofar as how the programs are administered, the programs, just say, that are administered by the community action programs in various locations are not consistent in terms of the administrative fees charged or how those fees are computed. And obviously at some point we'll want to get into that to try to get, because for instance in Kentucky Power, on one of their programs, the limit is 7% unless a certain threshold can be met and proven. On another program at Kentucky Power, it's 10%, and we know Northern Kentucky's has been 15% of funds distributed. Other programs have, 10% of funds received. So whatever it is, there needs to be, I think, some sort of a parity. And I also wanted to say that I guess when these programs first began, in my reading of it, these programs started, I guess, as a result of the Arab oil embargo in the 1970s, believe it or not, and ultimately have grown or evolved into what we have now. And in the early 2000s, the Kentucky Public Service Commission took, I guess, because the programs were new and involved involuntary customer contributions, I suppose, took a more active interest in the programs than had been, has happened over the last 10 or 12 years or so. But the utilities were required to come in and prove the benefits of the programs, and ultimately, at least as far as two utilities were concerned, LG&E and Kentucky Utilities, the Public Service Commission required an independent evaluation and audit that was published in December of 2014, and it's a really comprehensive piece of work that I guess the utilities were required to pay for. But in the end, it evaluated KU and LG&E's programs, and noticed, commented upon the good and and the valuable contribution those programs made, but also pointed out some glaring problems with the programs and how the programs were administered. But as far as I can tell, based on trying to go through the annals of the Public Service Commission's records, there was not any follow-up to see that any of the recommended changes were made. But one, for instance, would be this. In the Community Action Council of whatever it's called, Fayette, Harrison, Nicholas, Bourbon County, whatever, the idea was that benefits would be available according to the proportion of number of customers in each county. But for whatever reason, the way it was structured, the vast majority, of course Fayette County would get the most customers in the low-income program anyway, but they were far and away above their proportionate part. I noticed in the Kentucky Power case, I'm originally from Johnson County, and where my county was allocated 61 slots, we only got 3 people, and all of the people seem to be in Pike County. As long as poor people get it, that's okay, but there was obviously a problem somewhere in perhaps, maybe not, in advertising and soliciting people to become part of the program. And so that's just one of a number of issues. But it appeared to us that now that we see the issues, that the Public Service Commission ought to at least try to see that they're addressed in some way, so that everybody, no matter where you live, is treated equally in terms of an opportunity to have advantage of the programs that are offered. Okay? So, having said all that, I suppose when we getting forward here, I know that let me say first that notice of this proceeding has been given, and evidence of notice has been filed in the record, correct? So,
Yes, Your Honor.
so I think we're ready to move forward, and I know there are several motions pending, and we've already dealt, I guess, with Mr. Dutton's and the others at this point. We'll just pass to the merits and see what ultimately we need to do, unless you want to make some statement about yours, Mr. Chairman.
I'm happy to wait till the conclusion of the hearing.
Okay.
Thanks.
I suppose, Mr. DeCenzo, I guess you could put your witness who provided written testimony on, and then we would allow, I guess, staff to cross, Mr. Chandler to cross second. We could ask some questions. I guess since Mr. Dutton's client is not a party, normally I guess he shouldn't be allowed to ask questions, but we ought to let him anyway because he'll have some information if you'd like to.
I don't believe I'll have any questions,
But
but I
if you
appreciate
do,
the
you'll have an
opportunity.
opportunity. We'll give you the last, before Mr. DeCenzo, he gets to redirect. But you ought to have an opportunity if you want to say something.
Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, are we ready to proceed? All right, are we? All right. Mr. DeCenzo, would you call the one witness, I guess, who you would have, who provided the testimony?
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you for that context for this proceeding. It's much appreciated, and we welcome the opportunity to have this discussion today. For our first witness, we would call Cindy Gibbons.
Ms. Gibbons, please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Mr. DeCenzo, you may ask.
Sure, be Your Honor. Ms. Gibbons, do you mind to state your full name for the record, please?
My name is Cindy Gibbons.
And what is your title?
I am a senior products and service specialist for Duke Energy Kentucky, serving as a program manager for the winter care and the HEA program.
Okay, you may need to speak up just a little bit.
Well, I think you will, because we may not pick up on the record, but I'm sure counsel on this side of the room, people may have a difficulty hearing you.
I feel like I'm sitting
Yeah.
down too low. Is there a microphone right here? Or okay.
Yeah, just yell it. You know?
Okay. I will, I can do that.
Ms. Gibbons, did you cause certain testimony and responses to data requests and an errata sheet to be filed in the record of this proceeding?
I did.
Do you have any additional changes or edits or corrections to those responses or testimony?
I do have one additional change.
Could you please point that out?
Yes. That would be on page 8 of my direct testimony, line 6. I want to strike the word annually. It should read 22,000 customers will be able to be served by the revised program.
Okay, you said 22,000. You mean
I'm sorry,
2,200.
2,200.
Okay. So if I were, with that correction in mind, if I were to ask you all of the same questions that you've been asked in your responses to data requests and your testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And is it your desire and intent to have those responses incorporated into the record of this hearing?
Yes.
Your Honor, I tender the witness for cross-examination.
Before you ask your first question, can you read the statement in full that you just corrected?
Yes. Statement in full reads, based on the proposed funding levels, Duke Energy Kentucky anticipates approximately 2,200 customers will be able to be served by the revised program.
Annually, or you struck the word annually?
Yes, we struck the word annually.
2,200 over what period of time?
The 3-year program
The
period.
3-year program. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Balfour, questions?
Good morning, how are you?
Good morning, how are you?
I'm doing okay. Will you please describe your duties related to Duke Kentucky's Home Energy Assistance program and then, well, I'll ask you to just describe your duties first and then we'll go from there.
Okay, each month I receive notification on the amount of contribution, involuntary contribution to the HEA program through the 10-cent charge per meter on residential customers' bills. I then provide that information via email, just the total, I provide the information, the total gas and electric to Northern Kentucky Community Action. So they know exactly how much is available on a monthly basis. I also manage the program when they provide invoices for the funds that have been distributed. They send me an invoice for the funds that were distributed the previous month. I check that to make sure that the funds distributed, the administrative costs are 15% of those funds distributed. And at that point, upon receiving the invoice, we issue a request for payment for those funds.
Okay, and could you also describe the duties of Rick Mifflin as well, related to the HEA?
He has no specific duties for the administrator of the program.
Okay, and what about Lori Maggio?
No, she is my manager, but she doesn't have any specific duties for the program.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to refer you to page 3 of your direct testimony. That's line 3 of page 3 of your direct testimony. Here, Duke is requesting to modify the assistance from a crisis-based assistance to an ongoing bill subsidy program. Did Duke Kentucky consider implementing a crisis-based program in addition to the proposed bill subsidy program?
Under the HEA program?
Yes.
No, we're changing the HEA simply to a bill subsidy program. We have the Winter Care program, which is a crisis assistance. So under HEA, it would just simply be a bill subsidy.
Okay, so in addition to wasn't considered to have both?
No, we did not consider that.
Okay. Are you familiar with Kentucky's Powers Thaw program?
I don't know all the details of it, but I am familiar with it.
Okay, that program offers assistance to customers who are at risk of losing their electric service because of a temporary or limited condition and who could benefit from more limited assistance in paying their electric bill and require help with one or perhaps 2 bills to assist them through the winter months. The Thaw program offers assistance credits of up to $175 per winter heating season for each eligible residential customer. Do you agree that this is similar to a crisis-based program rather than a subsidy program?
What you just described would be the crisis-based, yeah.
Would Duke Kentucky consider a similar crisis-based program?
Well, again, we do have the winter care program, so a customer can get up to $300 to avoid a crisis. So, I mean, so I think we have two, we're looking at two separate. We have the crisis program, which is winter care, and then also the subsidy program, which would be an ongoing subsidy.
Okay. Does Duke Kentucky currently pay for the cost of health and safety measures that may be needed for homes to be weatherized?
No, we do not.
How much is the current cap for the total program expenditures and the cap per household?
For the HEA program?
Yes.
Okay, the current cap is $300, and the current cap for the assistance is $300 per program year. And when you're saying expenses, the cap on the administrative costs is 15% of funds dispersed.
In the total, how much is the current cap for the total program expenditures and the cap per household?
I'm not understanding. So the cap per household for the assistance?
Yes.
For the HEA program is $300. Am I misunderstanding your question?
For the health and safety.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Measures.
Okay, okay. For the health and safety, it would be $2,500
Okay.
for that. We don't have a current, we don't have that would be for the proposed program. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yes, I'm sorry, $2,500.
Current program, do they have any health and safety coverage?
Do they have, do you have any health and safety coverage for the current program?
No, that's what I thought you were at. No, we do not.
Do not.
No, we do not. Under the HEA program as it stands today, we have no health and safety program
Okay.
associated with that.
Is Duke Kentucky now proposing to fund $50,000 per year for health and safety measures to be installed on 20 homes? Is that right?
Well, we are proposing, yes. We anticipate it will be approximately 20 homes, but yes, we are proposing to provide $50,000 for health and safety repairs on homes, yes.
Is there a proposed cap on spending per home for the proposed $50,000 fund?
$2,500.
How is that cap determined?
Based on the average expense, based on the average expense for a repair for health and safety, provided by Northern Kentucky Community Action. They provided guidance on that. So I would have to defer to Northern Kentucky Community Action to provide the details of that.
Okay.
So Northern Kentucky Community Action, you asked them what was an appropriate number, and they provided that number to you.
Based on their experience with health and safety repairs, yes.
And so you relied totally on that number. There was no other research done. They provided it. You said, okay, that sounds reasonable.
We did not, no, we did not do any other research.
Eric, go ahead.
Yeah, let me ask a question. So, the money that's going into this health and safety program is money that's being provided by Duke shareholders or who?
Duke shareholders.
Now, does Duke anticipate recovering in any way that $50,000 through its DSM program?
No.
I think I noticed in your proposed program that in order to be eligible, low-income customers have to sign up for this program?
Yes, it would be a number.
Why should that be a requirement?
To provide proof of their income, because it is at or below 150% of the poverty level. Just like, yeah, just to provide proof that they are income qualified.
But signing up for this program, the health and safety program, somehow proves that they're within up to 150% of the federal poverty guidelines?
The open enrollment is for the subsidy portion of the program. The open enrollment is for not every customer who applies for the subsidy will need health and safety. will need the health and
But they
safety.
all have to apply for it anyway.
They have
They
to
have
apply
to
for
say,
the,
I'll take it if somebody will give it to me, correct?
they have to apply for the HEA program, yes, they have to come for the open enrollment. And if any weatherization services are required, and the health and safety portion of this program is really geared toward the folks who are already on a deferred list. And there were approximately 104 customers on the deferred list of Northern Kentucky Community Action. So that's who the health and safety portion of the program is
It goes
geared
to,
toward.
well, because somehow they weren't in line, they didn't apply in time on a first-come, first-served basis to get the subsidy. So these are the people who are on the list of eligible recipients, but who, because they didn't apply in time, aren't receiving it. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not understanding the question. Are
Well,
you referring to?
Here's the question.
Okay.
I don't understand why, if I'm a low-income person in Duke, Sarah, or Kentucky Power, or anybody else, why, in order to get a benefit of a subsidy, to be subsidized to help pay my electric bill and keep my kids warm, why I'm required to sign up for this other program?
Okay, no, and let me clarify. We are going to provide, Northern Kentucky Community Action Commission, $50,000. That $50,000, and that's for the health and safety repairs. That $50,000 will go towards those people who are already on the deferred list. So when they come up for the open enrollment period, it will be for the bill subsidy. That's what that they are applying for the bill subsidy. The health and safety is really separate from that because we have identified, Northern Kentucky Community Action has identified customers who are already on the health and safety, on the weatherization deferred list. So that's who that program is designed to assist.
And for my benefit, weatherization deferred list means they're a candidate for weatherization, but there's something else that would need to be fixed on the home before you could get to the weatherization portion.
Correct, so you're approved for weatherization contingent upon whether they do an assessment of the home.
It's a hole in the roof.
Exactly, there's mold, there's a leak, something like that, so
Okay.
they can't be served, so that's when they're placed on the deferred list. And actually, when we were negotiating this program, we thought it would be an added benefit because there are customers who are sitting on a deferred list and they don't have the ability to make those repairs themselves. So we actually decided to include this in the program just as an added benefit. Because initially, the initial conversations were just for the bill subsidy. But we realized that there was an unmet need. So that's where, so I was a little bit confused when we were talking about the enrollment period. The enrollment period is for the bill subsidy.
Well, there's a federal program to basically make weatherization changes or upgrades on homes, correct? Are you familiar with the fact that the United States government has a program, whether it's through LIHEAP or through something, that basically Northern Kentucky Community Action Council, I suppose, administers, that says that under certain circumstances, low-income people are eligible to have their home winterized. Are you familiar with that at all?
I'm not intimately familiar with that program. I would have to defer to.
But there are limits on it, and that if your home has, whoever owned it, had been winterized sometime between 1994 and today, that you weren't eligible.
Yes.
And that if you're not eligible under some of these programs, at least maybe I misunderstood them all, that if you're not eligible for weatherization, then you're excluded from the home energy subsidy. Is that what your program does or doesn't do? If somebody is not eligible for health and safety, right, under your program, does that exclude them from being eligible for the low-income assistance?
Bill assistance?
Yes.
No, sir.
All right,
No, sir.
thank you.
So how long have these 104 people been on this list?
I believe, I'd have to defer to community action but I would have to defer to community action.
So is the number changed up or down from 104, or is that a consistent number?
We were provided with the number of 104 customers that are currently on the deferred list at Northern Kentucky Community Action.
So you don't know what it was last year or the year before?
I don't have that information in front of me now.
All right. Go ahead, Andy.
Ma'am, can you explain the criteria for the weatherization services? Does it have to be part of the DSM initiatives?
I'm not, I can't, I would have to defer to Lori Maggio for that answer. Lori Maggio is familiar with the weatherization services.
Okay. Thank you. Oh. So, you state in your direct testimony that approximately 20 homes will be served each year. Will $2,500 be spent on each home for pre-weatherization and health and safety measures?
I think that that is determined by what problems the customer has at the home. I mean, not necessarily. There would be a cap of $2,500, but that doesn't mean that each customer would require that. So I think that 20 homes is just an average if each customer required $2,500 in repair.
Would Duke Kentucky authorize spending over $2,500 on any home if the other homes were not in need of the full $2,500?
If the commission, NKCAC, wanted some sort of an exception, then they would have to, they would have to contact the company for us to approve that exception.
And the assistance to make the home available is for the installation of the DSM measure, correct? That's the purpose of the weatherization?
Again, Lori Maggio would have to, I defer to her on that.
Okay. If you could refer to page 5, line 12 of your testimony, in which it states that the HEA program fund will be approximately $50,000. Can you explain what you mean by approximately $50,000?
Well, it will be $50,000. It will be $50,000.
It will be $50,000. Okay.
That's earmarked for that program, yes.
Okay. Thank you. And Northern Kentucky Community Action will administer the program, correct?
The health and safety repairs, yes. And the bill subsidy, yes.
Will Northern Community Action charge an administrative fee for this?
Yes.
How much?
It would be actual cost up to 10% of their, actual cost up to 10% of the dispersed funds.
And will this administration fee be paid out of the $50,000 fund?
Yes.
Yes. Are there more customers eligible for weatherization than there are funds available?
I could not answer that. I have to defer to Lori Maggio
Lori Maggio?
for the Northern Kentucky Community Action.
Okay. If you could now refer to Duke Kentucky's response to the Attorney General's first request for information. I'm pointing you at item 3D. This is for the AG's first request for information, item 3D.
Yes.
There, the average amount spent on weatherization is listed.
On weatherization or subsidy?
On the weatherization. Do these amounts include health and safety measures?
Okay, just to be clear, I'm showing 3D is talking about the annual subsidy of $693. Is that what you're referring to? Am I in the wrong place?
It's labeled AG-DR-01-003.
Oh, DR-01-003, okay.
Yes, ma'am. Those are the average amounts spent on weatherization. Do these amounts include health and safety measures?
Okay, I'm still trying to.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, you
Yes,
may.
yeah, because I'm not finding it. Right here. Okay, I'm sorry, I apologize.
That's fine.
No, that's just the weatherization. To my understanding, that is just the weatherization.
Only weatherization,
Yeah.
okay, thank you. I'm now gonna refer you to Duke Energy's, response to commission staff's third request for information, item 1B. So this is Duke's response to commission staff's third request for information, item 1B. And that references the attachment to the response.
Third request for information, item. Would you please give me that site citation?
Yes, commission staff, it's Duke's response to commission staff's third request for information, item 1B.
Okay,
In the attachment to the response, page 1 includes NKCAC's year-end reports for 2009 and 2010, while page 2 includes those reports for 2012 to 2013, with subsequent year reports on subsequent pages, correct?
that is correct.
As a post-hearing data request, can you provide the year-end report for 2011 and the January to June report for 2012?
We may have to get that information from NKCAC, but assuming we can, that's no problem.
We can do so? Okay, thank you. And looking back to page 1 of the attachment, notice that for 2009, the fund balance at the end of the year is $57,000, and this amount is carried forward to the beginning of 2010. Yet Duke Kentucky states in its annual DSM filing that any unused HEA funds are returned back to their customers. Can you please clarify whether unspent HEA funds are returned to customers at the end of each fiscal year as a credit to the DSM surcharge, or are unspent funds carried forward and available for the HEA program?
I would have to defer to Trish Hammerly as far as the recovery, the return of those funds. It's not under my purview.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last
That-
thing you said.
I don't manage that part of the program.
That would be better for Trish Hammerly?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm referring now to the amended HEA Attachment A to your direct testimony. This is the proposed agreement between Duke Kentucky and NKCAC, is that right? It's Attachment A to your direct testimony of the amended HEA.
Yes.
If you could please refer to page 2, section 3. How will this independent audit of NKCAC's financial records occur?
They receive an independent audit on an annual basis. NKCAC has an independent audit on an annual basis.
Northern Kentucky Community Action Council is audited annually by an independent auditor?
Yes,
Okay. It's just not done by Duke,
right, that's
as
correct.
far as their program goes.
That's correct.
Why did Duke Kentucky consider budget reconciliations as an adequate stand-in for formal audits?
I can't speak to when that determination was made. When I inherited the program, that is how, when I inherited the program, that's how the annual audit was performed, just by the reconciliation of the funds that were spent and funds that were paid out.
Would there be someone else that could better answer that question?
Unfortunately, there's no one else at Duke anymore who was but yeah, there's no one else who could answer that question who's still employed by Duke Energy.
Okay, so you know what year, what time frame that decision was made?
I could find no record of an independent or any other sort of an audit of the program since the program started.
Okay. In that same attachment A on page 9, the Exhibit A sets forth the HEA eligibility criteria. Attachment A, page 9, Exhibit A, sets forth the HEA eligibility criteria. What is the percent of federal poverty guidelines requirements for LIHEAP?
130%.
130%?
Let me ask a question. So your program basically goes to what, 150%?
Yes, sir.
And is that because you do not believe that there are enough people available with incomes below 130% to basically fulfill the mission of the program?
I just think, well, we believe that there are people above the 130% income guideline who are also struggling. So we want to expand the base of customers who are eligible to receive assistance.
So ultimately under LIHEAP, it's what, the 130%?
Yes, sir.
One thing about your program, I thought, and it's been a few months since I went through all this, LIHEAP provides benefits during what, November and December?
My understanding is November and January. I would have to defer to Northern Kentucky Community Action, but I believe it's November and.
But you don't think your program doesn't overlap 1 month with LIHEAP, right? I mean, if it did, you'd want to, it seems to me, begin where LIHEAP ended, as opposed to having a program. If LIHEAP is in January, your program maybe ought to begin in February instead of.
Well, the LIHEAP is two separate parts. It's a crisis program and a subsidy program.
The subsidy portion of the program.
Right. The subsidy for LIHEAP is based on family size and customer income at the 130. But because, as you state, because of the need that we feel that we're looking at the months of the biggest impact. So we're talking the December, January, February, March timeframe because that's the months where the customers are impacted by the high bills. Typically, the subsidy portion of LIHEAP, to my understanding, is not significant. So
No.
By having the subsidy, we feel like that because of the high impact months, that.
Well, I understand, but to the extent you know, under this proposed program, if the month that LIHEAP ends, would the people who are already on LIHEAP be the same people who would basically then be getting assistance under your program?
Could be, yes, sir.
Let me say it could be.
It could be.
Or it could be that when LIHEAP ended, these people that were on LIHEAP maybe hadn't signed up for your program and would drop off, and somebody else, is that what you're saying?
They could sign up, a customer could sign up for the HEA program after the enrollment period. However, they would only get assistance for the remaining months of the program.
Oh, I understand.
Okay.
I mean, basically you sign up for those programs in the summer and fall, don't you?
Fall.
To be able to get the program, to get the benefit in the winter?
Yes. Mhm.
Why does Duke Kentucky include a weatherization services requirement?
For the HEA program?
Yes.
The proposed program?
Yes.
It's not a requirement. Oh, are you talking about for as far as having, and take any weatherization services available? Is that what you're referring to, where it says must apply if available? Only because the idea is not just to provide a subsidy, it's also to provide weatherization to lower their usage. Part of it is also education of customers to let them know what's causing. A lot of times we find that customers do not understand or what is causing their bill to be as high as it is. All they know that the bill's too high. So by requiring them to take advantage of any weatherization services, it also is a matter of educating the customers on how come the bill is so high and to lower the usage. And that's typical for most programs, that they have to apply for any weatherization services.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna now refer you to page 8, line 6 of your direct testimony to the amended HEA. It's page 8, line 6 of your direct testimony to the amended HEA. The proposed HEA program will include a wait list for customers who may qualify for HEA funds, but the program is fully subscribed, correct?
When you say fully subscribed, can you clarify?
The funds were fully depleted.
If, I'm not following your line. I'm not following your question.
Can you explain how people are moved off of the wait list? What is the purpose of the wait list? Can you explain how it works?
Well, we haven't worked out all of the details of the program yet, as far as we're waiting to ensure that we have approval, but we know approximately how much we will receive on the program based on the monthly charges on the bill, but based on the 50,000 shareholder dollars. So we know approximately how many customers we're able to serve with the program. If we reach that capacity, then we would have to have a wait list. If the customer's service becomes disconnected, they move, something like that, then that would open room for another customer that could be taken off the waiting list.
So when you say you haven't worked out the details, and you've already submitted the program to a commission, what details are there to work out? Wouldn't those have already been worked out?
Well, maybe I should have reworded that, but yeah, that is exactly how it would work. We would have the wait list because we anticipate the number of customers that we're gonna be able to serve. So again, if we receive more enrollments than we know we're gonna be able to serve, we would have to, the only time that we would backfill from that wait list is if a customer terminated service. So that's how we would do it.
Will waitlisted customers have to reapply annually?
Every customer would have to reapply annually.
Every customer, including waitlisted customers? Did Duke Kentucky consider using the excess funds that are proposed to roll over for those customers on the wait list?
We do not consider that, no.
You've not considered that? Is there a point where the amount of rollover will cause Duke Kentucky to pause and look at the program and see if any adjustments are necessary to allow exhaustion of the funds?
Yes, I'm glad you asked that, because this first year is going to be a learning year, because we really don't know what kind of a response we're gonna get to the program. So what we anticipate is, we have the program, how it's going to work. We may find that there are things that need to be tweaked. We don't get as many enrollments, or we get more enrollments. So I think this year is going to, we're gonna have lessons learned after this year to see if we do need to request any adjustments, and then if we do, then we would come back to the commission to discuss that.
I'm going to now refer you to attachment B of your direct testimony. attachment B of your direct testimony, it's the proposed HEA communication plan. Will the cost associated with this communication plan be funded through HEA funds?
No.
How will the cost be funded?
I currently have a, so it's under I can't think of the term of that. It's funded, comes out of my budget. So I have a budget right now, for bill inserts and that sort of thing for, the winter care program. So all of the outreach and the advertisements will come out of that fund, so that's not gonna be recovered.
What is that budget?
$20,000.
That's just your advertising budget? That's your HEA budget? What is that budget?
That's a budget for, the winter care program.
That's the winter care program.
Right, so since the winter care, since the HEA program is under the winter care program, that's the funds that we're gonna be able to use. And we look for low-cost, ways of promoting the program. Like I said, we have a winter care bill insert, and we're going to, enhance that winter care bill insert to now include information regarding the HEA program. And we also have a list of other things that we're planning to do, but we can make it work that we will be able to fund those various items through the costs that we already have, the dollars we already have.
Do you have an individual budget for your group, or should that be a question for Ms. Maggio or the administration of the HEA programs and then the winter care programs? Is there a budget within Duke for that program, those programs? Would that be under your group?
There's a budget for, like I said, the dollars are paid out of the the dollars are from the shareholder, for the winter care program out of the shareholder. As far as the marketing for the winter care program, that's in my budget.
Okay, and that budget that you're referring to that is your budget, what is that budget?
$20,000.
Where does your salary come from? Is that in that budget, or is that an overhead?
That would be a Laura Maggio question.
So Laura Maggio question. Okay, so when you talk about your budgeted responsibilities, is it just $20,000 or is there something else?
I'm strictly speaking for the $20,000, my budgeted responsibilities for the winter care program.
So when you administer, it's this $20,000.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding the question.
I'm looking for your financial responsibility. You had a cost center, and it was called the Duke Kentucky LIHEAP HEA program, or wherever you wanted to call it. Right now, if I understand correctly, there's yourself, Mr. Mifflin, Ms. Maggio, Ms. Hemmerly. Those are all in this group, is that correct?
Ms. Hemmerly is not in my group now.
Okay, so the first three I mentioned are in your group?
I work under Laura Maggio.
Okay.
You're in their group.
I'm in their group, that's correct. And then
Okay.
Mr. Mifflin is Laura Maggio's manager.
Name isn't listed here.
So if I look at the, it starts, you report to Ms. Maggio, Ms. Maggio reports to Mr. Mifflin.
That's correct.
And there are other people in the Northern Kentucky, Duke Kentucky program that administer or are responsible for administering any part of the program, or is that just you?
That's just me.
Okay, so then any other questions I want to ask about the budget would go to the other two.
That's correct.
I actually have no further questions for you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning.
Good morning.
Do you know how many homes there are on the weatherization deferral list in which the $2,500 assistance would help?
I would have to refer to deferred to Northern Kentucky Community Action.
Okay. Do you know if there are 20 on the deferral list that the assistance would be applicable to?
I would have to defer to Community Action. There are 104 on the deferral list.
Have you seen the deferral list?
Yes,
Do you have a copy of the deferral list?
we provided it. We provided it.
Yeah, I'm sorry, do you have a copy
Oh,
in
do I
front of
have
you?
a copy of it? I don't know.
John, I can.
Yeah, because I don't think in my big binder, I'm not sure I have it. Okay, thank you very much.
Do you mind to turn to the end of that deferral list?
Okay,
And we'll just go in reverse chronological order real quick.
okay.
I'm sorry, Council, can we identify where that?
Yeah, I'm sorry, it
list
was,
attached?
of course, it was provided as attachment 3B to the Attorney General's initial data requests that were responded to on, 3B or 3? Yeah, 3A. Attachment 3A that was filed on Monday.
Thank you.
And are you there, Ms. Gibbons?
Yes,
Okay, so do you see that the very last one is landlord has not given approval and unable to reach client?
I do.
Would you agree that that does not fall under the types of services that could be fixed by the $2,500?
Simply because we don't know what the repairs need to be, because we weren't able to, not we, but Northern Kentucky Community Action. So, yeah, I couldn't I don't know. I don't know if it would be, but,
Well, but this is not a material condition to the dwelling,
right,
right? This isn't
That's right.
a hole in the roof. Okay.
yes.
And then the one before that, no permanent heat source. Is this one of the items in which you believe the $2,500 would be applicable to?
I can't answer. I'd have to defer to Northern Kentucky Community Action.
But this is your all's $50,000 a year, right?
Yeah, so there would be nothing, if there's no permanent heat source, then there would be nothing to repair. So,
Right, so I guess I'm asking has Duke given Northern Kentucky Community Action Council approval to use that $2,500 toward purchasing a permanent heat source?
that's not, no, it's for repairs. It's for health and safety repairs.
And so you are aware that would not be something that could be fixed by the $2,500?
Correct.
Okay, and then the one before that, the overall structure too poor hoarding issues. Now, you would agree that the overall structure too poor may be something that can be accomplished with the $2,500?
That's correct.
Okay. And then the one before that, multiple roof leaks, you would agree that would be
Yes.
applicable? Standing water under home might be applicable?
Mhm.
Bed bugs?
Could be. That's not really health and safety.
And I don't know about could be, I'm asking, is that Duke's intention that the $2,500 be included to rectify an issue like that?
I would say not, typically, because that's not really a health and safety, it is health, I guess.
Do you see maybe the issue that there's not real clarity around what the $2,500 may be applicable to?
Well, I think that would have, I think that, and if we had a question on, we would have to question that.
So let's just finish up 18 and 19 for a
Okay.
second. Do you see the one before that's previously weatherized in 2006? So that would be inapplicable to the $2,500?
Correct.
Asbestos on DWH vent and multiple roof leaks, at least some portion of that may be fixed, correct?
Correct.
Previously weatherized,
No,
multiple roof leaks,
could be,
chimney issues,
could be.
previously weatherized,
No,
application was not renewed by client,
I wouldn't think that would be, no,
and then furnace inoperable.
that could be.
It could be, do you see that the furnace inoperable due to not having fuel?
That's not a health and safety, no.
That wouldn't be health and safety. And then bed bugs is the very last one, do you see that?
Mhm.
And we kind of agree that doesn't necessarily seem to comply with at least what's in the record.
Correct.
So there are 104 of these total for going back to 2016, and you would agree a significant number of them are not applicable at all due to circumstances, right? So if the anticipation is that the $2,500 per house would equal 20 houses, I'm going to withdraw that. Does Does Duke Energy have any evidence that there's a need for 20 houses a year?
I think, where the 20 came from was just looking at the fact that there was a deferred list. Some of these people have been on the deferred list for a number of years, and I don't know exactly the length. However, 20 would be the average, just based on the amount of money that we are providing for the health and safety. But at the same time, that as weatherization is done, there may be more people added to the deferred list. So just based on the amount of money that we're providing for it and the number of people that are on the deferred list right now. Of course, there may be people who wouldn't qualify based on what they're on the deferred list for, as you stated. This would be an ongoing process that we would be reviewing with Northern Kentucky Community Action.
Explain that.
Any questions regarding the repairs? If we have any questions regarding the repairs that they're anticipating, if we have any question with that, we would confer with Northern Kentucky Community Action.
What I'm asking is, if the funding exceeds the need, is there anything built into the program that you're requesting a 3-year approval for to address that?
Not at this time. It would just roll over.
It would just roll over, but if the need is outstripped by funding every year, it would just continue to roll over.
Well, what we would like to do, perhaps, is if the need isn't there for the health and safety, we would like to consider if the commission would allow us to apply it to help for the bill subsidy.
May I approach real quickly?
Yes, you may.
I'm just gonna, Joel's responses, I'm just gonna make it quicker, I'm just gonna refer to question 3G.
Okay.
So this is question 3G from our office there. Do you see that question, will DEK?
Yes.
Do you want to read that question?
Will DEK's proposed programs be permitted to borrow from one another in the case when one program is overfunded in a given year and another underfunded?
And is this sort of, is this the sort of situation that we're discussing?
Yes.
Okay, and what was your response to question G?
Duke Energy Kentucky believes this flexibility is desirable, but will abide by whatever the commission determines, which is exactly what I was just.
Have you noted that? Has Duke noted that in any of the filings or any of its proposed tariffs that requested flexibility?
I can't speak to that.
Do you know if that's present in any program documents?
No, it's not, because as it states in there, we would like to have that flexibility if the commission would allow. We would desire to do if the commission would allow.
And that's a $50,000 a year that you're giving to Northern Kentucky Community Action Council, right? And so rolling that forward or moving it between programs, that would be at the community action level and not at the Duke level, correct?
That's correct.
And so that's not reflected at all in the memorandum of understanding, is it?
No, because it would have to be through the approval of if the commission would allow us to do that.
If I had specific questions about the payment plus and the 2 tiers of the weatherization program, is that a question for you or a question for Ms. Maggio?
Ms. Maggio.
Do you remember being asked earlier about the use of budget reconciliation in lieu of an audit?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that was sort of, that was already in place before you arrived?
That's correct.
That's always handy, right? When it was already there, you can just say it was before me. Who has the authority to change that at Duke?
I would have the authority to change that.
You would have the authority to change that. Okay. So it's ultimately your responsibility to change the program to ensure an audit in lieu of a budget reconciliation.
Well, I would have to get approval. If we're talking about an outside audit or something like that, I would have to get approval because we would have to pay for that. So I would have to.
That might go over your $20,000 budget.
It would, I would assume so. So yeah, I could make a recommendation. I wouldn't have the final say. But,
And I'm asking who would have the final say?
I would have to defer to my manager, and then she may have to, take it further.
I think they're all here, so that's good. Thank you. Do you have a copy of the application in front of you
The application for the new,
for the, in 2018, 370? The application for this case?
DSM application.
where is that located? Oh, DSM application, I'm sorry, yes. Okay,
Do you mind to turn to page 18 of that application, and specifically paragraph 48? And if this is a question that needs to be deferred to Ms. Maggio, you're more than welcome to. I just figure if we can get it out of the way now, it would be great.
okay.
And do you see that in, above paragraph 48, the introduction is program 5, low income services program, and then subsection weatherization?
Yes,
When it's discussing the weatherization program, do you see that the second sentence notes, this program specifically focuses on LIHEAP customers that meet the income qualification, i.e. income below 150% of the federal poverty level?
I do see that, but I would have to defer to Ms. Maggio on this. I'm not involved with the weatherization program.
No, but you would agree that the LIHEAP income qualification level is 130%?
It's 130%, yes.
Okay. And so whether or not the weatherization program applies to those at 130% of the federal poverty level or 150%, that would be a question for Ms. Maggio?
Yes.
And if I had a question about the differences between the eligibility requirements for the LIHEAP weatherization and the DOE weatherization, that would be a question for Ms. Maggio.
Yes.
And if I had a question about the interplay between the applicability, sorry, that. If I had a question about the applicability of those $2,500 in funds for health and safety issues as it relates to customers who are going to be afforded LIHEAP or DOE weatherization services, would that be a question for you or Ms. Maggio?
Ms. Maggio,
Okay. That's all the questions I have for Ms. Gibbons. Thank you.
thank you.
Mr. Dutt, do you have any questions?
I do not, thank you.
Mr. Cicero?
I know you've answered the question before, but just for my benefit, can you go through your duties again on what you do as far as your responsibilities with Duke Kentucky?
Overall, or just for the HEA program?
Overall, and then we'll get into the specifics of that.
So I manage both the winter care program and the HEA program. That's basically my duties in Kentucky. With Duke Energy Kentucky is just managing those two programs.
And you just have responsibilities to Duke Kentucky. There's no responsibility as far as Duke Ohio or any other.
In my job, I
Yes.
manage programs in all of in our entire footprint. Customer assistance funds in Ohio, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Florida.
Okay, so you're
And
the,
Indiana,
you're the corporate person for this type of assistance.
yes. And these are the voluntary customer assistance programs. In all of other states, I manage the voluntary customer assistance programs. Nothing, we don't have anything as far as the HEA program in the other states.
And for Duke Kentucky, you make certain when someone provides you with the balance of funds to be distributed to Northern Kentucky Community Action, you oversee the distribution of those funds to Northern Kentucky Community Action?
As far as for the HEA program? For the HEA program, the funds are not transferred,
Oh, it's a credit to the bill?
yes.
Okay, so you look at the amount of available credits to be applied, and then Northern Kentucky Community Action does what? Provide you with customers that qualify, and then go through the process for
Well,
them?
they don't provide it to me directly, so what
Okay.
happens is I provide Northern Kentucky Community Action the total amount that's available on any given month, based on the collections from the 10 cent per meter. When their representatives see someone, they actually send in a transmittal to our billing, receivables billing group. And then they actually credit the customer's accounts. So they don't come directly to me. I have access to those, but they do not come directly to me.
The portion of the ratepayers, 10 cents per meter, that probably doesn't vary very much month to month.
Doesn't. It's approximately $21,000, and it's going to vary slightly, but so it's never the exact same amount, but it's always 21,000 something.
So you're basically generating $240,000 to $250,000 a year, and Kentucky Community Action is providing you with the funds needed based on eligibility that they've determined, and as long as funds are available, credits are issued to the account. And then, when the funds are distributed by Kentucky Community Action Council, you look at the invoices and do what?
Well, when they provide me with an invoice on how much they distributed for a given month, and they provide me with the number of customers that were served. And so then they show the 15% of that total distribution for that month, and I confirm that that amount that they are giving me is actually 15% of that total.
So those are the two primary functions, at least that's what you indicated at the beginning of your testimony that you do, is to look at the funds to make certain that was ever being generated from the meter charge, and whatever the invoices that come in from Kentucky Community Action, you're looking at those. And what about the shareholder funds that are matching to Winter Care or Winter Care funds from voluntary contributions?
So what happens with that is I receive a report every month on the amount of customer contributions. It tells me the number of customers, the number of transactions, or the number of customers who donated, and the the dollar amount of the transactions, of the contributions. What I do then is I request from shareholder funds the matching component. We issue a check request, one check per month for the matching dollars and the shareholder contributions to Northern Kentucky Community Action.
So when the invoice comes in from Northern Kentucky Community Action, and it says funds distributed 15%, is there any validation of expense, or the administrative fee of 15% has just been an agreed upon amount and that's the amount paid?
There's no, when the invoice comes in, no, I don't validate that. There's no backup documentation that provides me with that information. We can ask for that, it would be available upon request, but no, we don't, that's not provided on a monthly basis.
So here's one of the issues that I have. So you've got a 15% fee being charged. How many other Duke entities and their programs do you pay a 15% administrative fee to?
To the Ohio program, our Ohio Heat Share program. Salvation Army manages that, and we pay them 15%.
Florida?
Florida, it is 10%.
North Carolina?
North Carolina, our Share the Warmth program, we have 85 Share the Warmth agencies, and they do not receive an administrative fees at all. And in our
Indiana?
Duke Energy Progress territory, we provide these, in North Carolina, we provide the funds to the state, and then they distribute to the agency, so we do not pay the state an administrative fee. And in South Carolina, we provide the funds to the Office of the Governor, who in turn distributes the funds to agencies, so we do not pay. So basically in North Carolina, we don't pay administrative costs.
Indiana?
Indiana, we do pay a 5% administrative cost.
Okay, so you're all over the board here as far as Duke goes, and is there any, since you have overlapping responsibility across territory, there's never been an idea that maybe that administrative fee, at least for those entities that the funds aren't distributed by a governmental entity, to validate that it's reasonable on the high end, or it's unreasonable at the low end, or at least take those administrative fees and make them at least somewhat standardized?
Well, I'll be honest with you, there's been a lot of conversation. So these programs are a result of many mergers. So the Indiana program was just called the Helping Hand Program, worked a certain way when we merged, when CG&E, Duke Energy, Ohio, called Duke Energy Ohio now, merged. It was, all of the programs came together, but they never, in all of the combination of the companies, the programs remained the same. We have had project teams to look at it, so we've been talking about it for a long time, but we've never, for a variety of different reasons, we have never made, would that make my life a lot easier? Absolutely, it would. But because of the different geography and the different service territories, for instance, like I said, in North Carolina, we have 85 share the warmth agencies because it's just the nature of our service territory. So, yeah, we've talked about it. We just haven't done it to this point.
So what's the biggest roadblock?
You know, people are married to the programs, so they like the programs the way they are. And again, I go back to North Carolina, Duke Energy Carolinas. It's very spread out. There's some very rural areas. There's a lot of different agencies, small mom and pop, faith-based organizations and that sort of thing. So we just use the model that has worked best. Again, there's no administrative cost. We have had, Lori and I participated in a project, and we looked at it and we we thought we could do this, but it just never happened. It just never happened. Again, and it is challenging sometimes because it's a lot of different agencies that I work with. So, you know, we are hopefully going to continue those conversations, and we are, you know, like I said, we continuously look at it. Right, it's working as it is right now.
So you know, one of the biggest roadblocks of success in any organization, whether it's a utility or a government or any other private entity, is we've always done it that way, and so we think it works. But people don't look at what the potential is to do it a different way, to know whether or not doing it a different way can be successful, better or worse, and they don't know because they don't try it. And my only response to that is, after we initiated this proceeding to have this hearing, Duke was able to put together a program pretty quickly and present it to the Public Service Commission for consideration. And so I challenged Duke on this one. If it was so difficult to do, how is it that after we decided to have a hearing that a program was presented for consideration by Duke? So it can change, and I would submit that it was a situation where people became comfortable in doing what they were doing and left it that way.
And in each jurisdiction, we're regulated by a different utility commission.
And I realize that.
Right, so Share the Warmth program in North Carolina is very popular with the utility commission. So, and again, I mean, I don't disagree with you at all. And we are excited about the opportunity to change this program because we do believe that it's going to make it much easier for customers as far as they're going to get that bill come in once, you know, they're going to get that bill subsidy, and it's definitely going to help them. So we are excited about the opportunity, and by adding the health and safety, I think we're even going to be able to serve more. So we appreciate the fact, I appreciate the fact that this opportunity was available.
Okay, and I appreciate your comments. I would say at this point that the commission has decided to go down the path of, as the chairman explained at the beginning of the proceeding, that as much as possible, we intend to try to standardize administrative fees. In other words, this is our jurisdiction, so we don't have this overlapping of determining whether or not it's good or bad between state jurisdictions, since we are the jurisdiction.
Correct.
But I think our biggest concern when we started to go into this program is finding out just how different all the programs were. And of great concern to me, from being from Northern Kentucky, is seeing that you were paying an administrative fee of 15% to the Northern Kentucky Community Action Council. And while I don't disagree that charitable organizations need to have as much support as possible, the fact that the payments are made strictly on a funds distributed without any validation of what the costs incurred are means that the ratepayers in Northern Kentucky and Duke's territory could be subsidizing other programs of Kentucky Community Action Council. I also know that most of the fiscal courts in Northern Kentucky support Northern Kentucky Community Action Council with funds that are generated to help provide assistance to the poor. So when we talk strictly about utilities, it's up to the utility to make certain that when they have funds such as the meter program, that the meter program is, those funds are being distributed in a way that's being applied for the benefit of those electric customers or gas customers, as the case may be. And again, from our perspective, I'm concerned that since there's no audit, even though the program says there should be an audit, and I don't think an audit from the perspective just of having an outside agency audit the program is necessary, but I think internally, given the resources that Duke has, that they should be auditing the program, that Kentucky Community Action Council should be interested, that Duke is interested in the funds being distributed. I heard in many cases the answers to the Attorney General and some of the other questions that you weren't certain or you deferred, and I'm not saying that you necessarily have to know everything that goes on with all these programs, but in the case of Northern Kentucky Community Action Council and how it pertains to the jurisdiction of this commission, we're interested in whether you do know how those programs are going to be administered. I submit in the Kentucky Attorney General's questioning in terms of the list of the 104 people that he described and questioned you about when he asked about some of the items that are listed on there, and we talked about bed bugs and some of the other items. Your response was you would think that applied or it didn't apply, and I think that goes back to whether the new program is applicable or the old program. But no matter how you look at it, those types of issues, when you see a list like that come through, I would think that your responsibility would be Kentucky Community Action Council, why is this person on this list? This reason doesn't apply, or please explain to me why it does apply or why you think it applies. But from your responsibility, I would think you would want to know what those are. And I don't know how much time you spend actually on Kentucky issues because you're multi-jurisdictional, but I am concerned that the program's being administered with the thought that the funds are being spent wisely and for the purpose intended.
But for the health and safety, that was never a component, so.
I know, I said for future or for.
Right, for future, absolutely. And for future, I would question that, absolutely. But from this list, I mean, since we hadn't done it before. As far as the new program, we will get that information from Northern Kentucky Community as far as the actual expenses. So we will have more robust oversight of the program based on the actual, because we're going to pay the administrative cost based on the actual expenses up to 10%. So it won't be a matter of not, and like I said, they provided that information when asked as far as what the 15% administrative costs cover, but we will have that information because they are going to report that to us.
Let me ask one more line of questioning, and I don't think that you can probably give me the answer, but I'm going to throw it out there so when some of the other witnesses come up, they can understand that I'm going to ask the question.
Okay.
Currently, there's a 10-cent meter charge for ratepayers in Duke's territory, which hasn't changed forever that we can determine.
Never.
And Duke's contribution is $25,000 from ratepayers, or from shareholders, and $25,000 match if there's contributions from volunteer contributions into the winter care program. Is that correct?
Correct.
So the maximum possible exposure of shareholders is $50,000 plus, I guess that would be it because your salaries, I'm certain, come under general allocated rate expense that goes into each jurisdictional territory. You're probably allocated out on some basis.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Does Duke think that the $50,000 from shareholders as an appropriate amount to spend on the territory that it has in Kentucky, considering the number of customers that it has, and I'm certain compared to the other entities in its portfolio and what it knows about other utilities in Kentucky, does $50,000 sound like a reasonable amount?
Well, I mean, based on how the program began, prior to 2005, the winter care program was just simply a matching program, up to $25,000. And then with the implementation of the HEA program, we agreed, like you said, to provide the additional $25,000. So I guess we have no reason to believe that it's unreasonable. However, again, we are excited about being able to provide more of a contribution, because we will be able to serve more customers.
So let me take that one step further.
Okay.
What does Duke Kentucky, or Duke generally speaking, provide to other jurisdictional territories on a per customer basis, or what measurement stick do you use to say that whatever the new program is, or whatever the old program was or continues to be, is reasonable compared to other territories that Duke serves?
I think we look at customer count.
Okay, so what's that per customer? What does that turn out to be? The $50,000 that Duke is currently spending on a territory with, do you have what's your total customer count, 160, 180? No, off the top of your head.
147.
Well, it's 147 electric only, isn't it? Then you've got gas on top of that?
Let's see.
Just round it to $150,000,
Yeah.
150,000 customers, okay?
I don't know what the math is on that, I don't know.
150, 0.3%?
33 cents per customer.
I think that's high.
Mr. Chairman, would it
33
be
cents.
possible we could take a short break? She's been on the stand about an hour and a half.
I'm almost done.
Okay.
It's about 33 cents. So how does that compare to other,
Well, in the Duke Energy Carolinas, our Duke Energy Foundation matches customer contributions up to $500,000. But I think our customer base in Duke Energy Carolinas is approximately 2 million customers.
but is that calculation actually ever performed? Do you do some kind of measurement to determine how reasonable the shareholder value is?
I guess how I would have to answer that's not, I don't have the ability to change the shareholder contribution.
I think I started off by saying I didn't think you'd be able to
Yeah,
tell me, but I'm just prepping.
Yeah, I
Preparing.
appreciate that, but I don't have
Okay, but from your perspective, there's no measurement that exists currently that you do?
no,
Okay,
there's not.
all right. I'll let us go to break for you, okay?
Let me ask, Commissioner Matthews usually has a lot of questions. Do you have any questions?
I
Two or
don't
three,
have
then we can go. If not, we'll take.
I don't
questions.
have any questions.
Okay, let's take a break until, let's get 15 minutes, 5 minutes until 11 o'clock.
Can I?
Are we on the record?
Yeah.
We're now back from recess, and we're on the record, and Commissioner Matthews, as it turns out, has at least a question, and maybe more than one question. So Commissioner
Let's
Matthews.
see how many that was. I've got to catch up. A lot of questions there. Referring to the amended program, the HEA, the HEA program fact sheet eligibility criteria, which was Exhibit A, and it was attached to your errata. That We continue to have some questions about wait lists, deferral lists, weatherization, I just want some clarification for myself. Under the eligibility criteria, participants must apply for and accept weatherization services if available. So this is for the HEA, which is the 10 cent per meter matched by the utility. When you say weatherization in that context, is that the DSM program that is also run by the utility under our DSM initiatives? Or is that the federal LIHEAP weatherization program, or is it either?
Either, I mean, it would be whatever is available, and if the customer needed it. So it would be whatever is available, if the customer needed it.
Okay, and those funds could come from the DSM funds, or they could come from LIHEAP's weatherization? Because if I remember correctly, LIHEAP is divided into two programs, an assistance program and a weatherization
That's
program.
correct.
And those funds depend on the federal government and whatever's allocated every year. So, okay, walk me through. What if a customer comes in and applies for the weatherization funds and has one of these criteria, bed bugs, for example, that weatherization is not available and they're put on this deferral list? Does that preclude them from receiving the HEA funds for that year?
The subsidy?
Yes.
No, it does not.
Okay.
No, it does not.
Does it put them farther down the list? Are they on the wait list? Or wherever they applied, that's where they are?
That's where they are.
Okay. So the requirement is the application for the weatherization funds, and if they are needed, the acceptance of them if they're available.
Correct.
Okay. Now, I continue to have, maybe some semantic issues with the wait list and the deferral list. Walk me through the wait list for any given year.
So as I mentioned, we know approximately how much we're going to receive for the HEA program.
Right. Meters times
Right.
10
plus-
cents
Plus the shareholder.
plus the shareholder match.
Right. So if, we know how much each customer is gonna be eligible to receive, a total of $693, whether it be for the 7 months or the 4 months, depending. So from that, we know how many customers will be able to enroll on the program. So the wait list would be if we receive more customers enrolling, then funds would be available. So
And does that happen?
Does it happen?
Yes.
Well, we don't know, because will be the first.
In your historic experience with the HEA program, has that happened?
No,
No. You've always had more money than you've had customers?
yes. No one has ever been turned away due to lack of funds.
You could probably call your brethren in eastern Kentucky and they would be glad to have that problem.
Oh, no doubt.
So, and why do you think that's the case? I mean,
I would be
I
speculating.
know some of your service territory is Golden Triangle, so to speak, but some of it is also rural northern Kentucky, I lived in Warsaw for a year, so that was not a booming community when I lived there.
And not everyone who is at a certain income guideline needs assistance or wants to apply for assistance.
Or knows that assistance is
Or knows
available.
that assistance is available. May have barriers as far as getting to the assistance. So there could be a variety of reasons.
An extra set with
Um,
two different sets.
At this last NARUC
That's a set.
meeting, there was a poverty workshop on Sunday morning, and it's something that I would encourage, and utility and commissioners and so forth did it. And it was, you were put in scenarios and you'd role playing, and some of them were, I don't have a car, or I don't have a telephone, or, I'm blind and I can't read my bill insert. My bill is automatically paid, so, access to the information is important, and
Absolutely.
access to the program is important. So okay, now we were walking through the wait list, and you say you've not had really a wait list. You've had the deferral list for the weatherization funds, but you haven't had a wait list.
Correct.
Do you expect with the changes to have a wait list?
Absolutely. Well, yes, we do. And we, like I said, well, I should step back. The first year, we don't know. But with the increase in the funding for the program and the fact that a customer just has to come in one time to get on the HEA program. And word has a way of getting around, not necessarily, even with, if you're not necessarily because of advertising, but people talk. So people in poverty, people in need talk, and they know what programs are available, and we believe that once we get the word out with our Energy Saver events and that sort of thing with the other nonprofits, that people will see the benefit of the program. And, but again, this will be the first year. So it's going to be a learning time for us. But yeah, we do anticipate that eventually, maybe not the first year, but eventually we will have a waiting list. We hope not. We hope everybody's, we'll be able to serve everybody who's in need.
My concern would be that you're missing some that are in need.
And that's going to be our campaign to get out there. And I think that's, that's our responsibility to let people know. And I think it's going to be, good for us, and I think it'll be good for the community to spread the word.
So if you get to the point that you have the wait list, how does that work?
Well, as I said.
If someone comes in and they're you know that you're gonna be able to serve I'm making up numbers, 150 people. And the 151st comes in and you place them on the wait list. If the 120th then rolls off after 1 month, they move, for example. Does that then pick up the 151st for the 2 months?
For whatever's left of the, whenever that time, right, for whatever that time frame is, then they would get the remaining benefit for whatever that time frame was. The person who's now enrolled in the program. So it's always gonna be the month after, they enroll. So it just depends on where they come in.
If you're 130 and let's say you have a great month, you don't need assistance 1 month, can you get back on the list? Do you go back to the bottom, or you have to wait another year another period, another open enrollment to apply?
Okay.
Let's say you're on the list, and something happens positively, and suddenly you don't need the assistance for 1 month, but then circumstances roll back to where they were. Let's say, maybe you have a lot of overtime in 1 month, and your income bumps up, but it's a temporary increase. Is that person then precluded for that entire period? If they roll off once, do they roll off?
No, because like I said, enrollment is every year, so.
Every year, but
Yes.
intra,
Well, why, I'm not understanding why they would roll off. If they were on the list,
okay.
why would
So
they?
it's, you don't check, you check the open enrollment, the qualifications 1 time.
Right,
for the year.
so the person's on the list now, when we let them know that they're going to be on the program, if they say, well, I no longer need to be on the program, or maybe something happened in their income increase, their income level, which could happen.
And they roll off and you pick up the 151st.
Right. So that potentially could happen.
Do you think it is easy or difficult to apply for this program?
Well.
Are there barriers to the process that would keep, I'm going back to you've not had an oversubscription of the program in the past.
It's easy to apply for the program. You just go in, you provide a copy of your bill, you provide your proof of income. So, any other barriers that you mentioned as far as transportation, that sort of things, we don't know. But once you get into the office, then no, it's not difficult to apply for the program, as long as you have everything that you need, documentation, your bill, your proof of income, that sort of thing.
And application for the federal LIHEAP program and the HEA is done at the same time, or those two separate processes?
I would have to defer to Northern Kentucky Community Action.
But if it is two separate processes and you're targeting the same, and there's not, you know, you're not receiving double benefits, wouldn't that make sense that you would, be able to identify that there's a barrier or not a barrier?
Yeah, we intentionally set the enrollment period October through November, because that is the same time.
Right.
So that is the same time.
So, I'll ask and see
Right.
if you enroll once or you.
That
have
is
to
my, yeah,
do-
you are going to enroll for what's available to you, yes.
Okay. I think that's all I have. It might be a record. I'm just saying.
Commissioner Cicero, I know you had another question.
I do have another question, and Kent's wide open now that you
Yeah, I know.
ask all these questions. He can do whatever he needs for the rest of the day.
Mm-hmm.
I want to follow up on Commissioner Matthews' question about funds that are returned. Do you know how much approximately on average is returned on an annual basis?
When you say return, like,
Not utilized.
return
under
to
subs-
customers in the DSM, I would have to defer to Trish on that.
So here's a quick comment. If funds are returned and not utilized, knowing that Northern Kentucky has its share of underprivileged or low-income people, you go into Covington, Ludlow, Newport, wherever you want to talk about, there's plenty of people in need of assistance. Yet the funds are never fully subscribed to, which means they're returned to the DSM program and a credit's issued. And you're responsible for a $20,000 program apparently to market / awareness type flyer that's supposed to make people aware of the program. And when you talked about the future program, you felt it would be more successful because the word would get out and people would become more excited about it or whatever it is. Why do you think they're not excited about it now?
Because we don't do energy saver events. We don't go into other nonprofits at this point. Basically, what we're doing now is we're providing bill and serves. We're sending out emails in November to customers who we have an email address for. And then we may, a community newsletter that goes out during the winter season, we may mention it. So maybe we're not going to where the people are who need the assistance. So we're sending out, like I said, we're sending out a bill and serve. But we are going to be much more intentional about marketing this program to ensure that customers are aware. We're also going to be sending some of our trainers to Northern Kentucky to talk about the program so they can go back and make sure that our call centers are fully aware of it. So that's what I said, we're just excited about it because we think we have an opportunity that we hadn't taken advantage of before.
But isn't that your $20,000 budget to make people aware of the program?
Well, and we were making people aware, but like I said, what we were using, the channels we were using, which were our website, that's the channels that we were using. It wasn't just one thing, it was a number of different things, but with this new program, we know that there are other things we can also do.
Have you done anything different with the current program that's different than what you've done over the last several years?
No.
Okay, so I submit to you, if you have $20,000 annually to spend, and the program's undersubscribed, and you're not doing anything different, then I don't know that what you're going to do in the future is going to be any better, because you haven't done anything to make the current program be fully subscribed, and I still submit that there's enough people in northern Kentucky that need to be assisted and aren't being reached, and I think that's your responsibility, isn't it?
Well, and as I stated, there's a number of different channels. We talk about, and when I say the $20,000 is for the winter care program. That's the winter care program. So, we do talk about the winter care program on our website. We have, in the wintertime, we actually have a video on our website about the program. In the wintertime, there's a all year long, there's a specific landing page on our website for the program. We have banners in the wintertime. Again, we send out emails to the customers that we have email addresses for, because not everyone. But are we reaching the customers who need it most? Again, there's many reasons why customers do not come for assistance. So we're going to, in the new program, we're gonna try something different. And I think it's an opportunity. What we're doing is we're looking for it. And we're going to try something different, something that we haven't done before.
Well, I'm not gonna press the issue, other than the fact that the budget's gonna continue to be $20,000. There has to be a better way to reach low-income people than what's currently being done. I would also submit that if you're paying 15% to Northern Kentucky Community Action Council, they should be assisting you and showing you ways to reach these low-income people, because they should be more familiar than you are, and you should be talking to them on how to spend that $20,000 more effectively. I hate to see any money be returned through DSM or whatever when there's obviously a population that needs assistance and isn't receiving it. There should never be any year where money is returned because it wasn't spent. That's all I have, Chairman.
I just have a few. Everyone else has covered most of the areas that I wanted to ask about. But I would say, and just to jump on the bandwagon here for a moment, nobody in this room believes, not even you, that there isn't a large need to serve underprivileged, low-income ratepayers of Duke Energy or Columbia Gas or whoever in northern Kentucky. It's probably the most prosperous area of the state, but there's poverty there. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely, I agree.
I mean, I don't know if you'll acknowledge this or not, but here's what I believe. I believe that the fact that there's been a lot of money, or there's money at the end of every year that goes back or is plowed back into the DSM or refunded to customers or something, is evidence that neither Duke nor Northern Kentucky Community Action Council has done a very good job of recruiting otherwise eligible people into the program. That's just, I think that's, my opinion, the truth of it. And the other thing is this, is that, and I've said this, the comments going in, I know that Duke is a utility that's, duties and obligations to shareholders and customers don't always go or necessarily into reviewing these programs all of the time. But it's obvious that Duke's program, since 2002, I believe, has really always been at the 10 cents per meter, and it's been a crisis intervention program like your winter care, right, as opposed to a subsidy, when all of the other investor-owned utilities have for many, many years, at least 2006, 2007, been on had a subsidy program. Can you explain why, I guess just in the general course of things, I know you probably weren't there, it's hard to say what did he think, whatever, but is there anything in any of the records you've seen that would indicate why or how it came about that neither Duke nor Northern Kentucky Community Action ever considered expanding the program to something that the other investor-owned utilities in Kentucky were doing?
I could not find any, no, I do not, I'm not aware of anything in the record that would indicate that.
were you aware of the fact that at some point in time, 2002, 3, 4, 5, that Duke actually petitioned the Public Service Commission to do away with this program?
I am aware.
And it was abandoned, I think, for 1 year, wasn't it?
I believe that's correct.
And the fact that it was, a motion was filed, or I guess, or a petition here to abandon the program, was because Duke didn't feel it was being very effective. It wasn't being used for whatever reason.
That was before my involvement, so I can't.
You don't know why it was abandoned, but they asked the commission to approve abandoning the program, correct?
Yeah, I can't speak to that. I don't.
Were you aware, how long have you held your present position with the duties that you have with respect to the HEA program?
2010.
I'm sorry?
2010.
2010. Were you aware of the fact that I think it was subject to correction by Mr. Chandler or somebody else, 2012 or 2014, maybe 2014, that the Kentucky Attorney General's office criticized this program because it said, its opinion was that the fees charged by Northern Kentucky Community Action Program were excessive and not justified?
I am aware of that, yes.
Well, after you became aware of that, what, if anything, did you or anyone else at Duke do to try to look into those fees to see if the 15% fee was warranted under the circumstances?
We contacted Community Action and asked for justification of those fees. They provided that justification, and we had no reason to believe they were unreasonable.
All right, what kind of justification, do you have that? If I ask for that in a post-hearing data request, can you provide the written justification that was provided for the 15% fee?
We have provided that.
You have, you've provided it in what form?
It was in a letter from, it was in a letter from Northern Kentucky Community Action.
The 2018 letter?
Yes.
Okay.
Well-
Now, that's, this is something different. Now, you're saying that 4 years after the Kentucky Attorney General's office criticized the amount of Northern Kentucky's administrative costs or fees, that you or somebody from Duke asked Northern Kentucky Community Action to justify its fees, and they sent you the letter, which we have here, as sometime during the summer of 2018.
My understanding is that we had that conversation prior to that, and then we were asked again about it. I mean, we were asked prior to the 2018, but that, my understanding is that that justification was requested and provided
4 years later.
prior to.
At least 4 years later.
That was.
Now, I don't know, let's find this letter sometime before this hearing's over. I want that letter into evidence. That letter said that actually the only real costs, administrative costs they had were 6%. Isn't that what it said?
I believe that, the direct cost, from my understanding of from my recollection, but I would
It said
defer
6%, didn't it?
I would defer to Northern Kentucky Community Action.
Well, you defer to the letter, you got the letter, correct? And the letter said the only really direct costs were 6%, and that was for accounting purposes. Isn't that what it said?
But it did, but it also outlined where the justification for those costs, the overall justification. for
Now, you're not Duke isn't the only utility that provides, not the only investor-owned utility that provides services to customers in the northern Kentucky counties, where you do, correct? Columbia Gas, didn't Columbia Gas provide gas utility services to customers in your service territory?
I'm not,
Or in the area provided, well, you don't know.
yeah.
Well, what if I told you that Northern Kentucky Community Care also administers the Columbia Gas program, the Columbia Gas low-income program? Did you know that?
No, sir, I don't.
Do you know what they charge for the Columbia Gas program?
I cannot speak to that.
Now, when we're talking about costs, the contract or the agreement that Duke has with Northern Kentucky Community Action Program provided that the 15%, the cost, the administrative fee of 15% of the amount of funds distributed was applicable to the HEA program. Is that correct? And that you need to speak up.
Yes, it is correct, sir.
And that HEA program is the one where Duke contributes, and the customers of Duke pay the 10-cent per meter fee. Is that correct?
Well, the HEA program is funded by the 10-cent per meter fee.
Yeah. Does Duke contribute to the HEA program?
At this, no, not in its current state.
No, I understand. It
Right.
does not. All right, so I'm just trying to get a handle.
Right.
So the only funds in the current HEA program, the one that's the third crisis intervention program, as it presently exists, there aren't Duke funds in that program, correct?
With the administrative costs were paid.
Well, they're paid out of the 10-cent per meter charge.
Correct.
Correct?
That's correct, right.
Well, just bear with me. And Duke agreed that, or negotiated with Northern Kentucky Community Action Council that its administrative fees would be 15% for administering that fund, correct?
That's correct.
And the other fund that Northern Community Action Council administers is the Winter Care Program.
That's correct.
And what funds are in the Winter Care Program?
The customer and employee contributions, this seed money, shareholder funds, the $25,000, and then the matching for the customer up to $25,000 in matching
All right,
contributions.
so that's the only fund that has the Duke shareholder money in it.
That's correct.
And in that fund, Duke limits the amount that Northern Kentucky Community Action Council can charge to 5%. Isn't that correct?
It's, yes, it's 5% of the 50,000.
Yeah.
And that was agreed upon back in.
Well, I'm sure it was agreed upon, but the difference is when the ratepayers' money's at stake, they were allowed to recover more money. Isn't that correct? They were allowed to recover 15% as opposed to 5% where the shareholder money was. Isn't that true?
That is how the program was approved, yes.
Now, during the time that you've been there, I know you indicated there was never an audit of the Northern Kentucky Community Action Program, correct?
To my knowledge.
Did you ever recommend an audit?
Other than what no, an outside audit, no, I did not.
Did you've read the contract, correct? That says there will be an audit.
I did see that, yes.
But even though the contract that I guess was approved by the Public Service Commission at some point, where it says there will be an audit, no audit was actually performed. Isn't that true?
I could find no record of an audit actually performed.
Do you understand, or did you know, perhaps before we said it earlier, that the AEP, Kentucky Power, Kentucky Utilities, Louisville Gas and Electric all audit, and their audits are filed here? Well, Kentucky Power's is if we ask for it, but every year that LG&E and KU's audits are automatically filed with the commission.
I did not know that prior to.
Would you expect Duke would actually audit Northern Kentucky Community Action Program if this program that you have asked to be approved? Do you think Duke would actually follow through with an audit,
Yes, we would.
even though it might go outside of your $20,000 budget?
Well, we would have to make a determination on how that would be covered, but yes, we would, are you talking about specifically an outside audit or?
I'm talking about an outside, somebody where you could trust the result.
I would not be the decision maker on that, but, you know, I would not be the decision maker.
When this contract, the proposed agreement that was filed with the motion to approve the new program, were you involved at all in helping draft that or provide terms or making suggestions on what might be helpful?
I was somewhat involved. I didn't, you know, I was involved, yes.
Who else was involved? But you know, to your knowledge, you might not know everybody. Who else was involved?
Our attorney, yeah, the attorney, Northern Kentucky Community Action. I mean, you know, it was a conversation on how we can improve the program. So it was conversations between all of us.
Who makes the decision as to who the program administrator is?
As far as the
Who
partners
decides-
that we work
Somebody
with.
decides, we're gonna use Northern Kentucky Community Action. Who made that decision?
I cannot tell you since I wasn't involved with the program at the time, but we, you know, I cannot make that, I can't tell you because I was not involved at the time.
Is that reevaluated every year, or?
No, we haven't reevaluated it every year.
Do you know of anybody in Duke or your group there who has ever suggested perhaps investigating to see if there were entities other than Northern Kentucky Community Action Program to administer this program and might do a better job of it?
Not to my knowledge.
No further questions. Mr. Sanford, would you like to?
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a few questions. Ms. Givens, to follow up on a point.
Well, you might want to wait. I think
sorry.
Vice Chairman Cicero had a question, so I.
Apologize, Your Honor.
No, it's my fault. I didn't pick up on the cue.
You said that there was no, when the chairman asked you if an audit had been performed, you said, you were very specific and said there was no outside audit performed. Was there any inside audit performed?
Well, when other than the fact that I look at the invoices, as I said, to make sure that the amount that they're asking for in administrative costs is 15%. So I do review it. I don't know if that would qualify as an actual audit, but I do, that's oversight on the program.
Would you agree that the extent of that review is multiplying the funds distributed by 15% as a validation?
It's validating that the 15% is based on the funds that were distributed.
Yes, it's a simple calculation. If I tell you that I'm distributing $1,000, the fee's $150, right? I mean, that's all that, so that's not an audit, right?
It's not an actual audit.
So there's no audit that's been performed, inside or outside?
Yeah, I could not find any record of an audit that had been, an audit that had been performed.
But you're administering the program now. You haven't done that either. That's really your responsibility, isn't it?
Again, yes.
Okay, and it hasn't been done? Okay. And the letter that came up, I saw the letter myself, and as the chairman said, 4 years after this existed. If you received a letter from one of your vendors that said, these are my expenses, without any substantiation whatsoever, would it be approved for payment?
We had no reason to believe that it wasn't the reasonable expenses. I mean, they have documentation to,
Have you seen it?
we have not.
Okay. If I receive a bill from Duke Energy and it didn't have any of the detail on it, would I believe that it was accurate? I think Duke's a pretty honest company, but I would still be skeptical. Just because I think that if I'm going to pay a bill, I would like to see what's represented in the amount presented. Would you not agree that?
I agree.
And since there's no audit performed, at least internally, don't you think that there should have been some substantiation of the invoice presented other than what this letter shows?
We did not perform an audit.
And you didn't substantiate anything even after the Attorney General made the comments in 2014 that thought the administrative costs were excessive, and yet nothing was done.
We had no reason to believe that they were unreasonable.
You were presented with a reason when the Commonwealth of Kentucky said, we believe these could be excessive, and asked that something be done with the program, and it wasn't done. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So nothing was done there. And I'll make one last comment. I know when we put out data requests, the responses that came back, at least on some of them, were that you had no control over Northern Kentucky Community Action Council and therefore could not request the data. Is that a,
Your Honor, I object. I don't think that's
Well,
exactly
you can
what we
object,
said.
but I was gonna read it myself, because I think they were absolutely patently offensive. Do you wanna read the questions? We've got them here.
I'll let the chairman go ahead.
Well, one, for instance, when talking about the expenses, and there was a question asked about the budget, about asking for their budget, at least as it pertains to this program, as opposed to, and compared to actual expenses, and the answer was, here it is. Provide the 2018-2019 budgets for NKCAC, include with the 2018 budget a side-by-side comparison of both budgeted and actual expenses, obviously applicable to this program. Objection. NKCAC is a separate entity from Duke Energy Kentucky, Inc. Accordingly, the company does not have access to NKCAC's financial and business records. Upon inquiry, the company was advised that NKCAC is unwilling to provide a copy of its budgets to the company for filing with the commission. Duke Energy is therefore not able to provide a response to this request. And there are at least 6 or 7 others where the objection is, we don't have access to their records. But in your contract, you have access to their records. And if I were Duke, and I asked somebody for records, or the regulatory authority that I have to answer to asked, and they said no, damned if I wouldn't cut them off. You could this program has been subject to termination anytime Duke wanted to. Isn't that correct? Probably with the ability of with the acquiescence of the commission. Isn't that right?
A proper notice.
I don't have anything else.
Mr. Secretary.
I just, when you say you get their invoices, and, do you just say, okay, they said they spent $2,500 times 0.15, so 2,500 plus 15% overhead. Do you go back and look at the billing records for the customers that received that assistance and make sure that Duke received the $2,500 into your account?
I do not look at the billing records every month that I receive an invoice, but yes, I have the ability and have audited, or based on.
So that is,
Right.
it's an audit with
That's
a
an
little
audit.
a.
Right, but it's not something that I do on a monthly basis. I mean, so it's more than just looking at the invoice, but yes, I have looked at the actual billing records to ensure, but that's not done on a schedule. That periodically I'll go back and look at that.
Something you could probably write a program to spit out every month, and then you could check those. Just a thought. That was just a question. We were talking about verification and, checking, and I was just making sure.
Mr. Sanford?
Sure, thank you, Your Honor. Going back, Ms. Givens, to a point that Mr. Chandler had raised about flexibility with the program, isn't it true that the company makes an annual DSM filing?
Yes.
And is information about the Winter Care program and the Home Energy Assistance Program that's administered as part of Winter Care, that's included in that application filing, correct?
Correct.
And so that filing has been made for approximately how many years?
As long as the program has been in existence.
Okay, so
It's 2005.
14 years approximately. And so it's received annual review by the commission,
Mhm.
correct? And the Attorney General's had the opportunity to intervene in those proceedings. The term of the agreement that is being proposed for the new Home Energy Assistance Program, I'll call it that, the term for that agreement is how long?
1 year.
Why is it a one-year term?
Because as I stated earlier, this will be a learning year for us. We may go through the program and determine that we need to make adjustments to it. And I think because we've never had a program like this, we will learn to make sure that it's being done correctly. And if we determine that we need to make adjustments, then we will come back to the commission to ask for permission to do that.
Okay. So as it's envisioned, there can be tweaks to this program on a going forward basis, really on an annual basis if the opportunity arises.
Absolutely.
So from a program manager perspective, is that a better proposal than the status quo?
Absolutely.
Okay. We've also talked almost exclusively about the home energy assistance program and the weatherization program, but those are really just two arrows in a quiver of a much larger arsenal to be able to help customers satisfy their energy needs. Would you agree with that?
I agree.
Can you describe what some of those other programs are?
Well, of course, there are the federal programs, the LIHEAP program, the winter hardship reconnection program. Duke Energy Kentucky also has the budget billing program, which allows a customer to pay based on their actual usage. We have an annual program and a quarterly program, and it's based on the customer's actual usage. So that allows them not to have those higher bills in the wintertime and, lower bills in the off seasons. So we also have the adjusted due date program. We have the pick your own due date program. We allow customers or offer paperless billing for customers, which allows them to go online, make a payment either every month or set up an automatic draft or an automatic payment off of a debit card or something like that. So, there are other things that we offer to try to help people, and it's about managing your bill is basically what we're looking at. How will it help the customer be able to pay their bill and hopefully avoid those pitfalls of having the higher bills when the energy burden is highest. So we are hopefully, helping the customers by offering these different sort of payment.
Okay, and the program itself,
I forgot to mention also payment agreements.
the extended payment agreements. Okay, so winter care and home energy assistance are administered under the kind of the broader umbrella of demand side management, correct?
Yes.
But in a sense, even demand side management is a tool to help customers be able to manage their energy consumption and usage, correct?
Yes.
And overall to reduce and lower their bills. So, I know we talked a little bit about this today, but LIHEAP is a federally funded program, correct? And then if a customer qualifies for LIHEAP, or maybe doesn't qualify for LIHEAP because they're not low income enough per se, then that's where the company steps in to be able to help fill what could be a gap there, correct?
That's correct.
And that's the winter care program?
Correct.
Correct, okay. And so if a customer goes through the LIHEAP process, that's not able to satisfy their need, then they have the second option that's available to them, that's winter care. And then where does Payment Plus fit into that?
I don't manage that program, so I would have to defer to Lori to speak about that program.
Okay, but you're aware of it?
I am aware.
So we can ask her the details later, but at a very high level, that's another way that customers are able to learn how to manage their energy consumption.
Absolutely.
And it's also, if they go through the education so that they can really make permanent adjustments, they also receive an additional credit, correct?
They receive a credit on their bill.
Okay. And so if you go through the Payment Plus program, then that also opens the door for you to be able to participate in the company's weatherization program?
Correct.
Which is separate and apart than the LIHEAP weatherization program?
Correct.
Correct? Okay. So in addition to all that, then you still have the Home Energy Assistance Program, which currently operates as a crisis
That's
payment
correct.
system, right? Now, we talked a little bit, Commissioner Matthews had some very good questions about obstacles to being able to participate. If you want to participate if you want to receive the maximum benefit under the current HEA program, how many times would you actually have to make your way to to NKCAC's office?
Well, it depends. I mean, it depends on what your need is at the time you come in. So you could need the $300 the first time you come in, and then that would be over. However, if you don't, then you could come back again to get the remaining funds. So it just depends on your individual circumstances.
And it covers how many months?
Right now,
Yes.
it covers the fiscal year.
I'm sorry?
It covers the fiscal year.
So you could have, you have to make a trip to the office potentially every month until you fill that maximum benefit received of $300, correct?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
that could happen.
So that increases their administrative costs, correct? Because they have more interactions with customers who don't necessarily qualify for the full 300 the first year.
Or they don't need the
First month.
entire, yeah, they don't necessarily need the entire.
Okay. So by changing the home energy assistance from a crisis model to more of a subsidization model, first off, is there a change in the benefit?
There is a change in the benefit because it increases the benefit from $300 to $693.
Okay. And so how many times a year would a customer have to come in to become enrolled in the new subsidy program?
One time.
So by lowering the number of trips that have to be made to qualify to receive these funds, will that remove one of the barriers to being able to participate?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. And then by virtue of the company also contributing funds for the health and safety, we've got this list of people who are already on the weatherization deferral list, but they can't participate for whatever reason, correct?
In the weatherization.
Yes.
Correct, yes.
Yeah, separate and apart from home energy assistance, not the same thing. So the health and safety fund is going to, the shareholder contribution there is going to plug a gap for which there's currently no remedy, right?
That's correct, that's correct.
If you have a health and safety, if you're on this deferral list for a health and safety issue, you have no recourse whatsoever.
Correct.
There is nobody that you can go to get funding to be able to take that from a utility or any community action council that you're aware of.
That's correct.
But the proposal the company's putting forward is going to allow people who would otherwise just be disqualified off the top to now be able to participate in the weatherization program, correct?
That's correct.
And so is that a substantial improvement to this program over the status quo?
Yes, it is.
Okay. We've talked quite a bit about what's been done in the past with regard to reporting, with regard to audits. Does the new contract that was attached to your testimony, does it have what I would call maybe stiffer requirements in terms of reporting and
Yes, it does.
contracts? Is that an improvement over the status quo in your opinion?
100%, absolutely.
Is there going to be a larger pool of funds available if the company's motion's accepted and the new HEA program is approved?
Yes, it is.
Approximately how many families would be able, assuming every family took the maximum benefit, how many families would be able to benefit under the new program,
On,
the new HEA?
on an annual basis or?
Yes, on an annual basis.
Approximately 742.
Okay,
on an
so
annual.
that extrapolates out to the 2,200 that we talked about over the 3-year cycle.
Correct.
There was a communication plan that was attached to your testimony as an exhibit. Would you describe that as a reinvigorated customer communication plan over and above the status quo?
Yes, I would.
What are some of the features of that communication plan going forward?
The features are, like I said before, we will be going to customers where they are. So we will not only be partnering with other nonprofits. The plan is that we're going to go out and hold events in the community. Energy efficiency tips are very important when you're talking to customers on how they can not only the money that's available, but how they can save money. So we're going to go out, we're going to talk about energy efficiency tips. We're going to talk about the program itself. We're going to talk about the other program, the Winter Care program and the HEA program. It's just going to be, what we learn is that you have to get customers where they are because they may not come to you. They may not read bill inserts. They may not look at our website. So what you do is you go to the customers where they are and you partner with other nonprofits who are seeing those same customers, so they can also share the message. The customers that we don't see, that NKCAC doesn't see, the other nonprofits would.
Okay. And so there will also be opportunities for other personnel within Duke's customer service centers to be able to work with NKCAC personnel to make sure that this program's promoted appropriately?
Correct.
Could you explain that a little bit?
Well, again, we're going to have a train the trainer, if you will, people from our call center training to go over to NKC, learn more about the program, and then they're gonna go back and make sure that all of the customer service representatives are well-versed and well aware of the program, so they can effectively communicate the benefits of the program.
Okay. So is it your position that the agreement that's been proposed as part of this new HEA program is an improvement over the status quo?
Absolutely,
And do you believe that it's reasonable?
absolutely.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any other questions, Mr. Chandler?
One very quick line. Thank you, Chairman. Ms. Gibbons, are you aware that Duke files an annual, I think you were discussing with Mr. Sanford, but Duke files an annual DSM report about the middle of November every year? Have you seen those reports or generally aware of them?
I'm generally aware of it.
Okay. And do you understand that the reports ordinarily detail the number of clients served by the HEA programs?
Yes,
And the number of funds either exhausted, or whether the funds are exhausted or whether there are some remaining?
yes,
Okay. And the date maybe of whether or not, when the funds might have been depleted, if applicable?
if applicable, yeah.
And then the total amounts collected under the program broken out between gas and electric accounts?
Yes,
And then the total amount of disbursements broken out between gas and electric accounts?
yes,
How about NKCAC's actual administrative costs associated with the HEA program?
yes.
That's in, their actual administrative cost is included in that annual report?
Well, the amount of, that they were paid for their administrative costs, the amount that we reimbursed them for.
Let me ask you a question. Is the 15% amount of total disbursements the same thing as actual administrative costs?
That's the amount of the administrative cost, yes. That's the amount that we've paid them.
That's your administrative cost. This is, I'm asking about NKCAC's actual administrative costs.
That figure that's in that report is how much we paid in KCAs. And I understand what your question, but it's how much we paid, that's what it's referring to.
So you would agree that that is not NKCAC's actual administrative costs?
I can't answer, I mean, I don't, that's the amount that we, that's the information that we're providing.
I'm asking, is it your understanding that the amount reflected in those annual reports is the amount that Duke paid?
Correct.
Or if it is, or it's the amount that Duke paid, so it is not, by definition, NKCAC's actual administrative costs?
Right, it's 15% of the dispersed funds.
And are you aware that the annual filing of NKCAC's actual administrative costs associated with the HEA program is a commission requirement under an order in case 2008-100?
My understanding that we were fulfilling that obligation by providing the administrative costs that were paid.
Let me ask you, buddy, you don't know what the administrative costs were. You were billed 15% every month, we've seen it, of the amount distributed, and you made a payment. And that is what you, was as far as you're concerned, you were satisfied that represented the administrative costs,
Well,
right?
that was the amount that I was asked to provide, and that's the amount that I provided.
Thank you.
Yeah, the reason I'm asking, so this is, that's directly from the order in the case in which the commission, the chairman was referring earlier, where the Attorney General had concerns about the 15% fee. And specifically, the order says the commission is also concerned with the 15% level of cost to administer the HEA program. Are you aware of this order or this concern?
I am aware, yeah, I am.
Okay, and so when it says, to address this concern, the commission finds that Duke, Kentucky should file annual progress reports in conjunction with its annual DSM reports, which are filed on November 15th of each year. At a minimum, the annual progress report should detail, and then those things that we just discussed about, including the very last one, NKCAC's actual administrative costs associated with the HEA program. So I ask you, if you all, every year, if Duke just puts down the 15% that it paid, how does that address the concerns of the commission regarding the NKCAC's actual administrative costs?
I can't answer that question.
Would you agree that it doesn't address that concern?
My understanding was that it did address that concern, but, so, I mean, my understanding was that it did address that concern.
That's all, Chairman. Thank you.
You couldn't know what their actual administrative costs were unless you saw the detail. If you audited, you'd know, right?
That's
But there was no audit.
That's correct.
Anything else, any other questions?
Just one briefly.
Yes, sir, Mr. Bowden.
If a customer calls Duke, Kentucky and says they're unable to pay their utility bill, are they told that financial assistance may be available based on income levels?
Yes,
And given the phone number of NKCAC to get further information?
yes, they are.
They are? That's all I have, no further questions.
Anything else?
Could I,
Mr. Wright? Yes,
could I ask as a post-hearing data request the script or the information that the customer service representative has on that issue? Does that make sense? The question was regarding whether or not the customer service representative informs the customer of that and whether or not they provide that information.
Right.
Would you all be able to provide the information, a printout of what the customer service representative has in front of them that evidences that that's their direction?
I would have to defer to our customer call center operations, but yes, I mean, yes, I would defer to them, but yeah.
Thank you, Chairman.
I'm not sure what your answer was. Yes, you'll provide it, or yes, you're deferring to your customer service?
No, I would check with the customer call center operations, but yes, we should be able to provide it because we do have, I don't know if it's scripts necessarily, but, yeah, they are required to provide all available options. So they would, customer calls and ask if they want to, if they need help paying, they're going to refer them to.
So the answer is yes, you'll provide it to a post-hearing data request.
Yeah, and I'm just asking, what's that prompt, right? How do they have the number in front of them? I assume that the customer service representative is most likely not an Erlanger, so I'm curious, that's what I'm looking for, is that prompt, so.
Well, in the data request, or you want me to answer? that now?
I'll do it in the data request.
Okay.
I don't wanna,
Okay.
I understand that's somebody else's responsibility.
Right, okay.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, would you like the letter that was referred to admitted into
Yeah,
the record?
admitted into evidence as
Yes.
PSC Exhibit 1, yes.
I moved to move that into evidence. May I approach?
You may, and I guess if council doesn't have copies of that, we can, over lunch, we're gonna break right now.
I've got
And you
copies.
can all get copies.
I've got a copy right now.
Your Honor, I think it's already in the record, I think. by
I know
virtue of the
it
case.
is, but it's,
Let's
it wouldn't
see.
hurt to have it
I'm
here
not
in
sure
the,
that I have one. Thank you.
as evidence at the hearing either.
So,
Mark that as PSC Exhibit 1.
I have.
Anything else from anyone? Mr. Sanford, any questions?
No, sir.
Anybody? All right, let's go into recess until 1 o'clock, and then we'll come back. May this witness be excused at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may stand down, thank you, and
Thank you
you're
very much.
excused. We'll be in recess until 1 o'clock. Okay, we're now back on the record. I guess we've now heard from, the only witness that had direct testimony filed. So I'd ask Mr. Belker to identify any other potential witness he might want to ask questions of from Duke, and Mr. Sanford and Mr. DeCenzo, if you could call them up, swear them in, and then you could ask the preliminary questions about name, address, what their position is, and then we go the same round of questioning.
Lori Maggio, please, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Yeah, Lorraine Maggio.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Please proceed. Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Maggio. Would you mind stating your full name for the record, please?
It's Lorraine Maggio, but I go by Lori.
Okay. And what is your title?
I'm the manager of products and services at Duke Energy.
Did you cause any responses to that request to be filed in the record of this case?
Yes,
Okay, and if I were to ask you the same questions, would your answers be the same?
yes.
Okay, Your Honor, tender the witness for cross-examination.
Mr. Belka?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Maggio, can you please tell us whether the Federal Weatherization Program, WAP funds, can those funds be spent on health and safety pre-weatherization initiatives?
I'll be honest, I'm not the right person to ask about the federal weatherization program because Duke Energy does not use federal programs. That goes to the weatherization agencies. But I know there is a certain percentage that they can use towards health and safety, but it's limited.
Is there someone else here that may know the answer to that question?
I believe someone from NKCAC should help answer that
Okay.
question.
Are there more customers eligible for weatherization than there are funds available?
There are limited funds that are received on an annual basis, primarily from DOE funding and LIHEAP funding that comes into, again, the weatherization agencies. I do not know what their wait lists are like and whether there's, how many more customers there are that they can serve than what they get funding for. So again, I need to defer that to NKCAC.
So
Okay.
before you continue,
Yes.
can you list your duties and responsibilities so everyone knows what it is that you're I know you manage other people, Ms. Gibbons, and perhaps you can tell us what your responsibilities are.
Yes, I have oversight for the outreach programs, which we consider our low-income programs across all of our jurisdictions. As we stated earlier, Cindy Gibbons is one of my employees. I have another employee here in the Midwest. Her name is Casey Rushman, who also works with the states of Kentucky, Ohio, and Indiana. So the oversight of the programs that we have include our Neighborhood Energy Saver program, as well as the incentive program for weatherization, where we provide dollars back to the agencies that actually do the weatherization work.
So you have 2 employees reporting to you.
In the Midwest,
Okay, how many employees overall?
7 currently,
For all of the jurisdictions of Duke?
correct.
2 in the Midwest who both do work in Kentucky or just Ms. Gibbons?
Ms. Gibbons does all the states. Casey Rushman does Kentucky, Indiana, and Ohio.
Okay, so both provide services through an allocated basis to Kentucky.
That's correct.
And you report to the director.
Yes, to Rick Mifflin.
And how many managers are there besides yourself reporting to this
There's 2
director?
other managers.
So there's 3 managers total reporting to the director.
Correct.
And do all of them have a similar number of employees reporting, like you have 7? Do they,
Correct.
that's approximately 21.
On average, there's 4 there's 4 managers reporting to Rick. One does demand response, and the other 2 do the energy efficiency programs.
And the only ones involved with Kentucky are the 2 employees that report to you and yourself as the administrator over them? Or
Under
manager?
my management.
Right.
Under the two other managers also have responsibility for energy efficiency programs, and those programs go across all of our jurisdictions. So their employees would also have some responsibility in Kentucky.
And I may be out of your area of expertise, so how are costs allocated that are associated with these programs?
We have a variety of ways that we would look at how we would allocate. The majority of our direction that we get from our accounting is primarily based on the number of customers served. And so as we look at across our entire jurisdiction, we are directed that a certain amount would go to each jurisdiction if you're working across all the jurisdictions. In the case of Ms. Rushman, where she is only in Indiana, Kentucky, and Ohio. Again, we would look at her duties and how much time she's spending on the different programs and allocate her time accordingly.
Okay. So there isn't a measurement that says, I think that the amount that's being spent in northern Kentucky or in Indiana or wherever on a per customer basis is adequate, but the allocation occurs on a per customer basis.
I have not reviewed it to that level.
Okay, well, I thought it was probably more of an accounting question. I'm okay with that. There's a lot of overhead here that is being spread over programs that are, of course, borne by the ratepayers of the different jurisdictions to cover the assistance that is provided to the low-income people, because obviously this budget doesn't come out of the amount of funds that are generated through meters or winter care donations or anything else, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Actually, I have no further questions for Ms. Magley.
So you can go right on to me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that,
No, we've-
You get your chance, Mr. Chandler.
good afternoon, Ms. Maggio.
Good afternoon.
May I approach here?
Get your name.
I have a document that I'd like to mark as Attorney General's Exhibit Number 1.
I'm just not used to going out of order.
Give council an opportunity to look at it, they may have an objection.
Mr. Chandler was kind enough to provide it earlier, Your Honor.
Do you have any objection?
No, sir.
Let this document be admitted as Attorney General Exhibit 1, Mr. Chandler, is that the?
Yes, sir, Chairman. I've provided all my copies now. I've got to get one for myself. Ms. Maggio, do you see the document that was provided to you that those are DEK responses to data requests
Yes,
from the Attorney General's office?
yes,
And were you a respondent to any of those requests?
I was.
And which request were you a respondent to?
AGDR 01-005.
Okay. Do you mind to turn to that request and response?
I have.
It's a good way for me to take up some time before I can get it in front of me here. Do you see that the request sought detail and an explanation as to why the number of customers served by the Low Income Services Program weatherization has been significantly lower in years 13 and 14 and 15 through 17 as compared to other years in the past?
Yes.
And do you mind to read your response to that request?
Yes. Customer participation is driven by a couple of factors. Weather has an effect on whether customers receive the request the service. Warmer weather over the last couple of years has resulted in lower participation. In addition, the weatherization work is tied to the Payment Plus program, which has seen a decrease in the last couple of years as well. The customers marketed that program must have arrears of at least $300, and they are not allowed to use the program more than one time. As such, we have seen the number of eligible LIHEAP customers decreasing over the last few years based on duplication, which may be a direct correlation to the number of homes being weatherized.
Okay, great. And do you remember at the hearing in this case discussing that $300 arrears?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember whether or not the commission released or the commission ordered that arrears to be taken out of the program?
Yes, they did.
And where is that removal of the requirement that the customer be $300 in arrears? Where is that change reflected?
It will be reflected in the Payment Plus program, and I believe it's reflected in the new tariff that was filed most recently.
Okay, the one that was filed in November, in this case, of last year?
September.
September. So it's your understanding that that arrears no longer applies to that weatherization program as it's a part of the Payment Plus program?
There was never a requirement for arrears as part of weatherization. The arrears was specific to the Payment Plus program only.
Okay.
And that has been removed. And going forward, we will no longer be using the arrears as a requirement for the customer to attend a Payment Plus class.
Do you have a copy of the application in front of you by any chance in this matter?
I believe I do. Yes.
Okay. So do you mind to turn to page 18 of the application, in this case, 2018-370?
Okay.
Okay. And do you see at the bottom, it discusses the low-income services program?
Yes.
And it starts off with weatherization. And do you see that later on page, after discussing the tier 1s and tiers 2, it discusses Payment Plus on page 22.
Yes.
So taking a step back, is the weatherization program part of the Payment Plus program, or is it separate? Let me withdraw that question. Is Duke's weatherization program part of the Payment Plus program, or is it separate?
It really is a separate program. However, we use Payment Plus as an encouragement to get people to also participate in the weatherization. So whenever we do a Payment Plus class, we also have the weatherization agencies there. They are in a position where they can take applications, and we encourage those same customers to take advantage of weatherization.
Okay. So the weatherization is a separate offering, but you use the opportunity provided by enrolling people in Payment Plus to also enroll people in the weatherization program. Is that fair?
Yes.
So who administers Duke's weatherization program?
The administrator is a combination of PWC, People Working Cooperatively, as well as NKCAC.
And are they contractors?
My understanding is that PWC uses their own employees. I'll be honest, I do not know if NKCAC uses their own employees or if they subcontract out the work.
Okay, so let's take a step back. What's the relationship as it relates to the DSM program that is weatherization between Duke and People Working Cooperatively and the Northern Kentucky Community Action Council?
So essentially what happens is a customer comes in and requests assistance, that they need some weatherization work completed. Those agencies go ahead and they take the application process, they go out and do an assessment on the customer's home, and they determine whether or not the customer is eligible to receive the weatherization assistance. If they are, they go ahead and they complete the work. After the work is completed, if it turns out it's a Duke Energy customer and it meets our criteria of either the tiers, the tier 1s or the tier 2s, then they come back to us and give us that customer information, and we provide an incentive back to them for doing that work.
Okay. You provide an incentive for doing it. Do you also cover the cost of the weatherization?
The intent is it's covering the cost of some of the weatherization, but it may not be 100%.
Okay. So let's sort of stay big picture here. Part of the proposal that Ms. Gibbons has supported by her testimony is a fund in which Duke Energy provides up to $50,000 a year for this GAP funding, correct?
Yes.
And the GAP funding is to ensure that the health and safety issues that create a barrier from weatherization funding provided by the DOE or LIHEAP from being applied to homes, correct?
Yes.
So can you explain to me, when somebody enrolls in the weatherization, how the funding mechanism of weatherization under the DSM program, the incentive you were discussing earlier, the LIHEAP funds that are made available, the DOE weatherization that's made available, and this health and safety fund that's now going to be funded by the Duke Energy. Can you tell me how all those interrelate? What's the process that of interaction between the community action, Northern Kentucky Community Action, and Duke Energy as it relates to those four separate programs?
So hopefully I'm not misrepresenting anything for NKCAC, but again, the customer would come into the weatherization program. As an assessment is being completed,
Sorry, can you take a step? Come into the weatherization. How does that occur? Do they go into the community
they go
action
into
agency?
the, yes.
Okay, so
they go into
they walk in the
NKC
front door. I mean,
or they call them and
hypothetically.
determine,
Okay.
yes, and
okay.
they say that they need some assistance. So the agency then works with the customer to get them qualified, make sure that they meet the income criteria, and then go out and do an assessment on the home. That assessment allows them to determine what needs to be completed on the home, as well as if there's any health and safety issues that need to be completed before they can do the work.
So can I ask, at that point, is it your understanding that the Northern Kentucky Community Action Council or people working cooperatively, either one at that point, know whether there is a health and safety issue that will preclude them from doing the weatherization? Is that the threshold for when that should occur?
Typically, that would be because they are on site and they're able to see what the situation is.
Okay, so after they conduct the assessment, I'm sorry to interrupt.
So they've conducted the assessment and they determine that perhaps they need attic insulation or duct sealing, whatever the situation is, but they also may have, let's say, I'll keep it simple, let's say they have a leaking toilet. And the problem is that if they installed any insulation, it would get damaged because now the toilet is leaking. So they would have to defer that home because they typically would not have enough dollars to complete that repair. So today, they would put them on deferred list and tell the customer that they have to go fix it. And so the customer would be now responsible for finding funding or getting help or try to get that situation resolved. In our new proposal, the situation is now that we would have some dollars available, they can now take that $2,500 or whatever it costs, let's just say it's gonna cost $1,000 to repair that toilet, maybe put some new flooring in and put a new toilet in and repair the plumbing, then those $1,000 would come out of our health and safety dollars from the $50,000. And then they could go ahead and do the weatherization work. And again, the majority of that work would be charged to either LIHEAP or their DOE funds. And then they would determine whether or not they're a Duke Energy customer to also get the incentive and qualify based on the criteria.
Is the $2,500 per home, is that limited to Duke Energy customers?
I honestly do not know if we limited it to Duke Energy or not. I don't know if HEA is limited to only Duke Energy customers, so it follows the same criteria.
Well, the HEA, I think, is laid out, at least in the tariff, as to who it's applicable to. But I appreciate that. Okay, so, as a general matter, LIHEAP is limited to those individuals that are at or below 130% of the federal poverty level, correct?
Correct.
How about the weatherization program administered through or provided for through Duke's DSM programs? What is the threshold for participation in that program?
200% of poverty. And I assume it's the same across all of the states, but the DOE funding for weatherization is 200% of poverty as well. So our program should be consistent with whatever the DOE program is.
So the anticipation is that, okay, withdraw that. mind to turn back to page 18 of that application?
Yes.
And do you see that the second sentence in paragraph 48 discusses the income qualification level?
Yes.
And do you see that there that it states or discusses LIHEAP and then notes, i.e. income below 150% of the federal poverty level?
Yes.
Do you know why it is represented that way?
At one point, my understanding was it was 150%. Again, I don't know the individual state rules, but I know that there has been some changes from LIHEAP from 150% to 200% recently, but I don't know if it's occurred across all of the states. NKCAC could answer that better than I can.
Yeah, I'm just curious. So this weatherization program says it uses the LIHEAP intake process for applicability, correct?
Yes.
So
Well, it says it primarily focuses on LIHEAP customers.
yeah, do you mind to read the sentence after that?
This program uses the LIHEAP intake process as well as other community outreach initiatives to improve participation.
Yeah, so do you know if the same threshold for participation in this do you know whether this threshold is the same as in LIHEAP? You must, I guess what I'm asking for is, can customers that do not fall under the LIHEAP qualifications, can they still get this weatherization through the Duke DSM program?
So my understanding, there are two parts of LIHEAP. The LIHEAP where you get the crisis, and that has a different income level than the LIHEAP weatherization does.
And do you believe that representatives from the Community Action Agency will be able to discuss that further?
Yes.
So I just want to make sure that I'm clear. In terms of the DSM weatherization program, this is not something that Duke's not involved on the front end insofar, in as much as Community Action is going out, enrolling people, doing the weatherization, they understand what the thresholds are, and then after they've completed a weatherization of a home that they believe falls under the qualifications of Duke's DSM program, then they come back for Duke for reimbursement?
Correct. And then that allows them to hopefully do more homes because now they've got additional funding.
Do you know what the maximum amount of weatherization funding per home is for LIHEAP or DOE?
For Kentucky, I do not.
And in the hypothetical you were discussing earlier, where the fix to the health and safety fix was $1,000, is it Duke's anticipation that of that $50,000 fund, only $1,000 will go to that home? Or is the company anticipating using the residual $1,500 towards weatherization for that home?
Our intent is to only pay the health and safety because the weatherization program will give them, again, the incentive for the weatherization part. So otherwise, we would be paying double if that was the case.
Okay. Going back to your answer from the 2017 matter, do you know why, strike that, has Duke done any studies in the Kentucky jurisdiction or any of its other service territories as to the actual reasons or the number of reasons in which the people involved or the people able to receive the DSM weatherization funding, why that has decreased?
We have not done any studies. Part of it is just could be speculation. For example, in the case of NKCAC, we don't know if the DOE has for some reason decreased their funding, so they may not have as much money, or LIHEAP may have decreased their funding, and therefore that has a direct impact on our program. They have their own prioritization way of how they identify the customers that come in and who gets served first. And of course, with our program, we can only incent the ones that are Duke Energy customers. And so they may have been perhaps weatherizing homes that were not Duke Energy because of the way they prioritize their customers. So we have no control over who they weatherize or whether they're a Duke customer or not.
Would you agree though that the weatherization program that Duke offers under its DSM doesn't really incentivize anybody to do anything? It just recovers the money that CAC has already spent to help weatherize customers' homes?
It does pay them some incentive dollars, which allows us to obviously take some energy savings. But the hope is that with the extra money that we're providing to them, that again, they can do more homes than they would typically do in a given year, because now they've got that additional funding and can serve more customers.
You're incenting CAC to weatherize more homes,
Correct,
not necessarily the customer.
correct.
Were you in the room earlier when we were discussing the distinction between auditing and reconciling a budget?
Yes,
And I asked, I'm very bad at paraphrasing, but you remember me asking Ms. Gibbons about who has the authority to have actually changed it from, instead of reconciling a budget, the budget reconciliation, instead of doing that, doing an audit. Do you remember that?
yes,
And she indicated that she could have done it, but if it included additional costs, that would be above, in excess of her authority. Is that how you remember her answering?
yes, I did.
Okay. So are you the one that would have the authority to change that protocol from Duke moving from a budget reconciliation to actual auditing?
If there was no, excuse me, if there were no additional costs associated with it, then yes, we definitely could make the decision. But we would also need to make sure that the contract properly states the requirements that we would have, and we would typically work with our supply chain group to make those changes.
But that's not something you all had looked at until prompted to in this case.
That's correct.
Excuse me, Chairman, I apologize. And can you explain to me what the difference between the weatherization that is separate from Payment Plus and the weatherization portion that is included in Payment Plus is?
They're actually one and the same. The difference is that when a customer goes to the Payment Plus program, we encourage them to participate in the weatherization program. And the incentives that we provide back to the agency, again, it's through, they would be using DOE or LIHEAP money to perform that weatherization, and then we would incent them back for that work being completed.
Do you mind to turn to page 23, the application you have there? Because I don't want to mince words, but I think it's an important clarification. Would you agree that, let me know when you're there, I apologize.
I am,
Do you see the weatherization portion there of Payment Plus?
yes,
Where it says to increase the energy efficiency in customers' homes, participants are required to have their homes weatherized as part of the normal residential conservation and energy education program unless weatherized in the past program years. So you would agree that it's a requirement that they have their homes weatherized through the weatherization program? At least that's what it states.
yes.
Is it what it states, or is that it is required?
Yeah, we stated it as being required, but it may not always be able to be completed either because of deferrals, or again, they had been done in the past, or perhaps for some reason the customer just doesn't want us to complete the weatherization work.
Right. So So you would agree that Payment Plus is not available to, would you agree that Payment Plus is not available to a customer who may have previously had their homes weatherized since 1990s?
No, we don't have the ability to pull the list that way. So if a customer has participated in weatherization in the past, but not in Payment Plus, in the education classes, they can still participate in the education classes. They just wouldn't qualify for the additional $150 for the weatherization work.
Is the $150 provided as bill assistance to the customer?
It's a credit back on their bill, yes.
Okay. So, when it says required to have their homes weatherized, I just want to be clear, that's not necessarily the case. The requirement is to be enrolled to have their homes weatherized, and if it's found out later that it can't be because of health and safety, or it already has been, they continue to be included in Payment Plus, they just don't get the credit for the weatherization.
That's correct.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have. Oh, actually, I'm sorry, I did have one more, I apologize, sir. I do want to ask quickly about the budget that was discussed earlier, the $20,000 budget. Is that a budget that you set?
Yes, it's a budget that we, in the past, we have found that there's like a blanket amount of dollars that can be used for, like, for bill inserts. And as Cindy stated, you know, she looks at how much she spends in the previous years and recommends for the following year how much that budget should be. And her and I agree on it.
Okay. And so is it your understanding that there's no proposal internally to expand that budget? It'll be the same as it has been under the previous programs?
At this point, we have not agreed to add any dollars to that budget.
And do you know if, is it your expectation that that budget will be revisited in light of the additional expected advertisements that Duke intends to undertake?
We always redo a budget in May of every year. So as we look at that, if we felt there was a higher need, we would discuss whether or not there might be funds available to provide that or not.
Do you have the data request responses in front of you? There should be one, AGDR 101-004.
Yes,
You might have turned to that. And are you aware of Ms. Gibbons' attachment B that laid out the additional, I don't want to get the title of it wrong, the HEA communication plan? I can provide you a copy of that.
yeah, I'm not finding my copy, which,
You're talking about what was attached to her testimony.
As
correct?
attachment B to Ms. Gibbons' testimony. I'm happy to provide the copy I have.
Not the
I've got it.
request.
Or actually, do you mind if I approach? I'll just give this back to David. I just want you to be able to look at them side by side. So if you could turn to number 4 in the AG's initials, I'll give you this to hold up side by side. I think that it's, work it back. AGDR 1, question number 4. I know there's a lot of paper in this case, so just take your time and let me know when you're there.
is that part of the data request?
It is. Data request AG-DR-01-004.
Okay, got it.
And you see that, I guess the top says, date received July 15th, 2019 on the 4th line, just to make sure we're on the same page.
No, I'm not,
Oh, okay.
I'm still not finding it, I'm sorry.
You've switched from, your exhibit was from the
I handed her
2017,
the
but
separate
you're talking
exhibit.
about the 2018 now,
Yeah.
right? The 2018 370?
Yes.
Okay. So you have that. Can I approach on or just?
May.
Did you see that the request starts off with reference to the direct testimony of Cindy Gibbons, attachment B?
Yes,
And I've provided you attachment B separately. Do you see that?
yes.
I agree. Okay. So do you see the differences in the expectations that will be undertaken in terms of advertising the HEA program?
Yes.
That there's an expansion?
Mhm.
Okay. And so do you see the question for C there, the request says provide the cost estimates and support for DEK's and NKCAC's advertisement for the HEA programs. Do you see that request?
Yes, I do.
And the response on the next page just states, the company anticipates the budget to be less than $20,000 annually. Do you see that?
Yes,
And that's just the current budget.
that's correct.
So has the company undertaken an independent review or any expectation as to whether or not the new advertisements what they will cost?
We have not, except to say that, again, Cindy knows what she typically pays for bill inserts, and then the cost for like emails as well as other social media events that she does. And I know from our discussions, her feeling was that with Winter Care and HEA being marketed together, we felt that we were going to try and see if that $20,000 was going to be sufficient to incorporate those changes.
Okay. And, I'll save the rest of my questions for, community action. Thank you, Ms. Maggio. That's all the questions I have, Chairman.
Mr. Dutton, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Cicero?
You're the manager of Miss Givens among other personnel in your group, right?
Yes, I am.
And how often do you go through their work to make sure that they're doing what they're supposed to do? Or you just talk about discussing the advertising budget, so, I mean, is that a frequent thing, or do they kind of do their thing and you do your thing? I'm just curious how
With each of my employees, I have a one-on-one, and we talk for half an hour to an hour every other week. So at that time, we review some of the initiatives they're working on and how things are going with those initiatives.
So is there ever a time that you ask for initiatives from your employees? I mean, you've heard much of the testimony this morning centered around it's always been done that way, so it's continued to be done that way. There's never been anything proposed to change the way it's been done. Is there a reason why that type of conversation doesn't occur, or has it occurred and it's just been put aside?
You know, typically, when we know that there is something like, for instance, the new proposed HEA, Cindy and I would sit and talk about it and make sure that we kind of are in agreement on the direction it's going to take. As far as, you know, looking at, for instance, like, you know, if you look at the fact that she's not doing an audit, that was not something that I understood was even in the contract. That was a requirement. So it's not something that I would have brought up as
So-
not being completed.
Well, that's speaking of the contract. Let's reference the order that the Attorney General referenced earlier that requires that the actual administrative costs be provided from Kentucky, Northern Kentucky Community Action Council on an annual basis to the commission, which, I mean, that's a legal document. You wouldn't look at that document or be aware of that requirement outside of Ms. Givens commenting to you that it's a requirement?
Many times when the data request occurs, the request goes to the program manager. They would complete it, and I would review it and make sure that it's properly being answered, and then it would go on to regulatory. So I would review it at a high level, but I don't always know all the details to know whether something is missing or not.
Okay, so separate data requests from an order that's issued by the commission, that it's a requirement. A legal requirement for the company to comply with. And your group has responsibility for it. You wouldn't ensure that whoever it is reporting to you is complying with whatever that order was?
I would, definitely.
but it's not happening right now.
I wasn't aware of all of the details, I guess, of that order.
Well, I looked at the order at lunch, and there's not a lot of detail to that order that's other than very specific in terms of talking about that requirement, and that's not being done. And I see this as a delinquency in how Duke is approaching this whole thing. It seems, what I'm getting out of what I'm seeing today so far is that people are comfortable in their jobs, that there was an effort to revamp a program because the commission decided to have this hearing and their part of their program to revamp the low-income assisted program in general. But there's no initiative by Duke, or at least the group that we're discussing right now, to do anything to improve it. Everything is just status quo. We continue, the administrative fee is what the administrative is. Nobody questions it. Nobody brings new initiatives that says this is how we can improve things. I mean, we're talking about a fairly large group of people here. You indicated there's 4 managers with an average of 7 people, and there's a director. We're talking about probably 30 people in the whole organization, and I'm still interested in how all that's allocated. But I don't understand how somehow, with the oversight that exists here, that nothing happens to change things. And if there's a mistake, it's more because people aren't aware of it, or they didn't know they were supposed to do it. You kind of see where the concern is from the commission's perspective. If you would expect, if an order was issued, that someone in the organization would have responsibility to comply with the order. I mean, the commission isn't lily white here either, because obviously they asked for it and it hasn't been provided, and I don't think anybody here has done anything to ensure that Duke provides it. Now that we're into it, I'm certain that Duke will provide that information in the future. But it's discerning that we're at this stage of going through this process and finding out that there doesn't seem to be a lot of making certain that things are done either according to the contract or according to the order. I know it didn't require a response. I don't have anything else for you.
Commissioner Matthews, questions?
I don't have anything.
Just a couple. Under the weatherization, under the program that Duke proposes to implement, signing up for and accepting weatherization services is required before a person can be eligible to receive assistance, a subsidy assistance. Isn't that correct?
I need to refer back to that
Sure.
sheet, please.
Look at the agreement. Look at the provision.
So yes, it says that when they want to get the subsidy, that they should be applying for and accept the weatherization services if it's
I mean, if they don't apply for weatherization services, they're not eligible for the subsidy, correct? And all I want to know is why? Why is that requirement there?
I do not know the answer to that, I'm sorry.
Well, that's okay, I just wondered, maybe we could, because I have an idea it has a benefit that affects somebody, but maybe is of no benefit to somebody else. Insofar as, I know there's, Ms. Gibbons, I guess, everything's put together, whether it's a data request or filings with the commission on an annual basis. And as you indicated, somebody does part of it, maybe Ms. Gibbons does her part, then you look at it and review it. Maybe, I don't know, maybe somebody reviews other parts of it or what you do. But the bottom line is, I guess, in order to make sure that the filings are done correctly or complete requires knowledge of what the orders are or what the criteria is that must be met. Would you agree with that?
Yes, Your Honor.
You don't know if you're complying with commission orders or even with the terms of the contract with Northern Kentucky unless you actually read it and know what it says, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, all I'm saying is that I know as time goes by, orders have age on them and new people come in and say, you know, I didn't know that was there. We've never done this before. What I want to ask you is do you think that legally that's an excuse for failure of compliance is because you didn't know of the order?
No, Your Honor.
Well, I mean, somebody ought to know, and I don't know if there's a method of, you know, I mean, we all fall short. I mean, we all do. Whether we put it on the wall, you know, or write it on the restroom wall, something, so you know, or have a tickler system or something that says this is what the requirements are. Do you know personally whether or not your legal department reviews these filings before they're made with the commission?
I can't personally say what they review.
Okay.
I don't have knowledge of that.
Okay, thank you. No further questions. Anything, Mr. Sims?
No question, Your Honor.
Anything else from anyone?
No, sir.
May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am, you may be excused. Anyone, who's next?
Trish Hammerly, please.
Please raise your right hand, Ms. Hamlin. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You may be seated. Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Hammerly, would you please state your name and business address for the record?
Trisha Hammerly, 139 East 4th Street, Cincinnati, Ohio, 45202.
And Ms. Hammerly, would you please state what your position with the company is?
Yes, I'm Senior Strategy and Collaboration Manager for Duke Energy, Ohio and Kentucky.
And could you please describe what your responsibilities are as it relates to Duke Energy Kentucky?
Sure. So I work on our regulatory filings for our DSM programs, and I work with our program managers on any changes they may have to the programs that we would need to file and get permission from the commission to do. And I work with our external stakeholders, our collaborative, on keeping them informed of what Duke is proposing and just, you know, how the programs are performing year in and year out.
And as it relates to this proceeding, were you involved in the preparation of the company's application and schedules?
Yes, I was.
And are you involved in do you assist in the preparation of the tariffs for this?
Yes.
And in this proceeding, did you sponsor any data requests, or are you adopting any data requests that have been answered by the company?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. The witness is available for cross-examination.
Falcon, questions?
Yes, sir. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Doing okay. I'd like to direct you, if I could, to refer you to the attachment to Duke's response to Commission staff's third request for information, item 1B. It's Duke's response to Commission staff third request for information, item 1B, which it references the attachment to the response.
Okay, I think I'm there.
Okay, if we can go to page 1 of the attachment, please.
Okay.
If you'll notice that for 2009, the fund balance at the end of the year is $57,000, and this amount is carried forward to the beginning of 2010. Yet Duke Kentucky states in its annual DSM filing that any unused HEA funds are returned back to their customers. Can you clarify whether unspent HEA funds are returned to customers at the end of each fiscal year as a credit to the DSM charge, or are the unspent funds carried forward and available for the HEA program?
So we do true up the HEA funds on a annual basis on a fiscal year. So any funds that were remaining, that were collected during that year are included as part of the DSM rider true up portion.
Just one moment, please. And can you explain, please, how for year 2010, NKCAC was able to spend over $30,000 more than it received in HEA funding?
I'm not familiar with what they would have spent for that given year. I do know that, again, we would true up within each fiscal year, so if they had overspent, then that would be part of the true up as well.
I have nothing further for this witness.
Mr. Chandler?
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Ms. Hammond. How are you?
Good, how are you?
You do the annual filings.
I do,
That November 15th filing that was discussed earlier, you're well aware of that?
yes.
And you would agree that in lieu of reflecting NKCAC's actual administrative costs, that what's included in that filing is merely the 15% times funds dispersed?
Yes,
And that is Duke's actual cost,
right.
but not NKCAC's actual administrative costs.
I believe that's correct, yes. It
So,
says,
how long have you been doing those filings?
Since 2010,
Okay. And so the requirement to include all those different line items comes from a case from 2008. So let's just say it was entered in 08 or 09. So that predates you.
correct.
During your time, had you ever filed NKCAC's actual costs?
I believe I've always filed them the way it is in the current application.
And is it your understanding, or do you know if that's the way it was done before you got there?
I would assume so, yes.
Were you aware that the order said NKCAC's actual administrative costs before today?
No, I was under the impression that we were filing it the way we were supposed to be filing it, since we footnote it and state that it's the funds based off of distribution cost. I thought we were following the guidelines.
That's all I have, Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Hammond.
Mr. Dutton, any questions?
No question.
Mr. Cicero?
Just one question.
Sure.
I'm curious, when you see money returned to the DSM programs as a credit, does that ring a bell with, or does that, where bells go off saying, why are funds going back into the program that are unspent?
I mean, personally, I'm not the one who manages the program, so I guess,
But
know,
you would see it.
Yeah, I see it. I do see it. I get the attachment that we just discussed. I mean, that's the same attachment I get that feeds into the application that I fill in the data for, yes.
Do you see it from any other jurisdiction where funds are actually returned back because of being underspent?
So I work on the filings for Ohio and Kentucky, and we just don't have this program in Ohio.
Okay. That's all I have.
Mr. Matthews?
I don't have any.
I have no questions. Mr. Simmons, questions?
No question, Chairman.
Anything else?
Nothing further.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. You may sit down. Next.
We could call Robert Williams, please, from NK.
No, wait.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Spiller, I misspoke. Miss Amy Spiller, please. Thank you,
Richard asked a question.
Richard. I apologize.
Will
Amy
you be
Spiller,
calling
please.
Mr. Mifflin at some point?
I can. Yes, I will.
Okay, after Ms. Spiller, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be seated. Counsel?
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Spiller, would you please state your name and business address for the record?
Sure, Amy Spiller, my business address is 139 East Fourth Street, Cincinnati, Ohio, 45202.
And would you please, for the record, state your position with the company?
Certainly, I am our state president for Duke Energy Kentucky and Duke Energy Ohio,
And when did you assume that role?
June 1st, 2018.
Thank you. And Ms. Spiller, you provided direct testimony in the company's natural gas base rate case, which has been consolidated into this proceeding, correct?
I did,
And you testified at that proceeding,
I
correct?
did.
Your Honor, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Counsel?
Good afternoon, Ms. Spiller.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rath.
If you would speak up as best you can, because I have trouble hearing.
Certainly.
You've only been president of Duke, Kentucky and Ohio a year, but you've been employed with the utility for many years, is that correct?
A little more than 16, sir.
Okay. To the best of your knowledge, did Duke, Kentucky ever perform a comprehensive review of the effectiveness of its HEA program prior to the review that was conducted in conjunction with the amended HEA that was filed here in July of this year?
Mr. Rath, could you just define for me what you would describe as a comprehensive review?
Well, looking at the program and saying, gee, is it working? Is it achieving the goals that an HEA program should achieve?
I do not believe, sir, that there would have been that sort of internal evaluation of the program.
Okay.
I would say, though, Mr. Raff, we did discuss these programs with the collaborative in those 3-year increments when we would have been filing for reapproval of those programs. So there would have been a conversation with external stakeholders concerning the functioning of the Home Energy Assistance Program.
Did you ever participate with that collaborative?
I did not, sir.
Okay, and it would be fair to say that you probably don't know what information the collaborative has access to regarding the HEA program?
That's a fair statement.
Okay. Is there anyone at Duke, Kentucky that is responsible for periodically reviewing the effectiveness of the Kentucky HEA program?
I would say, Mr. Raff, that in connection with our request to renew the program in those 3-year increments, there would have been a conversation both internally as well as with the collaborative. And I believe that contemplated under the Kentucky law.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that until the informal conference that was held as part of this case on May 31 of this year, that prior to that Duke, Kentucky did not have any intent to modify the HEA program?
I would say based upon our past experience, the fact that customers were being served under this program, that there was support from the Attorney General for the program and its then existing structure, that is a fair statement.
Okay. Prior to May of this year, were you aware that each year's HEA funds were not completely spent in the year that they were collected? And that there in fact was a refund of those funds at the end of the year?
I was aware, Mr. Rath, of the refund for what would have been the most recent fiscal program year. I want to say around $47,000. That was something that was addressed in a discovery response that I was responsible for relative to the natural gas rate case.
Okay. Each month, does Duke Kentucky disconnect service to customers for failure to pay their bills?
I don't know that that would occur every month, but yes, we do have disconnection for non-payment procedures.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that the HEA funds that were not spent each year and then returned to customers was a result of shortcomings in the HEA program rather than a lack of low-income customers in your service territory needing assistance in paying their electric and gas bills?
I can't say, Mr. Rath, that there was a shortcoming in the program. As Ms. Givens identified, we have a variety of programs that are available for customers. So when any residential customer finds themselves in that circumstance of being unable to pay their bills, engagement with the company can lead to any one of a number of solutions, among them a payment plan, et cetera. And so I can't attribute a systemic failure to the HEA program.
So the fact that there were funds collected that were intended to be used to pay the utility bills of low-income customers, those funds were not used and actually refunded to ratepayers, that doesn't indicate a systemic problem with the program?
I think it identifies an opportunity for us to do better, and that's what we're proposing to do through the amended program that's before the commission today.
Fair enough. Can you tell us who developed the amended HEA program that's now proposed in this case?
It would have been developed through members of our team, our Duke Energy team, among them our legal counsel, as well as Cindy Gibbons and others.
Was it done in conjunction with the folks from Northern Kentucky Community Action Council?
There was certainly input that was solicited, particularly as we were thinking around program administration, communication, as well as those fees. So yes, there would have been conversation with the Northern Kentucky Community Action Committee.
Okay, thank you. I believe that's all the questions I have.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chandler?
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Miller. I missed the question. What was it you were saying that, what program was it that you were saying that the AG had provided his support to?
The Home Energy Assistance Program.
And when was that support provided?
So and I will go back, so 2008 was when we had that. I know order has been discussed in these proceedings this afternoon, but thereafter, Mr. Chandler, we made filings on approximate 3-year increments to extend that program. And within those filings, there was the opportunity for the Attorney General's office to intervene, and in fact, they did. Comment provided by the Attorney General. So throughout, when I think of the 2011, 2014, 2017 filings, the Attorney General's office would have been participating in that and expressing comment. We also have the collaborative that we conduct, I want to say November of every year, and again, an opportunity for the Attorney General to comment on the structure of the HEA program.
Yeah, and I appreciate that color. I'm wondering, when you said specifically that the AG provided support for the program or voiced their support, I'm wondering specifically what you were referring to.
The filings, our triennial filings to renew the program.
Okay, so for instance, when you're saying that when Ms. Hammerly asks members of the collaborative whether they approve of the filing, correct? The collaborative filings?
I was thinking more, for example, and I don't know the actual year of the filing, Mr. Chandler, but there was one of our filings in which the Attorney General's office expressed concern with what we were proposing was the 200% threshold, 200% of the federal poverty level as a threshold for customers who would be eligible under the HEA. The Attorney General expressed that concern, and ultimately we settled on that threshold of 150%.
Right, I just want to go back and make sure that it's clear in the record, though, that, for instance, when Duke files its DSM filing and requests approval from the collaborative, is it your understanding that the Attorney General chooses to refrain from taking a position on those applications prior to them being filed?
No, I was speaking more of the exchange that would occur within the filings that happen every 3 years.
And the record will reflect as to what level of support the Attorney General takes?
Correct.
You're not taking ownership of this program, are you?
No, and I just wanted to clarify that for the record. Thank you, Chairman. The case that you were referring to just a minute ago about the matter in which the Attorney General's office expressed concern for raising the threshold to 200% for certain programs. Do you know what that case number was?
I don't, Mr. Chandler. I believe that may have been the filing in 2008, though.
Does 2008 100 sound about right?
I'll trust your number.
And do you have personal knowledge of that case?
The 2008 case, I would not have been personally involved. I've reviewed some of the papers in it.
So you wouldn't have been the attorney on the case?
No. John Finnegan, I believe, filed that for us, a former member of our legal department.
So I'll ask that as a post-hearing data request, because I at least have in front of me a copy of the notice in that case in which you were the attorney that signed it in 2008 100.
I joined the regulatory department in mid-2008. I don't know that they would have given that to me as my first assignment, but the records are what they are.
Kent, what is your request?
Yeah, I'm just going to ask for a confirmation that Ms. Spiller was personally involved in that case.
Okay.
And so insofar as that case was the matter in which the commission entered an order requiring certain information to be provided for in annual filings, you would agree that if you were an attorney on that matter, you would have had personal knowledge of that?
I would have read the order, yes.
Going back to your the questions that Mr. Raff had asked you, do you know of any other opportunities in either the HEA or DSM programs that you feel Duke needs to address?
So I'm pausing only because I'm not sure I fully appreciate your question. Are you asking me opportunities for improvement?
Yeah, I think the question for Mr. Raff centered around deficiencies, I think, in which you termed as opportunities. And I'm curious as to whether or not you are aware of any other opportunities that that Duke may be looking at to cure as part of its HEA or DSM programs.
I think just on a holistic level, Mr. Chandler, we do visit and revisit our programs, and I think as we're learning through the passage of time, our customers are communicating with us in different forums and in different ways, right? And so I think it's incumbent upon us, as Ms. Gibbons alluded to, that we need to change the way in which we communicate with our customers, to find other ways to connect with them. So as we have different programs under DSM, for example, we may have some that appear to have a lower subscription rate. So the question that I have had to Lori and her team, more pertinent to Ohio and Kentucky, is there a way that we can increase information, the notoriety around those programs to enlarge the customer awareness? So I think we have to continually refine the way in which we engage with our customers. They're changing in that respect.
So let me ask, On that note, you were in the room earlier when Ms. Maggio noted that there's no longer a requirement to be in arrears to participate in the weatherization program. And you understand from Ms. Maggio's testimony today that once you enter the weatherization program, if the Northern Kentucky Community Action Council weatherizes your home, the customer receives a $150 bill credit.
Right.
And so insofar as that customer is not in arrears, you would agree that that $150 bill credit would possibly be in excess of what they actually owe that month, correct?
That's possible.
And has Duke undertaken any review as to how that program will interact with its subsidy program that it's proposing?
Not to my knowledge, but certainly that is something that we can do.
And so that may be another opportunity.
Sure.
That's all the questions I have, Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Dutton,
No questions.
Commissioner Cicero.
Good afternoon, Ms. Miller.
Good afternoon.
We understand, or at least that I understand, the organization responsible in Duke for managing these programs is part of a corporate group. Is that right?
Correct.
It does not report directly to you or Duke, Kentucky.
It does not, that's correct.
So any allocation of costs associated with those programs would be directed from the corporate group back to Duke, Kentucky, and you would pay for those services.
They may be included in our base rates here in Kentucky, yes, sir.
I'm pretty sure they probably are. I don't know where else they would go. At any rate, the question I have for you, seeing as how we've heard that there really doesn't seem to be a lot of change going on with these programs, other than what was just presented to the commission as a proposed program. Prior to this, the administration of the programs seems to be on autopilot with a repetitiveness that doesn't show a lot of initiative for change. What role do you play, or your Duke, Kentucky play, in pursuing actions by the corporate group to do those activities that Duke, Kentucky would like them to do? In other words, like audit the program, or follow the commission order, or any of the number of other activities that if they reported directly to you, you would probably say, as part of my organization structure, I'm having a meeting with the group that oversees this program, and tell me what's going on, and tell me what your activities are, and what are you doing to make it better. But instead, since you have no control over these on a direct basis, maybe dotted line, I don't know, but the costs are allocated to you, but I don't really see how you have oversight. Can you tell me how that process works in Duke?
Sure, and I would agree, I don't have direct oversight for the implementation of the programs. The best way, Mr. Vice Chairman, that I can describe it is a matrixed organization. But these are requests that we are advancing through the regulatory channels. And that's where I do have direct responsibility. And so I would certainly commit to you, sir, that as we move forward with regulatory filings here in the Commonwealth, there has to be a conversation among the Duke Energy teams, whether within our local level or the corporate level, to challenge each other to make sure that we're putting forth the most robust, customer-oriented programs that we can. And so I will say this was a program, to your point, that felt a bit like auto renewal. Right? When I go back and look at the filings that we had in 2011, in 2014, and 2017, it was a rather, I will say, a rather expedited process. We made a filing to continue the programs as is, and those programs were continued as is. We thought they were working well because no customers were being turned away or denied service. I think through the challenge of this commission and your staff, we have learned that there clearly are opportunities for improvement, for us to enlarge this program, increase the efficiency of this program, and help more people. And that's the sort of conversation, sir, that we need to be having with all of our filings that we present to you.
And I think you would agree that no one being turned away is a good metric, but returning money back for a program that's supposed to help low income is probably also a metric that shows it probably isn't being efficiently addressed. That was just a comment. So, this new initiative that's been presented to the Public Service Commission, who drove that initiative? Was it somebody in Duke, Kentucky, or was it from the corporate office that's responsible for managing these programs?
I would say that the primary driver would have been here at the local level. Certainly when we were before you in the natural gas rate case proceeding, this was an item that was addressed. Clearly of concern, top of mind to the commission. And during the technical conference that we had in May, I think it was very apparent to us here at the local level that the time was right for us to come in and seek ways to enhance, to improve this program.
So is there now a person that you would consider as the liaison between Duke, Kentucky and the corporate group on pursuing opportunities, as the AG referred to them, or improvements of other portions of the program, or to make sure that what you filed is successful? In other words, somebody that follows through?
I would say, and I appreciate the need for wanting to have one person in charge of that. I have every confidence in Cindy Gibbons and her attention to this sort of program. I mean, her track record speaks to the commitment to our low-income customers and partners. I am looking to my lawyer, Mr. D'Ascenzo, who will be making annual filings, and I think is another who will be sure that we're looking for ways to improve and to enhance. But Mr. Vice Chairman, that responsibility, it rolls uphill and it lands with me.
Well, I'm sure that was the way you would prefer it to be. One last question, and you may not know the answer, and I'm going to ask it of Mr. Mifflin when he comes up, but do you know how much is allocated to Kentucky of that organization's expenses on an annual basis?
I do not, sir.
Okay, I'll ask him, and if he doesn't know, then I'll ask it as a post-hearing data request, because I'm interested to see what the total budget is, what the portion is that's allocated to Kentucky, and what the basis for the allocation is, and then use that allocation basis to have a comparison of what the dollars are as far as what Duke has dedicated to these programs, to see if there's a correlation that Kentucky ratepayers on an individual basis versus the benefit that they receive, that there's some kind of correlation there versus it just sounds like a good number. So this is we know how we allocate the cost, but we're really not sure how we generate a benefit to the Kentucky ratepayers that are low income, whether the amount is the correct amount or not the correct amount.
The amount being the per meter charge or other?
All of the above. We obviously have other IOUs in Kentucky whose per meter charge is much higher than the 10 cents. That hasn't changed forever with Duke. And we're going to look at that as part of this overhaul of the program and standardization if it can be done. And also in the corporate responsibility to being a good neighbor. I think that's kind of the template that corporations usually use when they're talking about being in a neighborhood and how good they are as far as their being a good neighbor. How much money can be utilized from the shareholders in order to improve those programs, and whether 25,000 committed with the 25,000 potential is really the right amount, or under the new program, whether it's $50,000 or whatever it may be, but making certain that there's some kind of balance between what's being allocated to Kentucky as far as costs go and what Duke Kentucky is willing to commit on a benefit basis.
And so in that respect, Mr. Vice Chairman, you had made a comment earlier about sort of the per customer charge, and if we could focus just for a moment on the shareholder component, because you know here we are looking to increase significantly above the shareholder dollars in winter care that are tied to the home energy assistance program, right? So we are proposing to increase that by an additional $100,000. And if I look at what we do in Kentucky versus what we do in Ohio, we, under our heat share program in Ohio, it's $100,000 match for employees and customers who contribute to that program, as well as $100,000 in additional shareholder money. We have 639,000 electric customers in Ohio, so about 31 cents per customer. In Kentucky, $100,000 against 127,000 electric customers is about 33 cents per customer. I would only ask, sir, that we consider Duke Energy Kentucky holistically, right, and other shareholder contributions that we make through our foundation, which I think are incredibly beneficial. And my last request, if I may so indulge the commission, is that we look at the situational differences between the utilities. I appreciate consistency, absolutely, and I think there can be some basic consistency, but these home energy assistant programs that we have across the Commonwealth, many of them that may have been born out of settlement agreements, that, as we know, involve different concessions for different reasons.
Yes, we do know that. I think that's been proven out over about 3 or 4 cases that we've had recently, but yes, we do know that, which is probably one of the reasons why we are down the path we are in terms of looking at this from a top-down rather than a bottom-up viewpoint, is that the commission can see all of the programs and have a perspective of how they're being applied to the different geographic and utilities in the Commonwealth. So yes, Duke is looking at it from their perspective of the jurisdictions they operate in, and it's already been shown that it's spread all over the place because some you don't pay an administrative fee on and some you do, and the amounts are all over the place. And from our perspective, we can look at it at what goes on in Kentucky, and we also know the amounts that are being contributed from shareholders and what the per meter charge is. So we're going to look at it from the perspective of what happens in the Commonwealth. And yes, I appreciate the fact that Duke contributes to other philanthropies that go on in northern Kentucky. I'm fully aware of that. On the other hand, I do not know what goes on in the other jurisdictions that Duke operates in. So I can't comment on that, but I can comment on what happens here, and I think that's the perspective we're looking at. So I appreciate your answers. I thank you very much. I don't have anything else. Sure.
Commissioner Matthews?
I don't have any questions.
Just a couple. I know there's a collaborative. Can you tell me what groups are members of the collaborative?
Sir, I don't have all of those committed to memory. I know it's the Attorney General's Office, the Northern Kentucky Community Action Agency, certainly Duke Energy Kentucky, and I believe those are the 3 that immediately come to mind for me.
Have you considered, or do you know if anyone at Duke has considered using someone other than Northern Kentucky Community Action Program to provide eligibility requirements and do the same things they do?
I don't believe we have considered that to date, sir, just for sake of efficiency, with Northern Kentucky Community Action Agency being the identified designate for purposes of LIHEAP and qualifying individuals for LIHEAP benefits. We simply thought that they were the appropriate agency to do that in our service territory.
But there has not been, at least in Duke's program, any independent evaluation of the effectiveness of Northern Kentucky Community Action Program, correct?
I would say that's correct, yes.
The reason I say that is one assumes, maybe an erroneous assumption, that a more aggressive solicitation of applicants for these programs might have produced more in terms of low-income people who could take advantage of it. And on the other, there are community action programs all across this state. I personally have called some of those and asked about their various programs, have no clue about what the programs are, or they couldn't explain it to me how they actually operate. And I don't know, you may not know about the Kentucky Utilities issue when we had their rate case in here last year, and we have found, what, 800 people who were not able to access benefits because basically of just mistakes on their part in terms of determining how much funds were available for people. And I call into question, essentially myself, the adequacy or the commitment of community action programs to basically administer these programs. And I know there are others out there who basically are capable of doing it, and perhaps they ought to at least be evaluated to see if perhaps they'd be willing to do the work and do it at a cheaper cost than these people apparently are able to do. So would you be willing to consider that, or is that off the table?
I don't think it's off the table, but I would certainly like the opportunity, and I know we have a one-year agreement with the Northern Kentucky Community Action Agency proposed in this filing, but I would like the opportunity, sir, to see how the new partnership unfolds with a new communications plan, a new structure. They have a new executive director in Ms. Bowman, and I think we have much confidence in her in the administration of these programs in Northern Kentucky. So I would simply ask for the opportunity. Let's see how the first year goes.
Speaking only for myself, if they don't perform any better than they have, I'll never vote to basically permit them to be involved in any of these low-income programs, for whatever. In terms of filings here at the commission, when these annual filings are due for the DSM program or for anything else, what role, if any, does your legal department play in reviewing those filings to see if they're accurate?
They have, I would say, the most critical role. They are the individuals who are preparing, finalizing, filing those responsibilities, or filing those filings and certifying them.
Well, I mean, I can understand we all miss things, but in terms of this requirement from the old 2008 case order that Northern Kentucky Community Action Council's actual administrative costs associated with implementing the program be filed. Now, we know that apparently hasn't been done. Were you aware that it wasn't being done?
So, Mr. Chairman, I think we interpreted that order differently. And the reason that I say that is because after the 2008 order, with every filing that we thereafter made to extend the HEA program, we continued to indicate within those papers that the fee structure was one that was predicated upon 15% of fees dispersed. And so we were under our interpretation of the order is that the administrative cost or fee structure continued to be approved, that was continually approved, was one of 15% of fees dispersed. So we simply interpreted the order differently.
Well, I mean, in a filing that you made as counsel in 2014-00094, Mr. DeCenzo maybe actually signed it, but your name was on it, and it said, represented what Duke does. Consistent with the Commission's order in case number 2011-00109, Duke Energy Kentucky files an annual progress report for the HEA program along with its annual demand-side management filing. Duke Energy reports on the following, and it lists a number, but then it gets down and says the NKCAC's actual administrative costs associated with implementing the program. But we know the actual administrative costs have never been filed. What's been filed is basically the cost to Duke to pay the 15% to NKCAC, correct?
We reported on the costs actually paid.
That's right.
Yes.
But what it actually, can you see a reason why in evaluating a program or evaluating administration, why a body like the Public Service Commission would want to know actually what NKCAC's actual administrative costs were, to see how they aligned with the amounts they were actually being paid?
As I've been through this proceeding today, yes, sir, I absolutely appreciate that.
And their costs, whatever they are, at least on a percentage basis, appear to be much greater than what Kentucky Utilities, Kentucky Power, and others are paying. That's the only thing. And I'll be honest, what really aggravated me, and one reason why I would have insisted on having this hearing no matter what, was simply because when we filed the data request in this case, and we had 6 or 7, 5 or 6 anyway, responses was, well, this is all, information is all in the, we're not NKCAC, and this is their financial information and we can't get it. But notwithstanding, and you provided some answers. I mean, I understand that on these programs, Duke can or ought to be able to get every single bit of information and financial data applicable to this program. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that, sir, and I too was a bit taken by the exchange prior to our lunch break. And we went back and I believe, yes, there were discovery responses that did include those objections. I think one of the concerns was with a question that we interpreted as asking for the entirety of the Northern Kentucky CAC operating budget, so well beyond the program that they administer for us. And that was one that I don't believe we were privy to disclose, or to disclose.
Well, I understand, but you saw the others, and with that one, I mean, a phone call might have helped, all right?
It is not our intention, sir, to be obstructionist, and yes, the regulatory body should have access to program data regarding programs that they approve.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Anything else?
No, sir.
Mr. Dutton? No?
No
I want to
questions.
keep giving you a chance.
I appreciate that, Chairman.
May Ms. Spiller be excused?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. You may be
Thank you, Your Honor.
excused. Anyone else? Mr. Gallagher?
Rick Mifflin, please.
Why don't we take a few minute break? It's 2:30 and we've been here an hour and a half. Why don't we go to 10 minutes until 3 or so and come back, and that'll give everybody a chance to take a rest break. Okay, we're now back on the record. Mr. Gallagher, do you have another witness?
Rick Mifflin, please, from Duke.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be seated. Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Mifflin, would you please state your full name for the record, please?
Rick Mifflin.
And would you say what your title is with the company?
I'm Director of Products and Services.
Okay. And do you mind to just say a little bit about what that involves?
So with a team of around 30-some people, we deliver energy efficient and demand response programs to our customers in all our jurisdictions.
Okay. Now, you didn't file any testimony or data request response?
I did not.
Okay. Your Honor, tender the witness for cross-examination.
Mr. Gallagher?
Good afternoon. Do you have any connection to the HEA program?
I do not really, other than I'm aware of it, but from a day-to-day perspective, no.
Okay. I know this is a little awkward since I just called you, but I have no further questions. I know some other folks may.
Sure.
He called you because I asked you to be called.
It feels clear here for you. Any questions?
That's fine, I have no questions for Mr. Miller.
Mr. Dutton?
No questions.
Vice Chairman Cicero?
So my question is going to revolve around this total budget that your products and services group has. Approximately, how much is that budget? Do you know? I'm going to ask in a post-hearing data request if you don't.
It's better to get that data request, I think, to give you the exact number. It's a big number, though, across all jurisdictions. Is that what you're asking?
Yes. And then the portion that's allocated to Duke, Kentucky.
Yeah, so it's a big number. I mean, it's tens of millions of dollars. And what we typically do is we have a cost allocation manual. And as an example, let's say you had an expense that was going to cover all of our different jurisdictions. That cost allocation manual is based on customer count, and it says, here's what you would charge to each percentage for each jurisdiction, provided they all had the same equal input into the charge you're trying to pay for, if that makes sense.
It does. In other words, if programs are similar, then you would allocate across all jurisdictions, and if they're unique to a jurisdiction, then the costs associated with that program would only be allocated to the jurisdiction that it's applicable to.
That's exactly right.
Well, what I'll do is, rather than just asking questions that you probably can't get specific about, is I've already started writing my post-hearing data request to give to staff that I'll have sent to you. I'm interested in knowing what the total budget is, what's allocated to Kentucky, what the allocation methodology is, and there might be a couple other questions in there as well, but should that be directed to you?
That's fine to do
Okay.
that, and we'll make sure that gets answered. I would say, in general, is that if it's allocated across all states, I can tell you that 2% is typically the percentage allocated to Kentucky compared to the
Okay.
other jurisdictions. And we typically use that as the starting point of how we allocate those costs and account for them from an accounting perspective. But if there's something specific about it that says Kentucky has a heavier load for some reason, or a lesser load, then you can adjust that as a program manager and make that distinction.
Okay. I don't have any other questions for you.
Mr. Matthews?
I don't have any questions.
I have no questions. Mr. Sanford?
No question.
Anyone else?
No, sir.
Can I just ask, if, in the commission's data request, if they'll ask about the load that you were speaking at, what the allocation factors are, if that's possible, that could be part of the answer?
It can be. I may have misstated you when I said load. If you're thinking about energy load or something, that's not what I was talking about. It's more around the effort or the amount of benefit that might go to a jurisdiction. That would be the.
Your question was gonna confuse me, because that's what I thought he was talking about. Then
Great. No, that's great.
then
Thanks.
you moved over to energy load, I thought.
Sorry.
Okay, not a problem.
Okay. May this witness be excused?
Yes, sir.
Sir, you may step down. Thank you. All right, Mr. Balker, that exhausts Duke's witnesses.
Yes,
correct?
sir. If we can
Or is
call from NKCAC Katrina Bowman Thomas, please.
Ms. Thomas, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed. Mr. Dudley?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Bowman, can you state your current position with NKCAC?
Executive Director,
And how long have you been in that role?
1 year.
And where were you previous to having this current role?
I worked at another community action agency for 19 years.
Okay. And what roles did you hold there?
Family staff, center manager, director, and compliance manager.
Okay. And those are all separate roles, right? That's not
Yes.
just one long
Yes.
title?
Yes,
Okay,
I
So
served
you've held
in
sort of a
seven-
number of positions moving up the food chain, is that
Yes.
accurate? Okay. And what's your educational background?
I have a bachelor's in family studies and a master's in public administration with an emphasis in nonprofit management.
And can you please explain the Northern Kentucky CAC's mission?
Yes, we work with individuals and communities to help them to thrive. So we serve about 25,000 families over the course of a year through various programs. We have Head Start, we have financial empowerment, we have Youth Build, we have Lincoln Grant Scholar House that works with individuals that are in school, and we also house them. And we also have large energy assistance programs, which many we've talked about today. Again, we use all of those programs to work together in tangent to help individuals to reach self-sufficiency.
And what's the geographic area that you represent?
We serve the 8 most northern counties in Kentucky.
All right. And Duke's not in all 8 of those counties, I believe.
Correct.
Correct? It's just in 6 of the
It's in
counties?
6 of those counties.
Okay. Is the organization overseen by a board of directors?
Yes, we have a board. We have a tripartite board. It's made up of public and then 1/3 public, 1/3 of families that we serve, and then 1/3 private.
Okay. So you listed a few different programs that are offered by NKCAC. Is that sort of the range, or are there additional ones besides that?
So we have a full range of programs, and I think the ones that are most relevant today are our energy programs. So I'd like to talk a little bit about those and how those all work together. So
Okay.
just to give you an example of how our services work, say an individual, normally they come to us in a crisis situation, usually needing their gas bill paid, electric, their utilities are in danger of being shut off, they're on the verge of eviction. So what we do at that time is do an assessment with the family to see what is your most immediate need. And then we work to meet that need and then to say to the family, okay, what is it that you need to do
from here so you won't continue to stay in this emergency situation. But let me just give you one example of someone to sort of explain how all of the energy programs work together. So say a woman 65 years old comes in and she's single, she owns a home, and it's during the month of December, and she has a disconnect notice for, let's say, $800. What the family staff would do at that time is complete an intake to see, they determine how much income she has, again, her household size, which is one, her utility source, her fuel source, and then determine which program she's eligible for. So let's say she's eligible, she could be eligible for LIHEAP. LIHEAP is our first program that we use, and so that's subsidy. And that again is based upon the federal guidelines. So she could get a set amount based upon those LIHEAP regulations.
So let me ask you about that. You said LIHEAP is the first program. Is that always, whenever someone comes in with these types of issues, is that immediately always the first program that you look to provide funding?
LIHEAP is offered November through March. So during the heating season, yes, it is.
Okay. And then you were explaining what is there after LIHEAP?
Winter care.
Okay. And then is there, after winter care, there's HEA, or do those
HEA,
two work
yes.
together?
So then they would first do LIHEAP during the heating season, then they would do winter care up to $300. Then she could get an additional $300 through the HEA program. Now, if we see someone that has a bill, again, that was $800, we would say, and they own their home, let's see what's going on in your home, and ask them if they're interested in applying for weatherization. If she said yes at that time, then we would have an evaluator come to her home, do an evaluation, and based upon that evaluation, an audit is submitted back to us to say, these are the measures that this home needs to be able for it to be most sufficient. And the deferral list comes in because there's only certain measures that the federal LIHEAP program will pay for. So if her home has mold, they'll do the assessment and they'll say there's several measures that LIHEAP weatherization can pay for, but there's some measures that they can't pay for.
What are the types of measures that LIHEAP won't pay for?
Mold, there is roof leaking, there are pipes, bed bugs, as I mentioned. Those are, when we looked at our list, those are the top 4 issues that we see, that we've seen residents in our territories that have what they're dealing with.
And so the weatherization program, and I get weatherization and winter care sort of confused, so correct me if I'm saying this wrong, but the weatherization program is used for if there are issues in the home that LIHEAP dollars won't cover, then the weatherization program, those dollars will.
There's 2 parts of LIHEAP. So with LIHEAP, there is the subsidy and the crisis program, which is a credit onto that person's bill. That's one program. Then there's LIHEAP weatherization, and there's Department of Energy weatherization. 2 separate programs. So you don't have to, you can come in and you get LIHEAP subsidy. You do not have to get LIHEAP weatherization. 2 separate programs.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does, yes. So where does the weatherization that we're talking about today, where does that come into this sort of hierarchy of dollars that you're looking at?
So in this example with this lady, if she had mold, then the weatherization that's being proposed, we would use that money to alleviate the mold issue. Then we would be able to use the weatherization dollars to complete that job, the other work that needed to be done in that home.
Gotcha, okay. So without this program, then essentially those other federal dollars can't actually be utilized for this individual's home.
Exactly.
Okay, so it's essentially bridging the gap where this person would essentially get no assistance without this program as it's proposed, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So we talked a little bit about, was it winter care with the $2,500 average, or was it Is
That's
that
the
correct?
weatherization,
So
with
the weatherization,
with
again,
the-
I've
yeah.
been getting these confused all
Yeah.
day. So,
So with the health and safety that we're proposing, that Duke is proposing, then it would be an average of $2,500 per
Okay.
home. If it was over 2,500, then we would go back to Duke and say, if we needed more than that, and say, this is the situation, these are the measures, this is why, and then we would get approval for anything that was over $2,500.
okay, does that make it more likely that you'll be able to apply the full amount of funds that are available by having the flexibility to go above the $2,500?
Yes.
Okay. And the requirements for that, does that track the LIHEAP program then?
Can you say it again?
I guess the requirements you know what, let me strike that, I'm thinking of something different. So, do you expect that the full $50,000 amount that's been proposed to be allocated for that program will be spent each year?
Yes.
Okay. So we talked a lot this morning about HEA and how that works. So can you talk a little bit about how the HEA program, as it works in your organization, will change if the Duke application is approved?
Yes. So under the current model, HEA, a person can come in and they can get up to $300 of assistance. But you have to come in and apply. So say, for instance, you come in and your bill is only $100. You would apply, you would get that $100. But then if you have another bill, you'd have to come back in, apply, you'd have to re-verify your income, re-verify all your information, bring in another bill, and then based upon that amount, say it was another $100, you'd have to bring all that information again to reapply for that second $100. Then if you had another $100 bill that you couldn't pay, you would have to come back into the office, bring your bill, bring all your verification, your income, your household, all of that would have to be re-verified every single time that you needed that assistance. What we're proposing in this model is that you would come in once annually and you would be verified. You bring in your eligibility, your bill, all of that information, then you'd be placed in the program, and then you would be able to, depending on which utility, if you're gas and electric or gas only, then you would get the credits automatically on your account
Okay.
for that entire year.
So how was this program sort of put together? Did you work with Duke? Did they approach you? I mean, it sounds to me like it was collaborative, but explain how this worked. And I know that you're new to the position, so this may have
Yeah.
started before you got there,
Yeah.
but.
Yeah, so I've been studying this model for a while. Like I said, I've been in this work for 20 years and looked at different models sort of across the state and different places to see sort of what was most effective. And based upon my information from different organizations, I just sort of presented some of these ideas, and we worked collaboratively with Duke to say, based upon history with other community action agencies, when you go to this model and that has this automatic payment, that people are much more interested in that, because again, that's less time for them. People don't have to take off work. They don't have to deal with childcare issues. It's just more effective for our families, and we've seen people take more advantage of this type of model, this program.
And did you consult at all with the statewide CAC organization or the other
Yes.
smaller organizations when
Yes,
when
definitely.
considering this?
Yes, I worked with Roger McCann and told him, this is the model, and
And who's Roger McCann?
Roger McCann is the executive director for Community Action Kentucky, and Community Action Kentucky is the statewide organization for all community action agencies. So I talked with him and said, this is the model that we're looking to present, along with Duke in this particular case, and he said that, statewide, that they're looking to move to this same type of model.
Okay. So there was some discussion about trying to get individuals enrolled in the HEA program and to sort of spread the communications about that. Right now, how do people learn about the HEA program?
Right now, it's bundled with our energy programs. We advertise to all of the people that come into our neighborhood centers. We present that information to our community partners, but it's really just energy programs in general. We've never, up until this point, we've never really differentiated between the programs.
Okay. There was a communication strategy that was attached to Ms. Gibbons' testimony. And there was a section in there about NKCAC's communication strategy.
Yes.
Did you work with Ms. Givens to produce that?
Yes, we created that and worked with them on updating that. But one thing that I really believe is that we do need to do a better job of getting the word out to more people, not just about these programs, but all of our programs as a network. And so in that communication plan, we said specifically, we're going to, one thing that we haven't done is really gone back through everybody that's on our LIHEAP list, call them, say, hey, we have this additional program, we have these additional funds that we want you to take advantage of. If this model is approved, we have a new model that's going to be even more beneficial to you. The actual community events, I brought that to Cindy and the team, and I said, this is a way that I've seen, based upon my history, to really get people engaged. When you go into the neighborhoods of the people and let them see you there, then they see you more as a partner, and they want to become more engaged with you and with your programming. So that was a suggestion that we put out there to them that they were very interested in, us working on together and collaboratively.
So in terms of your efforts and your organization's efforts in new communications, the costs that are associated with that, are those going to be covered by the administration fee that's been proposed in this application?
Those will be internalized costs. We will pay those out of other funding sources because, as I mentioned before, we believe that just marketing and branding of all of our programs, we need to do a better job across the board. And we've been doing that since I've been in this position.
But to clarify, the HEA specific communications that you would be doing, those would not be funded through the HEA administrative fee. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So what amount in assistance do most clients currently receive? For HEA and sort of the winter care and the other energy programs?
Usually, it depends on household size. It's an average of about 330 of all of the programs: LIHEAP, winter care, HEA.
And so under the current HEA proposal, the individuals that are enrolled in the program would get increased assistance just from the HEA program, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so do you know what the expected amount for individuals in these programs would receive afterwards?
The new amount for HEA would be $749.
Okay, that was my question. I asked it very poorly, but that was my question. Thank you. Do you expect that you will have a surplus of funds at the end of the year if the Duke application is approved?
I do not. I do not expect to have a surplus. Again, based upon our new communication strategy, and also once people understand the difference in the program and they're only required to apply that one time, that is really going to remove a burden from those families, because as I said before, it's difficult to take off work. It's difficult to get in to apply, and that will, I believe, really have an impact and seeing more people come in for those services.
Do you ever deny participants who apply for HEA assistance?
If they're over income, they could be denied.
Any other reasons?
That's the only reason I can think of at this moment.
Okay. How often do you have to deny applicants for that reason?
There's one other. If they're over income and if they don't present all of their eligibility information, because you do have to verify your income, you have to verify that the utilities are in your name, you have to verify your household size. So you're given 5 days to bring that information in. So if you don't have that information, then your application can be denied as well.
Okay.
So
Can I ask a question?
Certainly.
On this one point?
Yes.
If I'm a homeowner, do I have to bring in a certified copy of my deed?
No, sir.
Mortgage and other, then how can you prove I'm the homeowner? Or does it matter?
You do not have to prove that you're the homeowner. If you say you're the homeowner, then we take that. If you apply for weatherization, then you do.
But under the Duke program, don't you have to apply for weatherization to be eligible for the HEA program?
No, sir.
That's not what it says. Did it say that in the, well, we'll talk about it later. Go ahead. Health and safety. You have to apply.
Oh, for the health, yes, for this health and safety you do,
And
because,
if you don't apply for that, you're not eligible for the subsidy. correct?
No, sir,
No, you're not eligible, or yes, you are?
that is not correct. The subsidy is separated out. So when you apply, when you come in and you apply for HEA subsidy,
Okay,
you
look,
do,
here, let me, on Exhibit A, on the program, it says, participants must apply for and accept weatherization services if available. Now, I've got an audit of the KU LG&E program done by Apprise, Applied Public Policy Research Institute, that says they've been cutting people off if they, A, don't qualify for the weatherization program, or they refuse weatherization. But that's not, even though it says you've got to apply, you're saying under the Duke program that if I'm eligible for weatherization and I say, I don't want it, you're not knocking me off the roll.
No.
I still
Sharon, can I approach so she
qualify.
can reference what it
Yeah.
is that you're looking at? I believe that's what he's looking at.
It's Exhibit A, HEA program fact sheet eligibility criteria that was attached. And my reading of it is that in order to initially, to meet the criteria to be eligible for the subsidy program, that participants must apply for and accept weatherization services if available. And it says that under eligibility requirements. And all I know is when I read the other programs, and I've seen Kentucky Powers, and they all say the same thing. And I've understood from Mr. McCann, who I met with, who we all met with on a couple of occasions, that there are circumstances under which if you're not, you got a problem with the weatherization issue, that you can lose your eligibility on the program.
On the HEA.
For the subsidy. Now, I don't know if that's correct. I'm just,
that is not,
that's
that's not
correct.
how we do that, no, and I can't, that
Okay.
is not how we do that. So you come in and you apply for HEA for the subsidy. Right then, before you leave, you are told if you're eligible and what that benefit amount is for. If you're eligible, say for $100, then we call Duke and say that we're pledging $100 on this person's account at that moment. Then the next day, then our internal staff send the information over and they get a list of everybody that's been qualified for HEA, and then Duke verifies that information that yes, this account is still active, it's still good, and then they apply that credit within the next several weeks. So there's nothing that's stopping them, and I see what you're saying here, it says
Well,
this.
then you wouldn't care, in fact, you'd agree that Duke ought to just wipe that out
We
altogether.
could take that
Just
off.
take that out altogether.
But I think it was put on here because we do believe that it could be helpful for families, especially if they have high bills, to apply for weatherization, because those measures are going to bring their bills down. So we do recommend that they apply, and that's how we do it. It says here that they must, but it's really a recommendation.
Well, then it seems to me that the language ought to be changed somewhat. I mean, nobody would argue about any of this except the fact that if someone's in need of a subsidy, but they don't qualify because they didn't apply for or wouldn't accept weatherization if available, just personally, I don't see why that ought to disqualify them from the subsidy.
Agreed,
Do you agree with that?
agreed.
Okay, thank you.
And that's not how we operate.
If I could, I'd like to approach the witness with Exhibit B from Ms. Gibbons' testimony. So, you discussed earlier that there are 8 counties that are in your territory that you serve, but there are only 6 that are serviced by Duke, is that correct?
Yes,
In that Exhibit B, is that essentially the locations of service centers, neighborhood centers, in each one of the counties that's served by Duke?
yes.
So there was some discussion by the commission earlier about allocation of funds to different locations in different counties, and how do you ensure that each county is getting the appropriate amount of money? Can you talk a little bit about how that works internally?
Yes, so We really, the way we do this is we look at the percentage of poverty in each of these counties, and then we distribute that we distribute funds to each county based upon that percentage of poverty. And our Vice President for Family Services oversees that process, and
So do you budget them, or do you, is that
So-
actually like an advanced budgeting of money per county?
So we know with HEA that we're gonna get approximately, I believe $41,000 a month, we know that. And so then we sort of can divide that up amongst those counties, based upon the percentage of poverty in that county. Now, for instance, one county, that Grant County, never spends out all of their funds. And when we went to investigate in Grant County to see what is going on, that there's just a lot of people in Grant County that do not want assistance. They would rather their electric be cut off. And so it's a mentality that we're dealing with there. So there's different issues. That's true.
They're Spartan mentality. They're gonna cut off electricity, but I won't accept the subsidy.
That's true. I mean, well, I've seen it myself. So there's different, you have to deal with different counties in different ways. So one thing that we've done in Grant County is say, okay, we have this assistance available for you, but you can bring in 2 cans of corn that you can be passed to a neighbor to get your light. They want to show where they're contributing back to their community in order to participate in this program. Nobody that in any of these service areas wants to come in and ask for money. People don't want to have to do that. And it's just a very difficult thing to do. And so we have to present it in a way to people that we're here to partner with you to help you to move to the next level. This is not a handout, but we're working in tangent with you.
Okay, if one of these neighborhood centers, they use their full allotment of money for the month or the quarter or whatever, and another family comes in seeking money, but that neighborhood center has already used their full allotment, how do you handle that situation?
Then that request goes to our vice president and she moves the money to that county.
Okay, so there would never be a rejection in one county for a lack of funds if the funds can be located in another neighborhood center?
Correct.
Okay. Last question. So you talked a little bit about the fact that you oversee the LIHEAP program. Because of that work that you do you believe that there's any other organization in Northern Kentucky that could administer this HEA program as effectively as your organization?
No, I do not, because we have a very comprehensive emergency services program. We don't just have that program. That's one of many programs that we work together in tangent to really meet those needs of those families. We have the federal funds, we have the Duke funds, we have the county funds. All of those work together to meet that need because that HEA is not enough just in and of itself to do it. The HEA, the administrative fee that's been talked about so much today, does not cover our expenses. We have many internalized expenses. As I mentioned, the vice president that oversees the family staff that administers that fund, she charges nothing to this program. We have many staff that work and do training and other aspects of the program that do not charge to this program because we believe in the program. We have other funding that we use to offset some of that administrative burden.
Thank you so much. With that, I will tender the witness for further examination.
Mr. Balker, is that you?
Yes, sir, thank you. How are you?
Good.
You actually answered a lot of my questions, so I'll move forward rapidly. There was listed in a post-hearing data request response, there was listed a number of individuals that help to administer the HEA program. I'm just gonna go through each one of them, and if you know, can you tell me what they do?
Yes.
If you know. Kelly Horn.
Kelly Horn is an assistant manager that oversees the direct staff that provide the service. So she would direct charge.
Sorry, can you explain that a little bit more?
Kelly Horn, she oversees the staff that
Uh-huh.
work directly with the families, but she does not charge. She does not charge the HEA,
Okay,
but she is a part of that program.
okay. What about Megan Bradford?
Megan Bradford, I believe she is a center manager that would work directly with the families.
Okay. Sally Smith,
Same,
Teresa Finke?
same.
Jessica Washburn.
I think she's a community service worker, so she does the same type of work. She works directly with the families,
Mariah Arnold,
same,
and Lauren Keith.
same.
Okay. You answered the rest of my questions. I have no further questions for you during your direct testimony. Thank you.
Mr. Chandler?
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon. Do you have a copy of, does she have a copy of the?
Two things I handed her and nothing else.
Yeah, so is it just the one page of attachment A? I guess that's what I'm asking.
Yes, and it was not the updated one, it was the old one.
I'm just gonna give her a copy of the agreement, if that's okay.
Yep.
Can I approach, Chairman? I'm gonna rip my notes off the back of that and hand this to you. This is attachment A. Ms. Gibbons' testimony is the first part of attachment A. There you go. Do you see that that's an agreement or a drafted agreement between NKCAC and Duke
Yes,
Energy Kentucky? Has Duke has NKCAC entered into that agreement?
not as of yet.
Not as of yet. Okay. Do you mind to? One second, Chairman. Have you seen that agreement before?
Yes,
And did you negotiate that agreement?
what do you
And let me say, I guess I'm more talking the Royal Ute. Did Northern Kentucky Community Action Council have any input into the wording or?
yes,
Okay. So if you can, turn to almost there, I apologize. Do you mind to turn to page 3? And just let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
So do you see the section 6 regarding Northern Kentucky Community Action Council's duties?
Yes,
And do you see the Title 6.1 HEA Program Administration?
yes,
So it says NKCAC shall administer and operate the HEA program in Duke Energy's service territory, including without limitation, HEA program parameters as approved and from time to time amended by the Commission, staffing, program recruitment and outreach, monitoring of program implementation, verifying eligible customers, including verifying income, communications with applicants, and recertification based upon the criteria set forth in Exhibit A hereto. And so we'll stop there for a second. I think Mr. Dutton provided you a copy of Exhibit A hereto. And would you agree that one of those criteria that Duke expects Northern Kentucky Community Action Council to implement is to require, I think that to the chairman's question earlier, require that a person sign up for and receive, if available, the weatherization program?
yes, that's what it says.
So read together, the agreement, which I think you've said is not signed, insofar as it relates to that exhibit, at least needs to be amended if that is not what Community Action, NKCAC intends to do, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So can I ask, so you haven't signed this agreement yet. Did you have a final say on that Exhibit A that was there in front of you? Have you seen that before?
Yes,
Okay. And so you would agree that there at least needs to be some sort of an amendment to that agreement,
yes,
that document?
as it relates to weatherization.
At least, yeah, maybe there are other issues, that one in particular, because that is not something you do, correct?
Correct,
Okay. So, you've been in the room all day,
yes.
so let me just ask a couple of the loose ends we got here. I think you noticed earlier, there are two portions to LIHEAP. There's a weatherization portion, and there's some sort of subsidy portion. And then the subsidy portion even is bifurcated into two, right? A crisis component and a subsidy component, correct?
Correct.
And is it right to say that the crisis component is when somebody is at risk of being disconnected, is when the crisis component is implemented, but the subsidy is more in line with the HEA program, more similar to the Duke's HEA program, whereas it's an ongoing monthly subsidy of a set amount, correct?
Let me explain.
Please do.
Okay, so LIHEAP, there's two parts to LIHEAP, the subsidy program. So the first part is called subsidy, and that is October, November, December. People can get a one-time credit on their bill based upon the criteria set out at the federal guidelines. So no matter if it's a disconnect, if it's just a bill, it doesn't matter what your bill is, it's one set amount determined by the federal guidelines. That's all you're eligible for during the months of October through December.
So
October through December is LIHEAP subsidy. One-time benefit, and the amount is based upon your income, your household size, your
fuel type.
your fuel type, and then if you're subsidized, if your housing is subsidized or unsubsidized, and that is self-reported.
And what's the other part of it? So that's the one time. Is there an
That's the one
ongoing?
time. So then in the months of January through March, or until the funds run out, is the crisis component. And you can apply for up to $400 in a crisis benefit, and that is based upon your bill amount. So if you have a disconnect notice of $200, then crisis will pay that $200 if you meet those income eligibility requirements. And you could come in again up to the $400.
Okay. So, let's go back to the HEA program that's proposed to be amended here. For residential customers who receive either electric only or both electric and gas service from the company, the program will provide ongoing monthly assistance of up to $99 per month during the 7 months each year when weather tends to increase energy usage. And the months are July, August, September, December, January, February, and March, to customers instead of a one-time crisis-based assistance of up to $300. So that, and I know that's a separate from LIHEAP $300. That's the HEA $300, correct? So, insofar as the HEA program here overlaps, right? The $99 overlaps with LIHEAP. Let me ask, how, if LIHEAP is the first thing that, is the first amount that's provided into customers, how does that work? How will it work under the proposal?
This will not be, we won't, the same guideline that applied before will not apply now. So you won't have to do LIHEAP first, then winter care, then HEA. Once you're enrolled in HEA, then you're eligible for HEA. It becomes more of, it's a subsidy.
Okay.
So you could receive LIHEAP and you could receive HEA in the same month.
So how will it be determined who receives one, the other, or both?
So for customers that are interested in the HEA, we'll have an open enrollment period in October.
October for the HEA?
For
the
HEA.
winter?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, so, yeah, because that's our winter season. So
Okay.
we'll have an open enrollment period for them. So they can apply during that time. They can apply at any time, but if you apply at that time, the way our energy season runs, and you could get the full credit up to 7 months. So you would apply for that. And then, if you so choose or you so need it, then you could come back in November, December, and apply for LIHEAP. But that would be a separate application.
And that would have been for the crisis component starting in January.
You could do it for subsidy or crisis.
So do you all do spots for LIHEAP in the fall for the subsidy component?
Can you rephrase?
Yeah, so do you all have slots? Do you have an amount provided, and do people sign up in the fall for the October through December subsidy component of LIHEAP?
No.
It's on an as-needed basis?
Yes.
Okay, so, and the crisis component that runs from January to March, is that something that people enroll in during a certain
No.
defined time period?
You come
Or
in.
you just come in?
Correct.
Alright, that's great. And so a person can be, let's just take for instance, a person can sign up in October for HEA under the proposed program and be receiving a $99 ongoing assistance, right? But they can come in anytime during that period and say, I had a high bill, they can still request a LIHEAP crisis or subsidy component during that time period.
Correct.
Does receiving the LIHEAP money knock them out of continuing to be in the monthly subsidy program for the proposed HEA program?
No.
Do you all have an agreement with, does Northern Kentucky Community Action Council have an agreement with Duke regarding the $50,000 health and safety funding?
That's proposed?
Yes.
No. No. A written agreement? No. We've agreed to, that it would be a grant, to us each year.
Okay. And have you had any conversations with whether or not the anticipation is that there will be an agreement as to the limits of that grant or to how expansive that grant is, or is the expectation at this point that Duke's just going to write a $50,000 check every year?
I believe, and I probably have to defer to Duke on that, but I believe, based upon our conversations, that they wanted to see, get input from the commission before they decided on how that agreement would look, is my understanding.
I can only ask your impression, right? That's all you can speak to. The calculation, you've been in the room all day, you heard today that the $2,500 amount for health and safety funding, that amount came from Northern Kentucky Community Action Council. Can you tell me how that amount was derived?
Yes, so again, with weatherization, so we have the LIHEAP and the Department of Energy funding, and so they have guidelines for the weatherization program that you can use up to $2,500 for health and safety measures of their funding. And so we sort of, on our end, that's where I got that dollar amount from, was that $2,500. And then also, as we looked at those issues on our deferral list, which I believe we have about 29, I think, on there that are true health and safety issues. Sort of the average of those and our three highest type of deferrals, the average is around an additional $2,500.
That's perfect. And so I'm very appreciative that you knew what number of those 104 fall into, at least in your understanding, the category of health and safety. So it's your understanding that after about 3.5 years, I think, of deferrals, there are only about 29 that would currently fall under that $2,500 amount, correct?
Yes, correct.
And
But
so, go ahead, sorry.
No, in addition to that, right now, there's 181 people on the waiting list, so we know, sort of based upon that, in addition to those 29, that there's more people that will probably need that.
Okay, and so this 104 are walkaway, what people refer to sometimes as walkaways, right? Somebody went out, the contractor went out, did the audit, found that there was a material reason why they could not conduct the weatherization, and they left, right?
Correct.
That's the derivation of the 104. What's the wait list that you're referring to?
So the wait lists are those that have not received any weatherization services at all. So there is a specific calculation for who is served. There's a prioritization that's determined by the Department of Energy, and it's based upon your usage, how many people in your household, if you have seniors in your household, how many young children, so you get more points. So you could come in January and have one person in your household and low usage, and then somebody else come in March that has very high usage and have a senior, and they're gonna move to the top of the list. So the list is moving. So it's changes in that list.
Okay, so you have 29 that are in need of at least some sort of. They did it. So there's 29 that you know need the health and safety funding, and the educated guess is about $2,500 average, or that's the high amount, whatever it may be. But at $2,500 a piece, you can get at least 20 of those in the first year. Correct?
Correct.
That's just the math. And then there's a wait list of 151. Is that right?
81.
How many?
81.
181. Now, you have no indication whether or not any of those have health or safety issues, right? But you're going to at least need money at some point to weatherize those homes, correct? And so they're on a wait list just to have somebody go out and look at them, to take an audit, right?
Correct.
Is the anticipation, let's just say hypothetically this gets approved, you go through the first year, it costs $2,500 a house, you knock the 104 down to, so you knock 20 out of 29 down that have health and safety issues. There's 9 left, right? Let's say none of the 181 have health and safety issues. Do you have any indication of whether or not Duke has any expectation? Withdraw that. What is your understanding if you are able to do $2,500 of health and safety updates for those 9 remaining? What is your understanding that you can use the rest of the $50,000 grant for in terms of weatherization?
I think I got lost in the question.
Okay. I think I did too. Let's assume no other health and safety issues come up in terms of weatherizing homes. You get through a full year, you spend the $50,000, and there are only 9 left. You do all 9 of those at $2,500 a piece for the second year. There's going to be money left over out of the $50,000 grant from Duke. That's the purpose of which is to do the health and safety updates, right? What is your understanding that you're allowed to do with the residual amount of that grant?
I don't have a clear understanding.
Would you agree that that may be something that needs to be addressed?
Yes.
Would you agree that in addition to the health and safety issues, that the need for weatherization is in excess of the current funds available to weatherize?
Yes.
Does Northern Kentucky Community Action Council or any other community action agencies in Kentucky do studies to determine what sort of energy savings the average home that receives weatherization gets?
They do it at a federal level, but I don't have that information.
Do you know if you'd be able to get that information?
I'm sure I could.
And if I asked that after the fact and there was a number of days to get that information, do you think you'd be able to provide that?
Yes.
Well, I'm gonna interject here. We're not a party to this, so,
Yeah, I'm happy to file a subpoena then.
I mean, we can,
I'm just asking if I
I was
can
gonna
ask.
suggest over email.
That's fine.
But if you'd like to
Make
file
it
a subpoena,
easier.
we can.
It's whatever's easiest. I'm just asking.
You might too, either a subpoena or you might send a data request ultimately to Duke and test the goodwill of Northern Kentucky and community action.
I'd hate to see another objection. We'll figure it out. But you think that your understanding is something like that exists, right?
Yes, and I don't know if it's by state or if it's just an overall compilation of what, all the information that goes back to the Department of Energy. I don't know how they calculate it, but they do have some type of calculation.
Okay. The threshold for LIHEAP, the weatherization threshold for LIHEAP, is that 130% or 150%? All right, let me withdraw that question. Do you know what the threshold is?
200%.
200% for LIHEAP.
LIHEAP weatherization,
And DOE weatherization is the same?
yes,
So, okay. So both 200%.
yes,
And you all determine that during your normal intake process. It's just you ask their income and then you'll know all the things they do and don't fall into.
correct.
Is that correct? Okay. Have you had any discussions or understanding about whether that $2,500 is limited only to homes in which rely upon Duke Energy Kentucky to provide their electric or gas service?
In our conversations, it was just people that were on the wait list for weatherization.
Okay.
But does that mean they don't have to be a Duke customer?
To to my understanding, is if they were on the wait list for weatherization, they would be eligible.
Even if they weren't a Duke customer.
That's my understanding.
I think those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Oh, you're back on redirect. Commissioner Cicero, any questions?
I think during the course of this hearing, I've heard that the funds are rolled over at the end of the year or they're not rolled over, and I am still not certain, but I guess you guys would know best whether the funds that are allocated by Duke for assistance are either not totally consumed for the use of low income, or they are. Can you clarify, are they consumed, or are there times when the amount that's available is not used, and so you tell Duke we don't have enough low-income people to consume the funds, so therefore keep it and put it back into the program?
So every month we're given an amount from Duke that says this is what you have to spend. And there have been months where all of that fund was not spent. And so we reported that information back to Duke.
So, does the program run on a calendar year basis?
We operate on a fiscal year,
July 1st to June 30th?
yes.
And when the funds are received from Duke, is your understanding that that program works on the same fiscal year, or is it a calendar year so that it splits up your fiscal year?
I'm not sure.
Well, it's basically 240 to 250,000. We established that from the meter collections. And if you had a month that you found out that you didn't use all the money, that would roll forward to the end of the your fiscal year and then return to Duke, or is it the end of every month?
Every month, they give us an amount and say, this is what you have to spend this month. And that is what we go off each month.
And so, 1 month, if you didn't use it from the prior month, they don't say you have 30,000 to spend. It goes back to the original 20 to 21,000.
It can vary, yes. Mhm.
It can
But
be-
it would not always be, so like for instance, I think this is what you're asking. So if it's 21,000
Mm-hmm.
and we didn't spend 10,000, is
Right.
it gonna automatically be 31,000? No, we don't see that automatically. The amounts vary.
Really? So it doesn't roll over even month to month, let alone a fiscal year?
I'm gonna let somebody else answer that to make sure I'm saying that correctly.
Okay. I'm still in the dark on this one. Not your fault. It wasn't a criticism. So the next question was gonna be, is if there is a surplus that's not consumed, do you believe it's because of the difficulty that you spoke to, where a person is required to come in month after month after month and provide evidence that they still qualify for the program, and people just don't want to continue to go in for that?
Yes, I think it's difficult to keep coming back month after month because you have, as I said, you have to take off, you have childcare, you have all these other issues. It just makes it an additional hardship for families to have to do that.
Okay, and so under the new program, they won't have to sign up repetitively. One-time sign-up's good for one fiscal year, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you do not believe that if the new program is implemented, that there will be a surplus, and it's not even, I guess, at the end of the year, at the end of any given month, you would, I guess this is where there's kind of confusion, because most of those funds would be consumed during the winter months, right?
Yes, it would be different now, yeah.
But the meter collections occur monthly, so wouldn't there be periods of time where the demand for those funds would be lower because it was a shoulder month, or it was a period of low consumption, but you're not sure whether it rolls over or not?
Now, in the new program, in the new HEA program, every month they'll get that same credit. Of the peak season, the peak months that we've identified, they'll get that credit no matter what. So that the way that we're billing and the way, that's gonna have to change.
So, all right, I'll continue to ask the question, and when I get to the end, I might have a post-hearing data request for somebody. I don't know how this is gonna work out, but we'll find out how these, whether they remain as a credit, or they don't remain as a credit, or whatever. Are you aware, has Duke ever requested from you an accounting of your administrative fees?
I believe in our last couple of months when we've met, they've asked us to give them a breakdown of what we spend those administrative fees on, and we have provided them with information.
You had provided it to them?
Yes. Of the administrative fees for AGA,
Of AGA?
yes. The fee that we received from them, the administrative fee from them, they asked for a breakdown of those fees, and we've given that to Duke.
What's AGA, I'm sorry?
The Home Energy Assistance Program.
The existing program, the one
Yeah.
that's existing now.
Yes.
You provided.
So, community action bills 15% of funds distributed.
Yes.
And so there's been a lot of discussion about that 15% and whether that represents the actual administrative cost to community action.
Yes.
And if I understand you correctly, within the last couple of months, Duke has requested you break down what your actual expenses are, and you've provided that to them.
Yes.
Can we get a copy of that?
Mr. Vice Chairman, it's actually, it's in post-hearing from the 2018-261 case, post-hearing response. It's DR 2-001. And it looks like this.
Sure. Can you grab that, Andrew?
Yes.
Just let me look at it for a second.
Yeah, just so you're aware as well, Mr. Vice Chair, we have a witness here who's prepared to talk considerably more about that. Not to dissuade you from asking Ms. Bowman any questions you have about it, but
No, okay.
fair warning, she may defer.
It's okay. I've heard deferrals already. Okay, I'll tell you what, I will grab a copy of this. I'll take a look and see if this is what I'm looking for. I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Matthews, any questions?
I asked the question earlier about participants must apply for and accept weatherization services if available. And you're saying that is not the case. That's not how you run the program.
Correct.
Okay.
We do encourage them, and so it should say, instead of must, they're encouraged to.
That was, I asked those questions earlier, and I heard what you answered earlier, so I was making sure. I'm done.
Are there limitations on the Department of Energy winterization program for applicants?
For the,
Well, are there
measures.
criteria which the Department of Energy requires to be met for weatherization?
Yes.
And what are those?
So there's, the eligibility requirements are, they have to be at 200% of poverty. And then, once someone is certified, and, we send someone in to evaluate that home, and then we get a list, there's a report that's created based upon what the auditor sees, and he says, these are all of the measures that need to be done to bring this home up to where it needs to be to meet the energy efficiency requirements that the Department of Energy requires. And so what we have to do is then look at those measures to see if they fall within the guidelines. So they've said you can, of the total job, the average, they want all of the jobs to average around $7,500. And of the total job, no more of that can be, you can't spend more than 15% on health and safety, up to $2,500. So they have limits on what you can spend on each measure.
Does the Department of Energy program provide that if your home has been eligible for or has been winterized at any time in the past since 1994, that you're not eligible for the program again?
I believe it's the past 10 years.
Okay. You think it's the past 10 years?
I believe it's the past 10 years.
And so, if a person weren't eligible for DOE, would you still be eligible for the winterization, for weatherization under LIHEAP?
No, they work in tangent.
Okay, so the health and safety money would not be used on a home that would not be eligible because it had been upgraded within the last 10 years or whatever the program limits were. Is that correct?
That's how we laid it out, yes.
So, I know you say this isn't so, and I'm willing to accept it, but assuming that I was required to apply for this weatherization program, but my home didn't qualify because within the last 10 years, or what I thought since 1994, it had been subject to weatherization, then if that was the case, under the program as written, a person might not be eligible, under my basis of my first assumption, the person might not be eligible to receive a subsidy. I know you disagree.
The way that it is written, yes.
That would be true, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the eligibility, if we take weatherization out of it, or, you know, whatever, some of these other things, and just look at income. Are the eligibility for the HEA program as proposed and LIHEAP as it presently exists essentially the same?
Yes.
So if I had, or you had a list of, you had gone through a number of people who had applied for LIHEAP, and you say, well, just pull something out of the air, you had a potential of 1,000 or 1,500 people for this HEA program. But you had, you know, 2,000 or 3,000 apply for LIHEAP. You didn't have enough money to get all those, but you would keep the list. And so when somebody comes in and says, well, I want to apply maybe for the HEA, or you say you're eligible, you would already have a lot of that information because you had screened them within the last few months, correct?
Correct.
And so would there be any more work involved in putting those people into or what else would be involved in putting them into the Duke HEA program? Like, you've got some people, you know you've got LIHEAP, and some may be able to say, well, you can get LIHEAP and HEA. Others, maybe for whatever reason, and we'll talk about that in a second, couldn't. But what would you do? What's involved them in putting them in, saying, okay, you're now eligible for the Duke program, and I think you can get it because you're the first person to apply. What do you do? How does that work?
Well, we still would have to verify that the information hadn't changed from when they did apply. So we would still have to verify that information again. So even if they applied say they applied in October, or excuse me, in November for LIHEAP, but now it's January and they want to apply for HA, we would have to verify that their information in their household hadn't changed, because a lot of our families are very fluid. They move a lot. They're very transient. You have to update that information.
And what information, what would you get? That income hadn't changed?
The income.
They had just to reapply again? Is that what it would be?
Yes. The income, to make sure the account number's still the same.
How much time would have to go by before a person reapplied? I come in October and I apply, and I think, I want to apply for everything I can get, right? But somehow, for whatever reason, you know, it's January, then I'd have to basically bring in additional information.
So if you came in November and you said, I just need energy assistance, I just need help, then the programs that you would be eligible at that time, you would be eligible for LIHEAP subsidy, you would be eligible for this new HEA program, and you would be eligible for winter care. So you would not have to reapply for HEA until that following year. But if you wanted, but say something happened in January and you get a disconnect notice, then you could still come back, you would have to reapply for crisis. But your HEA is still going.
And if something happened that, although I got the subsidy, you know, there's a difference between what my bill is and the subsidy payment, and I can't come up with a difference. I'd come in and apply for crisis program.
Correct.
But was my failure to pay or going into default on a monthly payment disqualify me or a low-income person from eligibility then for the rest of the year or in the future from the HEA program?
No. If you are on the HEA program and you still somehow get disconnected, you would have to come back in because your account number is gonna change, because if we try to submit that information to Duke, you're not gonna have the same account number. So you would have to come back in and re-verify that information to get back on the HEA program, but that would not defer you from getting prices. You could get a hardship reconnect, you could get winter care, so it wouldn't prevent you from being eligible.
And it wouldn't automatically, I might have to reapply, but because I had defaulted, I wouldn't be then forever or for a period of time ineligible because I'd somehow done something bad to Duke by taking their money and then still defaulting on a bill.
Exactly, correct.
Are you familiar, I guess it doesn't matter, it's irrelevant, but there are programs operated by utilities in this state that would disqualify somebody if they defaulted on a bill once they were in the program?
I did not know that.
Other than Duke, does Northern Kentucky Community Action Council or program serve as the primary administrator or function in the same way it does with Duke with other utilities? Is there any other utility in the area serviced by Northern Kentucky Community Action? Is there any other utility where you provide the same service that you would for Duke under this program? For instance, I don't know, I was thinking Columbia Gas, but they may be under this Fayette County,
Yes, they're under
Harrison
Fayette
County
County. No,
program thing.
we do not, no.
Well, on that program, you would just get, would you get a fee of some kind, $5 for signing somebody up, or?
From my understanding, the program in Lexington with Columbia Gas, that all runs through Community Action Kentucky. And there's one fee, and then it's distributed out to all of the different community action agencies based upon an intake, based upon a dollar amount per intake. And I'm not sure what that dollar amount is.
But you're not involved, and you don't service any of those,
No, sir.
any of those people. In the Duke, I take it that from what you testified to,
But let me clarify. It is in this is not in Carrollton County. We do have the KU program there.
okay,
Yeah. So we would receive that I want to say it's $15. I'm not sure, but I'll defer that to Bob.
okay.
But we do participate in one of our counties in the KU program, so that is a different model.
So in administering the LIHEAP program, does the federal government or I guess you get the money from the Commonwealth of Kentucky, is that true?
It comes.
The U.S. government sends it to the state agency, and the state agency then distributes it among community action programs or something?
Correct, yes.
Are you permitted under the state grant or the money, the LIHEAP money, to bill any of the administrative costs and services of LIHEAP to that program?
Yes,
And what, is there a limit on what you can bill to the program?
I believe it's 10%.
Is that 10% of 10% or your actual administrative costs up to 10%?
It's 10% of the benefits that we distribute.
Does the state agency, what is that?
Community
They
Action
keep
Kentucky.
changing names, families and children, or?
Department for Community-Based Services.
Okay, all right, Department of Community-Based Services. Do they ever audit or ask you to provide data about to make you justify or ask you to support the costs at all?
Every year, the LIHEAP program is monitored, and we have monitors that look at the program eligibility side, they look at all of the finance side, so we have to provide all of that information to them.
And has your program ever been determined to be deficient in basically administering the program at all, or in the amounts that were charged against the program for administrative fees?
No.
In operating or providing the services that you do for Duke, it seems to me if you essentially have the same pool of eligible people, that the administrative costs of providing the services to the Duke program shouldn't be a great deal more than what you've already incurred as a result of basically providing the services for LIHEAP. Do you understand? Isn't there a double, I mean, you're getting, say you get 10% from the state government for administering LIHEAP. You have the same work and the same pool of people that you can use, presumably, on the Duke program, and you're getting a 10% here and from them and another 10% Duke. In essence, it seems to me that it's possible to get 20% fee for not much more than 10% of the work, I guess, involved in generating it. Is that possible?
The way we track, so our staff track their time based upon the program that they're in. So a staff person would charge to LIHEAP the time that they spend on LIHEAP, but LIHEAP is we get over $1 million in LIHEAP. So the money that we get to administer LIHEAP truly goes towards actually providing that service, because it's not just the staff, the direct service staff, but it's also the administrative staff as well. So we are responsible to communicate that information for LIHEAP back to the state, back to CAK. It costs money and resources to do that.
Sure.
So then we still have to have additional money and resources to communicate about HEA and to verify the information for HEA. So even though the verification still has to go to Duke, it still has to go to the state. It has to go to all these different places, and there's different information. So it's not a duplication. They work together, but it's not a duplication.
Are the computer programs the same?
Yes, it's one database.
Oh, what I was going to ask, in Kentucky Utilities and Kentucky Power, and I think Columbia Gas, the benefits, I guess, or people eligible to the program are allocated by county according to the percentage of the population in each county as that bears to the customer base of the utility as a whole. But Duke's program isn't that way, correct?
Correct.
It's just an area-wide program it's based on poverty level as opposed to the number of customers in each county, correct?
Well, Duke just gives us one set amount for all of the counties, and then we take another step percentage of poverty, and we try to distribute it to those counties accordingly, but they just, it's, the amount they give us is for those 8 counties, and they just say distribute it as it's needed.
I think we need to do a study of Grant County. There's something there that, in the culture that we need to identify and try to account for. Now, assuming, I'm guessing that when people apply for the program, or will apply for the program, that somehow, if you had everybody that could possibly, twice the number of people that you could accommodate when the program applied on the same day, there would be a priority system, and somebody would make a decision based on some criteria as to who would get the benefit of the program and who wouldn't. Is that correct?
So, say 20,000 people came in, and then on one day to apply for these 700+ slots, then it would be based up, you know, as whoever is eligible, it would be on a first come, first served basis. So you can see exactly who came in and what time. It's time stamped. And so the first 700+ people that came in that were eligible, they would get it. The rest will be on the wait list.
Okay, so, I mean, here was my point I was gonna make. So, if a couple comes in and they're both 22 years old, but they're facing hard times, don't have a job, and they apply on October 1. But on October 3, somebody comes in and one is 64 years old, a man, his wife is 62. They're taking care of 3 grandchildren because the parents are gone, and one of them, a couple of them have, I guess you, I don't know, the political correctness, I can't even speak the language anymore, but what used to say would be handicapped or would be eligible for special education services, have autism or something. Would any of that make any difference in terms of prioritizing that family as opposed to the younger family?
We have not included that in the eligibility.
Are there some programs, some federal programs that basically would take that into consideration?
Yeah, like the Head Start program
Yeah.
does. 10% of all the 10% of programs served in Head Start have to be families with a disability. They're given a priority.
Or sometimes people with a medical condition.
Yes.
Sometimes someone with cancer or with some other condition would be higher up on the priority scale
Yeah.
than a healthy family,
And
correct?
yes, and even with weatherization, so with weatherization, it's based upon points. So if you're a senior citizen, the number of children that you have in your household, all of that goes in to determine how many points you have. And the people with the highest points are served first through the weatherization program.
This program is always, like you said, just strictly first come, first served, right?
Yes, HEA, yes.
Mr. Chairman, it's been close to an hour and a half for this witness. Do you think we could take a short break?
Well, let's wait a minute and see.
One quick question.
Are you
Yeah,
done?
go ahead, Commissioner Matthews.
The, when you've been in here for a year,
Mhm.
right? Were you surprised that money was being not allocated? I mean, you see the number of people that you serve across the programs. Were you somewhat surprised that the pretty small program is still not fully subscribed?
I was,
Yeah.
and I talked.
We are
with-
too.
Yeah, I was, and I talked with my staff. I talked with Cindy. She's our, direct contact, and I said, Cindy, we really need to look at this program and how it's structured. And I said, we've seen different models, and so and Cindy and I have had these conversations before this data, before this came to the commission. But when in our conversations, she was like, well, we would have to wait for another. And I don't know the correct term, but for another case or
Another
whatever,
filing.
another filing. But we had begun to talk about that as soon as I came in and we looked at that, and I'm like, there is a better way that we can do and
And you think maybe
administer this
some of it was
program.
this multiple times of having to apply?
Yes,
You've got to get a ride, you've got to take off work, you've got to get childcare.
right, and it's only $300.
Right.
I mean, it's $300, and a lot of times for our families, the homes that they live in, $300, that's one bill.
you're lucky, then go to Eastern Kentucky, that would be about a third of a bill.
I have no other questions. Anyone else have any?
Well,
Let's
just wanna take a
We're gonna
break.
finish this up and then we'll take a break. Go ahead.
Maybe we're gonna take a break.
No, we're gonna
Okay.
try to finish
Yeah,
the witness
If
unless
I,
you.
if I can, I realize that I didn't start the cross-examination, but in an effort to kind of move this
We'll
along.
make an exception this time, okay?
Thanks. Can you tell me, my limited understanding of the LIHEAP subsidy and crisis funds are that you get notified, your agency, like sometime in the fall, as to how much money is going to be available for the winter months? Is that
Yes, correct.
All right, can you tell me, how does the LIHEAP weatherization funding work? Is it something similar?
It is similar, so LIHEAP is really all big one pot of money. So, the way it's divided is, they set aside a portion of LIHEAP for the subsidy and crisis program. And they say, of the total LIHEAP allocation, this is how much we're gonna set aside for the subsidy portion. And then they monitor that throughout the year to see if they need to put more money into the subsidy program before they tell you how much you're gonna get for LIHEAP weatherization. So depending on how that heating season goes, you can get a different amount of funding for the LIHEAP weatherization. So for instance, if you have a really, really cold month, then you may have less money for your weatherization. If you have a hot winter, then you could have more funds for LIHEAP weatherization.
Okay, so the weatherization funds that you get some point in the late fall, winter time, those I assume have to be spent by a certain date? Or do they continue from year to year if they're unspent?
It changes. Because there's LIHEAP and then there's also Department of Energy. So they will tell you this year it has to be spent out. This year it's gonna roll over, so we have to wait for them to tell us, to direct us. And they'll usually tell us about 6 months before the contract is up, which way it's gonna go that year.
Okay. Typically, and I realize you've only been there 1 year, but if you know, does the agency typically have more homes that are eligible to be weatherized than you have funds? Or do you have more funds than you have homes to be weatherized?
More homes.
Okay. So if the homes that are on the wait list as a result of needing health and safety measures, if they didn't get money for the health and safety measures, you would still be able to spend all of your LIHEAP weatherization and DOE funding for weatherization on other homes. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, gotta wait one more. This exhibit that you handed out to me, can you speak to this, or is this somebody else that needs to speak to
I
it?
can, high level I can. I don't have a copy in front of me.
May I approach?
Yes, you may.
I have one for him. I have extra one. So real quick,
Just a copy of the thing.
why did the costs of the program from 2016-17 to 2017-18 fall so dramatically?
Trying to think of the right words. The way that we've structured the program is that the 15% is what we charge. The 15% of the total benefits that's given out, that's what we charge. And so what you see here represented is really that, a reflection of that 15%. It's not the total cost of the HEA program. Because as I mentioned, when you look on here at salary, there's several staff that don't charge to HEA that work in that program. So we are only charging HEA the 15% that is allowable. And then we find like other programs, like Community Services Block Grant. You can base that, you can spend that funding based upon your community needs assessment and what you feel are priority programs for your communities. So we've made the decision that, because we believe in the HEA program, that we will spend some of our CSBG dollars to help administer this program. So this, what you see is going to always be the 15%.
Even though the costs are different.
Even though the costs are always, they always exceed this.
So it would be more helpful to you if you actually showed what the program costs were, so we could get an idea what it is that you're spending on the program, because right now, we don't have any more than what Duke supplied, except you split them down into categories.
Exactly.
So is the reason why it declined because in 2016-17 you distributed more funds than you did in 2017-18, and that's why it fell by 25%?
That's my understanding, and Bob can clarify that, but that's my understanding, yes. This is always going to be a reflection of the 15% of the funds that were distributed.
Okay, and then I can ask the question to Bob, and I don't have any other questions for this witness.
Okay. All right. We'll take a break here until 4:45 and come back, and then you can redirect if you choose to.
I appreciate the opportunity.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Recess until, 4:45. Okay, we're back on the record. Mr. Dutton, do you have any redirect to the witness?
I do not, Your Honor.
May our witness be excused?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
You may sit down. All right. You're the only person that seemed eager. Yeah. That's okay.
We can come up with something else.
That was
for
my
you if
fault.
you need to.
She was perfectly content to keep sitting back there.
I admire your backbone. It's good. I'm impressed. All right, is there anyone else, Mr. Bowker, that you intend to call?
Robert Williams, we intend to call Mr. Williams for just a few questions, please.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I do. You may be seated.
Would you please state your current position with NKCAC?
I'm the Vice President of Finance and Administration,
And how long have you held that position?
10 years.
And what's your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree in accounting and I'm a CPA.
Okay. So can you explain, how does NKCAC receive its administrative fee for administering Duke's HEA program under the current system?
Currently, we receive Duke communicates with us the benefits available to clients, and then at the end of each month, we report back to them the benefits that we have distributed or awarded credited, and calculate the 15% of what that is, of that amount, and invoice them.
Will that change under the new proposed program?
No, unless, just according to the terms of the new program.
Okay. So can you turn your attention to this chart, which I believe should be sitting in front of you?
I don't see it here. Ah, yes. Thank you.
So can you tell me what this chart represents?
Yes, we provided this to Duke at their request. It's a breakdown of our, of the way the 15% administrative fee is charged to different cost categories.
Did you put this chart together?
Yes.
Okay. Can you talk a little bit, so it says on here, program operation and administrative costs. Are these typically referred to as direct and indirect costs?
Yes,
Okay. Can you explain the difference between those two?
yes. The program operation, the reason it's broken down this way is those are direct costs for staff operating, to have direct client contact and the hands-on operation with the programs, different programs that we operate. The administrative costs represent indirect costs of finance and human resources and payroll and administration for it's a percentage of those costs for the agency.
But these are all, despite the fact it says program operation and administrative costs, these are all costs that you bear, that the organization bears for administering the HEA program.
Yes, they're all covered under that 15%, but this report breaks them out that way because some of them are directly operational.
Okay, and let me refer to the 2018 letter that referenced the 6%. Do you have a copy of that? I think I actually
don't.
may have given you my copy. So, does anybody have one that I can?
Yes.
Is it on the other side of this? It is on the, no. Thank you. So, and were you the individual that signed that letter?
Yes, I was the interim executive director at this time.
Okay, can you explain a little bit what you mean by the 6% in that letter?
Yes. I was requested to provide this letter by Duke, and the 6%, again, the letter breaks out and mentions program costs. The 6% is really our agency as a whole. Our administrative cost, indirect cost for our agency as a whole is approximately 6 to 8%, approximately 6% at this time. That represents like overhead, and that's what this is communicating.
Okay, so it's not, you're only using 6% of the HEA fee to administer the HEA program. You're using the full 15%. It's 6%. That 6% is referring to something basically.
Our overhead rate.
Okay.
It doesn't say that, but that is what this is communicating.
Okay, so historically, would have been some of the highest expenses your organization experiences for administering the HEA program?
I'm not sure if I understand historically.
Let me ask you a different way. So on this sheet, there are a couple of columns that are noticeably higher in terms of the expenses for the administration of the HEA program. Is that fairly consistent year to year, that those are going to be the highest expenses?
Like, for instance, salaries, is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, and it depends on the amount of, the amount that is being charged to the HEA program depends on the amount of benefits we're administering and giving to clients, the amount of clients that are qualifying for the program in any given year.
So while the numbers themselves will fluctuate from year to year, and the total number itself fluctuates year to year, do you expect that if the Duke application is approved, that in the following years, the more expensive line items on this sheet will remain the most expensive line items even after even after the application is approved?
Yes, it's my understanding that the nature of the new agreement would still require potentially, for instance, more staff time. That is the highest cost on here is direct staff.
Okay.
Salaries.
There was some discussion about audits. Is NKCAC audited every year?
We are. We have an annual independent audit by an outside accounting firm. We're required to have that because we're federally funded. We have in excess of meet the threshold that requires an audit. And then in addition to that, we're monitored and audited every year by all of our major funding sources, and LIHEAP is one of those.
Okay. Do you have internal controls to ensure the accuracy of the accounting for the HEA program?
We do. One of the requirements for federal programs is accounting systems and controls in place that to assure that funds aren't commingled between sources of funding, and that in segregation of duties and internal controls, that's reviewed by our auditors on an annual basis, and then also a part of the review that our funders do.
Do you also have internal controls to ensure the accuracy of determining whether eligibility requirements have been met for these programs?
We do. We have an internal compliance manager who, so internally, in addition to the external audits that we have, our internal auditor helps prepare and review files that, client files, and checks eligibility on a variety of our programs at different times in order to prepare for monitorings.
Okay. Thank you so much. And with that, I would tender the witness for further examination.
Mr. Belker?
Referring back to that same chart, fringe benefits, which had a total of $5,135.80 in 2016 to 2017, and 2008, 31 cents in 2017-18. Can you please explain what that line item is?
Fringe benefits is it covers Social Security, health insurance, and retirement.
Social Security, health insurance, and retirement?
And retirement, yes.
Can you please explain the authorization process of assigning funds to HEA program participants?
I'm not sure if I understand what you're asking. The authorization process for
assigning funds to HEA program participants?
to the clients?
Yes.
The process is we have a complex, or a system where the client comes in and requests the funds and applies. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
And then, okay, I think I see if I'm understanding correctly. So when the client is awarded the benefit, the social or the county worker says that they're eligible and that they qualify for the HEA benefits, then yes, there is a process where I don't know, I can't speak in detail to it, but there's a process where that transmittal is submitted there, it's verified with Duke, and it's transmitted, and in our finance department, then those are reviewed and signed off on, and ultimately the credit is signed off on by our Vice President of Family Services. So it's reviewed multiple levels before for control.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to refer you now, and I apologize, this has got some writing on it, but this is already into in the case record, clean version. Is my approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
Andrew?
Yeah. Mr. Dutton probably needs to see that.
Yeah.
Making my way back.
Thank you.
Please excuse the handwriting. Like I said, there was a clean version in the case record already. This is just for reference.
Mr. Chairman, can I just raise a quick housekeeping point? Does the staff intend to mark this schedule we've just been looking at as an exhibit before we move on to this one?
Yes, that can be PSC, or actually that was NKCAC's exhibit, I believe.
Okay.
It's already in the record, so I hadn't intended to mark it as an exhibit. We can if that's more
Why don't we
convenient.
just go ahead and mark it, so then, if somebody,
Sure. Again, we're not a party, so I don't know if you want to make it our exhibit or whose exhibit you want it to be.
I don't know, we can make it staff's.
Whatever number we're on, are we on PSC exhibit number 2, please?
Yeah. And so then this one you just passed out would be number 3?
Yes, it's already in the record as well, but yes, PSC exhibit 3.
Ms. Warfield, you have exhibit 3 you're proposing to
What I just passed out, you take a look at that. If you'll notice that for 2009, the fund balance at the end of the year is $57,000, and this amount is carried forward to the beginning of 2010. Yet Duke Kentucky states in its annual DSM filing that any unused HEA funds are returned back to their customers. Can you clarify whether unspent HEA funds are returned to customers at the end of each fiscal year as a credit to the DSM surcharge, or are the unspent funds carried forward and available for the HEA program?
In 2009 and 2010, I'd been with the agency only about 6 months, so I wasn't involved in preparing this spreadsheet, but it is familiar, and I can tell you that this is an internal spreadsheet that we use at NKCAC that we use to track the balance available. So Duke communicates you can see the deposited funds, and it's $20,000 a month. Now it's about $21,000 now, and then this is how we track them. We communicate back funds spent, and then calculate the administrative costs. And this is a spreadsheet that we keep track of for funds that are available. I can't speak to what Duke does with the balances left over when it shows $57,000 carried forward. We're carrying it forward because it's just an ongoing spreadsheet that we use.
Was that $57,000 spent?
It would be part of the, yes, it looks as though in this year, in 2010, there were some large amounts that caused that balance column to go into the negative. So again, I don't know why that is. I don't know what's behind those numbers, but that is how we track it. And we see that as funds that are available. And then at given points in time, we do reconcile this with Duke and verify what's available.
So let me ask the question.
Yes, sir.
So you're familiar with this spreadsheet going forward up through current period?
Yes.
So I asked previously if the funds rolled over or not, and I think I was only confused by Miss Bowman Thomas, I think. I hope I got that right. And she wasn't certain whether it even rolled over from month to month.
Yes.
Now, this spreadsheet seems to indicate that it does.
It does.
Okay.
It does, and we spoke about that afterwards. It does carry over from month to month, and we keep a rolling balance throughout the year, and at the end of, and this is on a fiscal year. The program's operated on a fiscal year.
My
This
next
is a
question.
calendar
So
year.
it rolls from July 1st to June 30th.
Yes.
And then at the end of June 30th, the funds revert back to Duke and you put the balance back to zero?
We do not. We keep the spreadsheet. This is our internal spreadsheet. We keep the balance rolling forward, and we never don't spend more than wouldn't spend more than what's on here. This is the way the spreadsheet works. I'm not sure what Duke, I understand.
So
it's confusing.
this is some kind of reconciliation has to go on with Duke, because
Yes.
I understand as long as the program is in effect and you roll it forward and they continue to fund it with the current funds, you probably won't have an issue until you reach the end of the program when they don't fund it anymore and you're still rolling forward and you
Right.
find out that there's no money available, or there is.
Right.
I don't know what it is. I'm not sure whether, I
Right.
think it has to be established at the end of this, whether there's funds rolled over or not.
Yes, and we, there have been points in time where I have worked with Cindy Gibbons to reconcile, to make sure that the balance we're showing is correct, and I believe they've reset that, but I'm not sure what has happened on this allows us to track the funds that are available from, as we, you know, to make sure that we're staying within the spending that's allowable for us.
So the fact that there is this uncertainty probably means there's a little bit of a deficiency in the way the program's written out, because apparently there's nothing that you have to go by that says it rolls over or says it doesn't roll over.
Correct.
Okay.
I have nothing further.
I don't mean to jump in on you like that.
No,
I think Mr. Chandler's next.
Mr. Chandler?
This is an accounting of the HEA funding, correct?
Yes,
That's the meter, the 10 cent per meter funding.
yes.
Does the money ever go to Northern Kentucky Community Action Council through this program?
The deposited funds, no.
It all stays at Duke, correct?
Yes, and the funds spent are, we communicate to Duke, it's a credit on, directly onto the customer's bills. The money never exchanges hands.
And I just want to rephrase spent, it's taken from the account that it was placed in, probably not a separate checking account, we was talking about accounts, but an account that was placed in once it was recovered from customers, and then when it's spent, it's just applied to customers' bills that are in need, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so insofar as something goes unused, it never actually leaves Duke's books, to the best of your abilities. Well, let me draw that question. It never gets, no dollars ever get sent to the community, Northern Kentucky Community Action
That
Council.
is correct.
That's all I have, Chairman. Thank you.
Commissioner Cicero?
Back to me. What's the allocation method that you use to take the 15% and put it into the categories that are on this PSC Exhibit 2?
We have a variety of internal allocation methods because we have a variety of programs, so many different programs, we have to cost allocate. At the beginning of our budget year, we have a cost allocation plan that is approved by our board of directors and accepted by our federal funders. In that cost allocation plan, it would be salaries are directly charged. There's based on timesheets, and staff record their time based on how they've spent their day on their electronic timesheets, and it's approved by supervisors and processed for payroll. Other allocated costs are maybe for space would be based on square footage and a variety of internal calculations that allocate shared space and shared costs out to the different programs, and HEA would be a part of that mix, depending on what type of cost it is.
So is it a straight base allocation, or are there various methods of allocating? You referred to, for example, looks like lease space might be under one allocation method, salaries under a different allocation method. I'm just curious.
There is a variety. The largest costs charged to HEA on here is our salaries and fringe benefits and office space, office occupancy costs. And those are allocated, like I said, salaries is directly charged based on hours worked. And then the space would be based on shared space. There's an allocation method that considers a number of factors and allocates based on the square footage directly used. HEA does not have a necessarily a separate office that is used, but some programs have space that is directly used, and then it's allocated. Common space and shared space is allocated out then to really all of our programs. And I've looked at this, the prep for this. In some cases, I believe approximately 4% of shared space, some of the shared space is charged to HEA. The county offices, our leased space that's rent But it's a variety of, in general.
So, can you prepare this showing the actual cost rather than just taking 15% and dividing it up among the categories to show what you actually think you spend on administering this program?
Well, this,
Can I clarify, do you mean this particular, like 16, 17, 17, 18, or do you mean like future?
No, I'm talking about this exhibit right here, the one that you provided.
Okay.
that would be difficult to do because the way that these costs are charged to this source of funding throughout the year, and at the end of the year, as we close out our grants, all of our grants, we have to see that we can't spend more. We're cost reimbursed, so we can't spend more than we have, and we make sure that the for instance, this funding source, the cost would always be, I'm guessing, more, but there are a lot of costs that aren't really charged here. These are the costs that have been, charged to this funding source. And if this would exceed, if throughout the year our staff charged time and we did space allocations, there were certain things that caused these costs to be more than what was allowed and what we had to work within the 15%, then we would adjust this funding source and use other funds that would be available. For instance, our community services block grant or wherever we would be able to have funds that would cover the costs. So these are, we know from budgeting that we can estimate what the cost would be in each year, and we sort of operate that way.
So I'm familiar with government accounting to a certain degree, and I imagine charitable organizations are similar. You have a budgeted line item, that's what it is. If you gotta move money, you move it from line to line, you don't change the total budget.
That's correct.
Okay. But that doesn't mean that there isn't a methodology for determining, I've heard Ms. Bowman-Thomas and you both refer to people that aren't charged with the program that should be,
Yes.
which means that you're using other funds that you're obtaining from other funding sources to do that. It shouldn't be that difficult to identify. You're saying there's only 3 major categories here. If it's mostly salaries that are being funded through other sources, then you should be able to identify those and determine what the costs are. It's not for the purposes of saying this is what we spent in 2018 and it has to match what we turned in on a government form. I'm interested in what you believe the actual costs are.
It would be possible to do that. It would be estimates at this point.
Yeah, I understand that.
It's not
But
actual.
what would you call this?
Well, this is direct staff who charged their hours that they worked.
Not the extra cost, is it?
But it's not the extra.
No, it's a representation of 15%.
Yes,
That's
Right.
not actual,
yes.
okay? So I would ask if those numbers can be developed. I would think, since I understand there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people that were identified in the organization that may or may not have salaries charged to this program. And other than that, the fringe benefits should tie into the salaries. You're probably just using some kind of a factor towards that anyways.
Yes.
Which then just leaves the office space as the other major portion of this invoice. And since we know that that's all allocated anyway,
Right.
I think the major cost determination is gonna be salaries, isn't it?
Salaries and fringe.
Yeah.
There may be other things. For instance, we just had a major software upgrade for the statewide program that we use, and that we had to pay for that. That cost a lot of money, and it's really essential to operating this program. We did not charge any of those costs to this program.
So, and I don't even see an IT on there. Is this
It's not, because-
other indirect expenses?
No, we use other funding sources to pay for
All
that.
your IT services? And what did you identify the indirect as?
Indirect is the amount of the cost of payroll, and it's the overhead, payroll and accounting and administration, executive. It's the,
It's what typically would be called SG&A, salary general and administrative,
yes,
versus the rest would be considered cost of goods sold, basically your direct labor.
direct labor.
When you referred to the 6% overhead rate in the letter, you said that that is the 6% associated with the actual administrative overhead? Is that how you referred to it?
Yes, if you look at, of our agency, for the whole agency, and that's where that percentage came from, is that when you look at our whole agency, management in general, or indirect, is approximately 6% of our budget.
So
All of the rest-
indirect costs are 6% of the total, whatever the agency's budget is 6%.
6 to 8%. I mean, it varies from year to year, but
Is that what you used when you did the indirect expenses here, when you allocated it?
no, the indirect expenses, the way we calculate indirect expenses is, it's a percentage of, it's a federally approved percentage of salaries, and it gets, that is approved by Health and Human Services. They're our cognizant agency, so we submit a proposal to them. They audit all of our indirect expenses and approve a percentage that we apply then to all of our programs, both federal and non-federal.
You said there's an outside audit that's performed on Kentucky, during the Kentucky Community Action Council. They look and just validate that the funds being spended are for the purposes intended. They don't really look at whether the funds are generated through a block grant or from Duke or whomever. They just ascertain that the funds being spent are spent on the purpose intended. Is that correct?
No, our outside independent audit firm, they select programs each year that they are going to focus on, so an area of focus, and it's federally required. We haven't, it's not just an independent audit according to generally accepted auditing standards. It is called an A-133 audit, and it has to meet the standards of
Federal program.
federal requirements, and so they select programs at each different year based on priority and
The reason why I asked the question is, if they saw that there was money that was funded by the federal government or some other outside source, not truly designated for the HEA program, but knew that according to the way you're accounting for it, the HEA program is underfunded because you only have a 15% cap, then how would they look at that, those funds being generated from other sources if they were designated for other programs?
well, we would, if to reallocate those costs to another program, it would only be programs where they would be allowable costs. For instance, our community services block grant, operation of the HEA program is an allowable cost for that, so it wouldn't be incorrect to have some expenses allocated there. It would be an allowable for that grant.
You'd always make sure the funding came from an allowable source.
Yes.
So the new program is proposed at a 10% administrative fee. And you're already saying that you're underfunded at 15%.
Right.
Can you comment on that?
Well, as I understand it, the 10% would be of a larger amount, so it would be equal amount of money. It's a different percentage of a different agreement.
So that brings up an interesting question. Whether the funds roll over or they don't roll over, you would be funded more money if all the funds were expended, would you not?
Yes, we would.
Instead of trying to squeeze the proverbial 10 pounds and a 5 pound, you would
Yes,
have more funds available.
yes.
So it would behoove the organization, whether there was a new program or not, to spend everything that was available.
Right, it does, and it's my understanding that we do try to do that. That is our goal, is to utilize those funds to help the clients. If for whatever reasons, there may be a carryover.
Have you ever asked Duke for additional funding?
For this program,
Mm-hmm.
I have not, and to my knowledge, we have not, but I don't know.
I don't have any other questions.
Commissioner Matthews, any questions?
10% of a larger pot and apply once and be qualified for a year.
That's good.
So it sounds like for you in administering this program, this is a positive change.
For me, I believe it is. I believe it would be.
It more closely aligns the benefits to the,
would allow for that full spending, would probably provide for fully spending the funds.
did it concern you over the years? Not concern is the right, did it surprise you over the years that it was not fully subscribed?
I asked and wanted to understand that, but it is because of the way the funds are awarded, and there's so many levels to that, to being able to actually disperse the funds. So different people, different eligibility requirements, other sources of funding that have to be spent first.
Okay.
You know, I have asked, and I do understand that it was more than I could understand.
I think your plate is plenty full. That's all I have.
I have no questions. Mr. DeCenzo, Mr. Sanford, do you have any questions of the witness? No, Your Honor. Mr. Dutton, any redirect?
No, I don't have any redirect.
Anyone else have any other questions?
No, sir.
May Mr. Williams be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be excused. Yes, that will. Do you have another witness?
I do not.
We have one additional person here from the organization who's willing to testify, but if nobody has any questions, then
That is correct.
we're happy to let her pass the day without taking hot seats.
She's pretty disappointed, that's all I can say.
She is disappointed, I can tell. Why you gotta get up here no,
You're correct. Something
I'm
that
sorry.
somebody said.
Now, I guess if there isn't any additional testimony, at least there's going to be some data requests from staff council and from the General's office. How long do you need to prepare before you can file the data request with Duke's council?
We can have ours done by tomorrow.
I was just gonna say Friday, but
All right, well, let's go Friday, if you haven't done Friday, how many days will Duke need to file a response? I guess Friday is what, the second?
Could we have 2 weeks, Your Honor?
How much?
2 weeks.
2 weeks? That would put it to the August 16th, that'd be fine.
Thank you.
We'll get an order out, the second and the 16th. Is there anything else, Mr. Sanford or Mr. DeCenzo, you'd like to say, or
We thought
present?
it may be helpful to just file a short brief, not a lengthy
Well, that would
brief,
be-
but a
that would
short
be
brief to
fine.
clarify.
And, okay, well, you'd be I'm not much for simultaneous briefing, Mr. Chandler.
You hate for somebody to raise a concern of rights, right?
I get you. Yeah, the only concern comes after the fact, that's the thing that bothers me. All right, if the data responses are due on, say, August 16th, how much time would you like for filing a short brief? 2 weeks?
Could we have an additional 2 weeks?
Till the 30th, and then anyone else, the AG, Mr. Dutton, if you'd like to file something, I think that'd be fine too. I know you're not a party, but you're sort of an amicus in a sense. I mean, well, your client, is administering the program, and we've had, testimony about it and so forth, and I got angry about part of it a while ago. So if you'd like to file something, after Duke does on the 30th, then we could come back and, I can see, maybe what, Thursday or Friday, September 13th for the AG and for Northern Kentucky. Would you like to, once you see their briefs, would you like to reply?
We have the option to, I don't know that
Okay,
it would be
you'd have,
required.
you'd have the option to file something by, what, September 20th? That'd be, okay?
Your Honor, I hate to throw a wet blanket on all this, but I think the 10 months runs out on about the 14th or something of September. So,
Can I just clarify what the 10 months applies to?
applies to the initial filing of the DSM rate was put into effect subject to refund. It does not, I guess there's been no ruling yet on the motion to amend the HEA, so it would not apply to that.
Your Honor, if I may, the rates did go into effect already. We did implement that rate. So, in this program, does true up annually. So in terms of, a concern about, because the program itself, the DSM rider trues up annually, I don't see a concern.
Okay.
From the
Just wanted to
company's
get it on the
perspective.
record.
Sure.
Okay, all right, well, fine, so then the time, there'll be an order, will go out tomorrow, and if there's some other problem somebody has, just call council or file a, aircraft motion or something, then we'll get to it and try to rule on it directly. Anything else?
If I may, just a housekeeping issue. We have a pending motion that we filed a few weeks ago. We asked to suspend and investigate the proposed tariffs, and I think the commission's subsequent order makes that request moot. We asked to permit a single round of discovery, in which we did tender, and the company has responded to according to our motion. And then we also asked that we be afforded a response to the motion, which is the way the company tendered the amendments to the HEA program. I think given the procedural schedule, we expect that would be moot as well. I would just ask if the commission would rule from the bench as to our round of discovery request, and
Then we could sustain all of those motions, because in effect, I mean, they're already moot, and when you get to file your brief by September 13th, you will have already expressed your sentiments about the program.
I just want to alleviate the need for the commission to put any order out on it, so,
Yeah, well,
thanks.
It'll be sustained. And maybe we ought to go ahead and get an order out of, a written order that just addresses each of those issues anyway, including Mr. Dutton's. So, but anyway, those will be sustained. Mr. Dutton's will be overruled in terms of being provided copies like he was a party for reasons that don't have anything to do with him or his client, but in the future. So, is there anything else that we need to take up before we adjourn?
No, sir.
All right. Anything? If not, then this hearing is adjourned. Thank you.